Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolises a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalised key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolising those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Four weeks of Esports World Cup action have gone by, and what a month we've had. The last week saw the conclusion of 3 tournaments: PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2, and the MLBB Women's Invitational. And with that, we're back again with yet another update to the Club Championship. With a whopping $20 million on the line here at Riyadh, teams will have to shift into top gear as we approach the halfway mark. Let's dive in to see how the table moved with last week's scores added to the tally. Falcons extended their massive lead at the top by another 550 points thanks to 2 top 4 finishes in the week. This takes their tally to a massive 3,500 points, showing just how dominating they've been at the Esports World Cup. While their PUBG Mobile team was a shocking early exit from the competition, the team was able to pick up points at the MLBB Women Invitational and Overwatch 2. Despite not fielding any teams in the 4th week of the competition, Team Liquid and Natas Vincia hold on to their 2nd and 3rd spots respectively. Both teams will have chances in the coming week, however, with rosters in Rainbow Six Siege and Apex Legends. A top 8 finish in the MLBB Women's Invitational netted Gaiman Gladiators 20 points, allowing them to close the gap to the top 3 spots. For now, they maintain their 4th spot in the table. The 5th position is where we see the competition really heat up, with 5 teams tied at 1,000 points each. Alpha 7, Crazy Raccoon, and Omega Esports are the 3 new entrants in the spot, having won the PUBG Mobile World Cup, Overwatch 2, and MLBB Women's Invitational respectively. T1 and Selangor Red Giants maintain their position thanks to wins in League of Legends and the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in the past weeks. Crazy Raccoon will be in contention at the Apex Legends tournament in Week 5, but are out of the running for the top spot. T1 are the only team from this list who have a shot theoretically, but they must wait out until Week 5, where they won't be part of the competitions. With 13 more titles left to be played out, a lot of teams can still catch up to Falcons at the top. Week 5 will see competitions in Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Honor of Kings. Keep tuning in and follow the biggest esports competition ever here at the Esports World Cup.
Team Cruelty is a family. It's 5 players who are fighting for a dream, and we are very disciplined. We just want to make our region proud. We are hoping this event is going to be different. The last one, Manchester, was our first time playing LAN in a big tournament, and now we have the experience. We were pretty nervous back then, and now we know what we're here to do. We know what we can do, and we just want to show that. I think as a region, we're really lucky because we can adapt to different playstyles. We have the experience now, and we're really excited to play. We just gotta keep fighting for LATAM. Our first match is playing against BDS, who won the last tournament here, and we just want to play that. I think beating them, it's a good result already for us. It's good experience for us too. Maybe even just a close match, a good match, is gonna be a good experience. And the next games, we just can't win them. Well, the plan is definitely to go to group stage. We want to be there. We want to play against the better teams. but we just want to show good matches. Of course, we want to win the tournament. I think our region's still pretty new. We don't have as much time as the other regions do. We don't have as much experience as the other do. They have more LANs, more games played. But we're learning and we learn fast. I think we're a really passionate team. We love playing the game, we love training, we love improving, and that's all we care about right now. We just want to be a better team. We want to fight the better teams. We want to win tournaments, win our region. We just want to beat everybody. I think some of the weak points are that we don't have as much experience as the others do. But we are getting here. We have the opportunities now, so we just gotta make good use of it.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup here. Welcome back, everybody. Demo, I'm joined by you today. We've actually got in fact, I'm you today, and you can be me.
You.
How about that? Should we change things up a little bit? Why not? I'm great.
I say so.
I'm absolutely great. This is, of course, the Esports World Cup. We are covering the B stream here for Rainbow Six Siege. There will be multiple streams going on today because we have got a heck of a lot of games to get through, Demo. This is what it all comes down to, starting now, running through into the weekend. We have, of course, got Siege being played out here. We've got 2 groups, 8 teams, the double elimination bracket. So plenty of opportunity to find out who is the best here and who is going to be walking away with that coveted
Yeah, and of course,
trophy.
we've had a big influx compared to last year in terms of how many teams we actually have out this year. You know, we've doubled the size of it. We've brought in a lot more regions also, you know, regions that we maybe haven't seen before who have came and played, you know, the previous iterations of this tournament beforehand. So, yeah, I'm looking very, very excited to see how the new teams will do.
The stage is set for Rainbow Six Siege to take the spotlight in Riyadh for the 3rd year in a row. This time, it's going to be even bigger. But before we kick off, let's dive into the journey of how our favourite teams actually got here. In Europe, familiar giants BDS Esports clinched their tickets to Saudi Arabia for the 3rd time in a row. Let's not forget, they not only took part in Gamers 8 before, but they've managed to win it back to back. Into the Breach lost their round 2 game against another French qualifier in Wolves, but beat Team Secret and became the UK's only representatives. North American qualifiers, just like Europe, had 3 slots in their closed qualifiers. Dark Zero didn't even lose a single map and made it first. Luminosity had a rough beginning against M80, but all in all, everything turned out well for them. They've beaten our previous Gamers 8 contenders, Space Station Gaming, who will also join NA teams after crushing Sonics 2-0. The list of North American teams ready to compete is exceptional. Brazil loves R6 with a mutual feeling. With such a perfect symbiosis, it could have only led us to one conclusion. They are the strongest region out of them all, where 4 teams will be representing the land of the Amazon. But to get there, FaZe had to beat NIP and Fluxo. W7M Esports struggled at first against E1, but finally sneaked into KSA for the 2nd time in a row after their win over Black Dragons. 2 other spots were granted in the lower bracket matches. These were won respectively both by Team Liquid and what must be the most famous Brazilian esports org, Furia. 6 out of 9 regions were granted only 1 spot each on their route to Riyadh. Down Under will be represented by Team Bliss, who qualified first. Scars will be your Japanese choice, followed by PSG Talon from South Korea, GK Esports in MENA, Lead Esports representing Asia, and last but not least, Team Cruelty, standing for the Latin America region. And there you have it, the 16 teams in all their glory, each one ready to carve their name in esports history. The Esports World Cup 2024 for Rainbow Six Siege is shaping up to be an unmissable event, so stay tuned.
So that is our teams, or sorry, they are our teams. We have got plenty of Siege to be getting around here. 2 groups, 8 teams, 16 teams in total. And Demo, I know that you've got some favorites in and amongst those.
Favorites? G2 aren't here, Ollie. How can I have
Surely
a favorite
not.
if my team's not even here?
I'm sure that you'll find something to be a favorite. Let's have a look at the format, and we can see just exactly how that is all going to shake down. The Demo, you're gonna have to take over for a moment.
I'm with you as well, buddy.
Frozen.
I'm with you as well. I'm saying nothing else. Look, the format is pretty simple, guys, to understand. We have 2 big groups, so 8 teams in each group. So really easy just to, you know, understand from that standpoint. We split the competition in half, and it's not more or less a kind of group stage that you would expect with, you know, okay, 3 points here, 1 point here if you draw, whatever it is. We have a kind of bracket for both of the groups. So it's very easy. Your first game is going to be a best of 1. If you win that, you then play another best of 1. If you lose your first game, though, then you have to play a best of 3, and if you lose that, you're out. So it is very reminiscent to kind of what we would have sometimes at majors, where if you kind of lose 2 games, that's you done. You know, it's very, very easy to see yourself slip out of this competition. So teams, they have to get off to a really good start if they want to make an impact here.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, like you say, that double elimination and the fact that that last elimination game is a best of 3, you know, it really gives the best chance, and it does lead to some exciting games. Let's have a look at the prize pool very quickly. You can see all of the money that is going to be on the line there. First prize is, I think, 750,000 US dollars. And then, of course, there are all the club points to go through as well. There was a bit of an explainer video at the start of that. I'm going to be straight with you. It's a lot to keep up with. I've not been keeping up with the club points and stuff, but I do know that. No, but I do know that Liquid. I think Liquid, are they currently in 2nd place in terms of the club points, or 3rd maybe? And of course they're participating here, so it's one of the teams to keep an eye on. They've obviously done well in different games, and looking to translate that through into Siege. So you can see there the total tournament prize pool. Very impressive indeed.
Number 1. Should we just change that to BDS already, Ollie? Or is that you know, it's kind of been like that for the past 2 years. So I think it's something that they're certainly going to be looking at. Look, if I was to pick out, we'll say 3 favorites, I would probably say BDS, you know, just with how they've played at the recent major, but just the history in this competition. There's just something about this team whenever it comes to playing here that they just do so well at. Obviously, then I still think FaZe have to be on looking. Look, disappointing for FaZe at the major to see them go out to Beast Coast. And then, of course, the usual suspect, Furia, always has to be given a look in, because it's Furia at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't count that team out. You can't ignore that team at all. We've seen the full teams there. Let's have a look at which groups they have shaken themselves into. We're, of course, running 2 groups, Group A and Group B. We'll start off with Group A. So we're going to be going through the quarter-final games today. So these are all going to be best of 1. And as you can see there, Team BDS are going to kick things off against Team Cruelty. Bit of a spoiler alert, that is going to be our first game on this stream, but there is plenty else going on. We've got Space Station Gaming versus W7M, we've got Luminosity versus Team Bliss, and we have Talon versus Team Liquid. Let's have a quick look over at Group B now as well. It's going to be, of course, a very similar format. And just to see who is going up against who. Dark Zero versus GK, Into the Breach versus Furia. I know that one's a little bit of a one close to our hearts. Demo, we're a big fan of Into the Breach, and of course, a bit of a fan of Furia as an org before they even picked up the W7M roster. Wolves versus Bleed, that's going to be a good one to keep your eye out on. And then Scars versus FaZe Clan to round out the day, or maybe not round out the day. I'm not entirely sure on the order. That is just, of course, how it shakes into the group. But there's some really good fixtures there already, and it's only day 1.
Again, it's the important thing about the way the best of 1s work is you need to win that first game to give yourself as big of a chance to break into that top 8. You know, teams will be done knowing they're already top 8 secured by today, and I think that's a massive bonus, you know, kind of going forward into the competition.
All about hitting the ground running. Let's have a look at the schedule and see who we have got here on our B stream. All these times are going to be in AST, so adjust accordingly. If you're in the UK, I believe that is going to be 2 hours in front. So currently in the UK, it is around 11 a.m. and the first match is due to start at 1 p.m. So you can sort of adjust your time zones accordingly off that. But we've got BDS versus Cruelty kicking things off. We're going to move into Talon versus Team Liquid, a big battle there, and then Wolves versus Bleed. That's going to do it for our best of 1s here today, but there are going to be more games going on. We just need to find the results of these games so that we can generate the next ones in the schedule, because we're going to have some winners and we're going to have some losers. Demo, we picked it. Our match of the day, Wolves versus Bleed. It made a lot of sense. It was 2 big T1 orgs going up against one another that have played at recent majors. We think that this one is going to give the best value, and of course, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on it as well, given Wolves and their roster changes.
And their roster change as well. It's both teams that have done a bit of business during the off season. So it'll be interesting to see if, the fruits of the labors are actually going to come through for them, and we'll see some potential. But yeah, I think it'll be a great game. No matter which way you look at it, it's two teams that we've seen for a very long time now play, inside of majors. Obviously Bleed this, past year and a half, they've been there. Wolves have kind of always been there. It's only been of recent that they haven't. So yeah, it'll be a really interesting match to see.
Absolutely. Right, if you are at home and you are wanting to get a prediction in, I always like to pressure Demo for a prediction, especially if we need to stretch out time a little bit, because he absolutely hates it. But I know a lot of you guys out there love a good prediction. Visit stcplay.gg and you will be able to pop your own prediction in. Get on there, let us know who you think is going to take this first game, BDS versus Cruelty. I can already hear Demo because we've got another feed coming through our ears. I've already heard some huddles, I've already heard some cheers. I know that we're getting close to that time.
I think you kind of go into this first game, and in terms of predictions, look, I'll give you a prediction. Probably BDS, I would say, will win this one. Just it's BDS in the day against Cruelty, who really haven't made a big impact yet in the scene. Obviously for Cruelty, they're still very new. It was the first time we've seen that team, at the recent major. But obviously BDS, you sit there and you look at the team and you just think, where's the weak point? How do you exploit this team?
I feel like they're trying to tell us something in like a coded message with all these like hand signals and what is Leaky Fact holding?
The little kind of medallion you get. The every single team will get that, and whoever wins this competition will get a choice to add 3 teams in the competition into their trophy. So if you lose and you're out of the competition, they'll actually just melt that into the ground, and whoever wins can put their little token in their trophy as kind of like, oh, look at us, we own these 3 teams. So if Furia win it, they're going to be sad that GT aren't here.
That's where is this? I've heard nothing about this. Bro. That's fantastic. Oh, we can see there BDS. Of course, we've kind of glossed over BDS a little bit there. Maybe feel like we've not done them too much justice, but we're going to get into them throughout the course of the day. I'm sure that everybody knows who this team is. Let's have a look at the other side of things. We have got Cruelty. This is the team, of course, representing the LATAM region, hailing from Mexico, typically playing inside of LATAM League. Now, they did attend our most recent major, but they didn't place very well at all. Yeah, as you say, Demo, didn't get a map, didn't really get the ball rolling there. Now, of course, it's very difficult at a major. You've got the best teams in the world, and that's kind of the whole point of it. They have made a couple of changes, and I think that some of those changes were sort of on the horizon at the time of the major as well. So it could be that transition period that we often see teams start to go through. But again, unpredictability can really play into your advantage. It's not like they've got a lot of tape out there on them. If they've not played very many maps at a major, there's nothing really to study. BDS are going to have to go in and play their own game against these guys today and very quickly figure out what it is that Cruelty wants to do, because for the most part, they're a little bit unknown
you have
coming
to
into
adapt
this.
against a team that you're maybe not so familiar with, and certainly I think BDS, they won't be. BDS haven't went against this team before. They wouldn't really know what to expect. Obviously, they, Cruelty, they made the roster change as well during the off-season. They bring in Dante, who I believe is actually from Argentina, but obviously they all speak the same language, so that's not going to cause many issues there. So overall, I think for Cruelty, they have to just go in and see what they can do. I think the biggest bonus is if they lose this game, they're still not out, which I know is a little bit pessimistic for me to say, but in reality, they're staring down a very long barrel, and it's currently Shaiko's on the other end of the trigger.
Well, and we've seen what that BDS roster can do. I remember watching the Manchester Major, and we were seeing Shaiko. He'd have an off map, and then it was Leaky Fact, it was Solotov, it was Users. Everyone else pops off. The team with that much potential, it can be very difficult. You've got to go up against Shaiko, yes, and I think he's always performed well in Riyadh. We've never really seen BDS have a bad event out there. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, to be honest with you. But this is where the competition gets a little bit stiffer, because this is the most stacked EWC that we've ever had. Of course, more teams. There's a lot more going on out there this time, and a lot more competition for every team to come up against. And Cruelty, they're going up against some of the best.
I mean, if I had one negative point to say about BDS, if I was really pushed for it, I would say that I think their major performance a lot of the magic that they had was just based on moments. You know, that was how they were winning a lot of games. That was how they were staying in the competition. It was just moments based on individual performances. Usually that's not the way to go about things. You know, I think magic runs can happen. I think Beast Coast are a perfect example of that and what happened to them at the major. But it's not a reliable way of Siege. I think that BDS, they need to improve on that team play even more so. Just like I said, it did feel at sometimes, you know, very poor from BDS at the major. I will say that, even though they did get into the grand final.
Well, they've had some time to work on that. There's been no real Siege apart from the EWC qualifiers and this event, of course, leading up to it since the major. This has been the primary focus for a lot of these teams out there. So we're expecting to see improvements. We're expecting to see teams that have developed and gone away and worked on things. And I don't think that it's too unreasonable to expect that, Demo. It's, you know, we've had a bit of an off season for all intents and purposes. This has been the main competition that's coming up. So we want to see teams prepped and ready. We can see fist bumps going through now, of course, as well. I do believe the map that we are going to be rocking onto is going to be Bank. That's a bit of a favorite from BDS, and I'm very surprised that Cruelty have let that one through. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, I mean, it's one of those maps where you look at it and think you need to be like kind of mentally prepared to go into this, because it is a very heavy strategic map that we would look at and say that, you know, I think for certain teams you just never see them, you know, get beat because they understand the map so well. It's not a map that you just go in straight away and say, oh yeah, we're going to dominate on this map. This is one that you have to put a lot of hours in and just really practice. So I think it's going to be one of those situations that you really hope that Cruelty have something in the bag for this, because where I know BDS, they're going to be fine on this map. Of course they will.
Yeah, I've just looked it up. It's a 2-0 map for them. They had 2 wins at the major on this map. It was banned by them. Let's see, banned by them 3, banned against them 3. It's just middle of the road. Like, it's a map they'll go to. It's not something that they're going to try and, you know, actively try and seek out and play. But if it's left, they will play it. And that seems pretty much exactly what's happened here. It was Cruelty to have the last ban. They banned Chalet and let Bank through instead. I mean, we didn't actually go through the map ban, but there was nowhere really for Cruelty to go. Looking at it, it wasn't looking very good for them at all. So they've ended up on a Bank, and well, we'll just have to see how they can play it through. I noticed an Osaban coming in there. Oster, of course, having a lot of value on this map. Plenty of window play and plenty of ways to be, you know, exploiting that shield, setting up those power positions, getting into those getting into those crossfires. But we are going to be in the game now. We're going to be starting off down on the basement. BDS is going to be kicking things off.
Believe it or not, as much as what we were kind of discussing, that maybe there won't be as much information on Cruelty as what BDS was like. Cruelty actually played this map 3 weeks ago during the Element 3 tournament, and they lost it. So you can already see that BDS have, you know, a loss that they can VOD review and see the weaknesses that were actually exploited. So I think for Cruelty, they'll need to be careful. You know, obviously we know BDS, they have a great, you know, kind of backline staff who will obviously support the side and anything that they can do. You know, think about Eagle, for example, the backline. We know there with the, you know, the stats, the laptops, and everything in between. So yeah, I think right now for BDS, again, map favors them. Just the overall matchup favors them. I think for BDS, more than anything, it's about how well can they actually put on a show and kind of set the marker down for every other team in the competition.
They're the team that everyone's looking to right now. They, you know, they've set the pace. You guys have been out here. You've done it before. They're going to be a team that have probably had people contacting them going, you know, what's it like, you know, and all this sort of stuff. And that's going to be a big thing. Leaky Fac, business as usual here, out there on their own. Users, he's getting involved. It's always a troublesome time if Users is getting involved in one of those opening picks, because he's typically someone that will play the side, a little bit more of a lurker sort of role. He's rocking the Cade now. You look to him for, you know, clutch last minute moments. You don't really look to him for opening picks or second opening picks, but he's been getting involved there. And it has cost Cruelty. They've lost the book and they've lost the Twitch right now, so Dealing with those electronics and canisters is going to be a little bit more troublesome. And you do, of course, have the Vulcan shields to go through.
Clockwork the way BDS have played that. Obviously, they've started off with that extension in towards open area. They've went for that roam game. They've got their 2 opening picks. And immediately they're like, okay, now we just come back to site and anchor. And it's a 5v3 on site. We have Goyo canisters, smokes, a few C4s in there as well. It's as easy as you like. You know, whenever you don't have manpower for the kind of basement executes we see on multiple sites, you think about Bank, you think about Oregon, you think about Clubhouse. It's that situation where you just need to have an extra man to put pressure somewhere else. And you just don't have that. Look at the positions right now for Cruelty. All 3 of them on the hatches. That is it. There's no other place that they're actually pressuring. No garage, nobody in towards server. They're just going to try and YOLO it.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Well, they've done the Dokkaebi call. Yuz has picked himself up a 2nd kill. The canisters not doing too much to give Cruelty that ease of access. The plant will start to go down now, though. It is going to be covered, but it isn't enough. Pyrox is only able to grab 1 in the midst of that. Other than that, a flawless round for BDS.
Yeah, very, very simple. Again, for that basement, there usually is a kind of systematic step that you have to go through. I would say Cruelty missed about 4 of those steps. Usually step 1, it's make sure you have control hatches, you know, so clear open area, fight the roamers. They didn't do that. They lost their opening engagements. Step 2 then is get server control. They kind of had server control, but then the issue was they just didn't have really the hard breach to open up the walls. And that's what they struggle with. And then finally 4th is have somebody backstab in through that garage to create that cross section so it stops the defenders trying to retake in towards server. And Cruelty just tried to just drop the hatch. You know, they didn't put any pressure in server. They didn't put any pressure in garage. And it's just so easy then for BDS to stack up around each other and just trade off the kills back and forth because they had that early man advantage.
BDS going to be upstairs now.
I hear
in
a scream.
the
Did you hear
open
that
area.
scream? Did the stream
hear
hear
a
a scream?
5 seconds to go.
I'm not entirely sure what it
I'll
was.
predict
I'll be
it
honest
was
with
an
you.
SSG. Has to be.
Objective is to
Who else?
defuse the bomb.
What other
Very
team
possibly.
screams like that after round
Very
1?
possibly. But where's it
Well,
coming
they
from?
must be beside each
Well, it's not coming from Riyadh. I'm a little
That's
bit
true.
far away from there. I don't think the sound will
Well,
travel.
technology this day. People said you couldn't put man on the moon, and look at that.
Pretty direct approach so far from Cruelty. They've got themselves that copy window open. It is a key position to try and hold and limit that flexibility in the site. BDS currently quite tucked here. And I guess just sort of banking on a bit of a slow roam clear here.
I do like the setup.
On the Monty stacked up on the door, so there's a chance for this Monty to
I like
walk
it.
on through, but with the
Yeah,
smokes,
this
it is going to be
This attack
difficult.
is actually quite easy if you have Monty up, because Monty can just walk in through the double door and then plant very safely in behind the counter. For BDS, they just need to try and double up and use their utility, and that would be, you know, their C4s. They have an Oryx, which you never know. There might be an Oryx play coming in. But a lot of pressure is going to be down to Bride. If he falls, then it just opens up the doorway. However, once again, Cruelty losing out on that opening pick. Another one for Solotov. What's Pyrox doing? What is he doing?
Solotov there, deadly on that roam.
Wow.
Shaiko, he's joining the party as well. Bride, he dismantles the Monty and picks up the final kill. Cold as ice. I love the pocket mute jammer from Bride there. As soon as he heard the Dokkaebi call start to come through, places the mute jammer down, and he can just sit behind that bomb chassis for free the entire time. Solotov, a real effective flank there in through archives. I was sort of counting the BDS players, and I was thinking, like, right, we've got Shaiko there, we've got Users there, we've got Bride there, and then you're thinking, where's Leaky Fac? Where's Solotov? Because they're the danger men. They're the ones that you know are going to be on some long-winded flank, whether they're going to start coming up blue stairs or they're just going to rotate themselves through main lobby. And for Cruelty, it was a very one-dimensional approach. I commented on it at the time. It was very direct. It was copy window and it was electric. Didn't have much going on elsewhere. I think they did have somebody out on rappel, but that was maybe upstairs inside of stock. Realistically, if you're allowing players to rotate all the way through main like that, you're always going to be susceptible to a flank.
If you see an open area defense, you should not be surprised that somebody will be in archives and tellers. That is obviously clinical, that you need to try and maintain the control on that room, because that has the big doorway and the window that looks right in towards square. And that push, again, is fine. You open up the quad wall, you have the Monty walk in. It's very difficult to defend that, especially if utility is burned out or baited out. So I just think Cruelty, they just didn't win their gunfights. That's now what it's coming down to. I think the structure looks fine. It's just they're not putting the men in the right position to get the kills. Look, you know, Pyrox just jumped down from square. Should have probably killed Solotov, but he whiffed a few shots. So does Solotov. But Solotov ends up, you know, whiffing less.
Drone up and running.
That's never good if you're relying on the old whiffing less strategy. There's a bit of a lack of information as well, I think, for Cruelty. Solotov as the roamer in that position, he isn't to know really what's going on. He's just there to try and play his life and be reactive. But as the attackers, you've got those drones, you need to be making the most of them. But already, we've only seen 55 seconds gone.
Oh my.
There's 4 drones left. 3 kills come through out of nowhere like that. It's just, it's men against boys. It was a flawless round there for BDS. I think men against
boys is an insult, Ollie. It's not even that. What are they, like, what are Cruelty doing? What are they doing? They've just tried to go, right, let's rush, and they've all went in one by one and just died one by one. I don't get it. I mean, look, all credit to BDS. They can only play what's in front of them. But right now, Cruelty just don't have a clue. And this was the worry about going to Bank. You need to know how to play this map. It's not an easy map to play.
It requires a lot of coordination, and especially on the attack. It really does. You've got to be on your game. It needs those very
and you need good pacing.
Comprehensive
I always think you need
pushes
good
coming
pacing
through.
for Bank as well. Like, how many times do we see teams just struggle with the time?
It is. It's all about the time, and it's all about positioning. You've got to have the right people in the right spot at the right time to do the right job. Sounds quite easy on paper, but when you come up against a team like BDS, they're just going to make it look like the most difficult thing in the world, because they will be everywhere. I don't think we're in a timeout at the minute.
Cruelty?
I think it's technical more than tactical. There's a lot of discussion with League Ops, and no one's really yapping, so that would indicate that we are in a technical timeout. Players, of course, can't talk inside of a technical. It is just to get things fixed, but they can talk in a tactical. Those headsets look quite funky, don't they? They've got like the middle... You know, it's not like the flat piece on the top.
Yeah,
it's like a
that,
hinge on the top of the headset. Very trendy. Now we look like we're in a tactical.
This looks more like it. Maybe just an issue of like getting the tactical timeout and then had to get, I don't know, sorting stuff out. But I mean, BDS at the moment, just you see them winning the rounds. It's just very calm, isn't it? And again, it's a team that can go absolutely mental if the time calls for it. Being a WEFAC can be bouncing off the walls. But at the moment, BDS, it just feels as though they know it's just getting the job done, isn't it? It's just business as usual.
Yeah, and that's what they're here to do. I don't think that BDS are going to be too concerned with what they've seen so far. And with for Cruelty, you look at it and you think, well, is one time out enough, Demo? I feel like we've blinked and we've missed rounds here. It's been just systematic from BDS.
Stuflex, if you're Stuflex, you just whenever it comes to that timeout that just happened, he shouldn't even. He just be, yeah, guys, keep going. You know, there's not a single thing that BDS are doing wrong. You know, he should just let the team just keep playing how they're doing. And I think Stuflex as well. He's the kind of coach where he's there if they need him. You know, but for the most part, he'll just let the boys crack on.
Yeah, I don't think that he's. You know, I think he's there for vibes, and I think he's there for a little bit of, you know, a little bit of
good man
coordination.
Yeah.
But I feel like a lot of the strategy comes from Leaky Fac. and I think a lot of the sort of strategy comes from within the team. And
So,
Stu Fix is there
Solopov's
to
a
just
very
make sure that
smart
everyone's
player
comfortable and,
in terms of
and
making
to
strats. He's
keep
very
a lid on
smart.
things.
That's one I think it's not talked about enough. Is he has some really good ideas, you know, and I think you kind of need almost the kind of entries ideas as well. Whenever it goes into making strats, I think a lot of teams will look at entries and think, oh, it's mostly like the hard supporter will make strats, but I think having a very vocal entry player who can also sit there and say, I think we should do this, I think we should do that, because I'll run into this problem. You know, I think it's great to have that good mix.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You got to see it from different points of view. That's a bit of a shame there. Little mistakes like that will start to cost you, because you look at what you've got to get through here. Now, a Brava would be fantastic in this situation. You've got the Maestro Evil Eye cameras that you can hack, so you're going to get quite a bit of value out of that. You've got to make sure that you're able to get him into position. Something we've not spoke of yet, Demo, is the elephant in the room. The Caveira.
I mean, the Caveira and also the site. I mean, we had the choice, obviously, to go back down to the basement, but BDS thought, nah, let's do the full rotation, and then went for the fourth choice bomb site, which is going to be your archives and tellers. The biggest issue with this is if teams take from above and they use the verticality, there is no safe position that you can sit in the site. So you almost have to play it with, you know, handcuffed right from the get-go, because you have to try and play a retake strategy, which isn't always the easiest. But BDS, they're a team we know can play that retake strategy. They are very comfortable in that playstyle. I mean, Shaiko is just dancing with death beneath the floorboards and finally says, okay, maybe it's time to get out, but then just takes up another position and really risking it all here. Actually, Ivan has been down for the floorboards. I believe that's from the Maestro, who almost covered for Shaiko as he rotated away. But for Cruelty, I mean, they've done good work at clearing away the bomb site. You know, everyone ran out for BDS is over towards open area. It's just a case of, can they stop those flanks from happening? You see the gridlock as well is going to be used to cover off the flanks. You'd hope so, but my main concern is how are they actually getting into the site, though? Because there's no hatches or anything to go into. You have to walk through a doorway.
That's the other thing. They've got control of the flanks. They've got control of the vertical. But what they can't do is just walk through doors, because that's just going to cause problems. So there's still work to do here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Going to see a down come through. Finished off there. Leaky Fact not going for the interrogation. Instead, going to go for that long flank. And this is what happens when you start walking through doors. You're just going to fall one by one. Pyrox is going to be able to grab himself one onto Shaiko. You can look through the vert all you like. You're going to get goo-mined into oblivion. Down, and a finish there for Leaky Fact again. A desperate drop over the top rope in Swear. Nice kill on to Brede, but that's all it was ever going to be. BDS looking ever more comfortable.
The way Shaiko just picked his time in there, didn't he? Moved back into sight at the perfect moment whenever everyone was rotating, setting up for the final push into the site. One big issue I immediately see is that hatch was closed. That hatch in towards the small office should always be opened if you're hacking this site. And the reason why is, like I said, if teams are going to be playing that vertical strategy, which they always do, there's nowhere safe that defenders can actually play in the site. So then they have to go to open area. If you open up that hatch, that will deny any rotation coming back into archives and tellers. And the fact that he didn't have that hatch open almost just allows Shaiko to walk back in because of that. If that hatch is open, Shaiko will not be playing in that room. He will be forced even deeper into open area. So that was the issue for Cruelty. One little thing with not opening up a hatch allows that retake to come in. And Shaiko, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. We know that. That's been there since day one. Cruelty are just missing the little things right now.
10 seconds to go.
4 rounds in a row for BDS, back down to the basement. A full rotation here on Bank. I had to double check that they did do a full rotation, because it was round number 3, which was just gone in an instant. But they did defend that top floor, albeit for only about 40 seconds, I think, until the round was fully over. Now they're going to go back down to the basement. Slightly different strategy here. They played the cap cannon round number 1. They were looking at a little bit more of a roam game, a bit of an early pick and run. This time, they are setting up shop. They're bringing just about everything that you can to try and defend this site. We've got the Vulcan canisters. We've got Cade. We've also got a Clash. We've no Mute this time. But that isn't going to slow down, or isn't going to weaken really the BDS defenses here. You really want to be looking toward that Cade for the hatches to try and gain that little bit of extra control. Now we do have Thatcher, so EMPs are going to be aplenty, and not just the pocket ones, so a decent radius, a good chance at catching those Cade electrophores.
Look at the kills right now as well, Ollie. I don't think I've ever seen that. 4 players yet to get a kill after 4 rounds. I mean, at this stage, it's sod the strats. Get the kills. Like that, obviously, as much as we talk about Siege, tactical masterclass of a game. What's one thing you can do? And oh yeah, shoot a gun. If you can't do that, there's no point. No point playing.
You get the feeling that Cruelty are just in the doubting themselves phase, though, because BDS are all on site right now. And look at the time. There's a minute 15 left on the clock. And, yeah, they're getting in and starting to do a bit, but look at what they've got to try and go through. The shock drone is going to sneak its way through. It will pick up one, but still going to be other Vulcan canisters there that need to be dealt with. Through the hatch and eventually picked back up. A nice little trade there comes through. So certainly not all lost for Cruelty, especially when you think that that's the smoke that's been taken out. But Brida, you can start to now try and flick these cameras, and Leaky Fact still a bit of a problem to be dealt with, trying to keep him safe from both sides. There was a player on the hatch, and Ivan can capitalize on it. This is much better from Cruelty. They've just got to be cautious that they use this next 30 seconds well. They've got themselves into a decent enough spot, still at a man disadvantage, but they're going to pick up one onto Shaiko, immediately traded out there. Ivan, 3 kills on the round. Now for Solotov, he has to clutch this one up. The plant, that's going to start to go down. Solotov, he's got a good visual there and can get a good bit of damage on. Needs to deal with the hatch player. The plant now will be confirmed. Draws for the pistol. It was almost a moment, but finished off from the hatch. And Cruelty, they pick up the first round.
Not enough information. Had no idea where that diffuser was going down. It was right beside him. The C4 could have just been tossed from deep and it would have got the planter and the round would have been locked out. He just didn't know. He thought the player was just planting right beside where he downed that Capitao, but it wasn't the case. I mean, Ivan, wait till you see this replay. He gets one, and then he literally drops pancake flops and just one-taps uses. I mean, little things like that as well will just single-handedly win you the round, and that's what we talk about with the gun aspect. You know, we've seen teams who strategically aren't very good, but they have some of the best, you know, fraggers in the world, and they, you know, some of those fraggers will single-handedly carry a team to victory.
Cruelty, a good time for them to pick up a round. They were desperate for it, but it isn't going to be a clean half from BDS. And Cruelty can maybe look to try and build off that, pick up a little bit of confidence. They've got themselves around now. They just need to get a couple of kills onto a couple of players
5 seconds to go.
and start winning a few more gunfights. We'll consider very well. There was a lot of time sink in there. There was a lot of stuff to try and slow Cruelty down. And we commented that they only had about 1 minute and 20 by the time that they'd confidently got into the building, even though there was nobody roaming whatsoever. But they were still able to operate in that time and get a little bit of something done. Shaiko, however, isn't going to allow Dante to pick himself up a kill yet in this match, because he's going to be taking out first blood. Amaru, you just worry, don't you?
I mean,
you just see an Amaru on a 0 and 5 player.
Where has he
worry.
went in from? I mean, he's 0-6 right now. One more, and then we get him signed up for a special club. And we'll get his tuxedo ready before him in the mail. Yeah, not a good start. Right from the get-go for Cruelty again. I mean, we've said this a lot this game so far, although it's not a good start because they've just been losing that opening engagement every single time. Wall is going to be opened up. That's a great little Kiba tech there, isn't it, Ollie? Just leaves enough that you can just place it on just a little bit of the wall that's left. And, oh, dear. I mean, what do you say about that?
Bride with the swing, but Ivan, he responds with 2 of his own. Leveled up now and about half the round remaining. Got some players in some key positions right now. There is a little bit of utility left on Cruelty's side as well, but Solotov is eventually going to shut Ivan down. Ivan, the only player with a pulse, it seems, at the moment on this Cruelty roster is Brede. Takes down Pyros. In position to pick up more as well. All this last player's out there on the rappel, and it really is only a matter of time. Hello? The wall was open. Leaky back. He is going to collect a very nice, easy kill there, just taking out the kneecaps. BDS 5-1 on their defensive phase.
I think a great demonstration of Azami in that top floor. Extremely strong. I really do. I mean,
I reckon that's coming to a demo ranked game soon.
I'm on the Castle DC for this strat. That's my role. But Castle Azami, very util heavy lineup you kind of have to bring from the attacker standpoint to counter that. So you have to bring in operators like your Sophia, like your Ash, for example, and you limit yourself in other areas that you'd like to bring. So yeah, and again, obviously it's kind of demonstrate if you don't bring enough operators, then stuff like that's going to happen. You know, you just keep on placing the Azami barriers. It just disables the window play, which, as we know, is a massive element to winning that top floor attack, is how well the attackers can play that rappel game. And if you're just being denied the sight lines and the angles that you'd want to kind of establish, you're going to struggle a lot attacking that.
10 seconds left.
Swapping mags.
Right then, Cruelty, shows what you've got on the defense. This is their opportunity.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
Bank,
bomb and
great map for the defenders. Equally, a good map for coordinated attacking-sided teams. And I would put BDS in that category. We're already seeing a couple of new additions into both lineups this time. We've got a Flores. Don't believe we saw Cruelty play a Flores, but fantastic utility. Those Rotero drones to destroy and explode Vulcan canisters, deployable shields, whatever it might be. We've also got the Fenrir. Now, Fenrir has seen a bit of a rework demo, I think, since last time that we had Fenrir in competitive play. I don't think the rework was active at Manchester,
you
was
say
it?
rework, I say massive nerf. That's the way I view it, because at the moment for Fenrir, yeah, limited quite a lot. Only, you know, the 2 traps that he can activate, of course, now, and the fact that all of them are just going to be shot immediately, they're no longer bulletproof, is always a bit of an issue. But again, Fenrir still seeing a little bit of play here. First time we've actually, I think, seen Cruelty with that opening pick. Usually been BDS just leading from the charge. And losing an important operator like the Dokkaebi, and another one goes down. The same way that Cruelty really struggled with controlling that open area from a roam game. It's happened to BDS here. They are now struggling with a roam game, and that's one entry dead, and obviously the Lurker of Eek back on. So you're looking for Shaiko now to see if he can try and do something where his teammates could not.
Pretty bad drone work there from BDS as well. I think Brede was on the drone inside of open and maybe just didn't have the drone in the right place, or was just flicking onto it. The real lack of info. Shaiko knows that there's going to be somebody playing on those stairs. Brede going to go for a little bit more of a direct approach here, but might struggle to get the wall open, in all honesty. If all he's got is the exothermic, it could very easily get shot off. Rotero drone could do it. Shaiko is going to use his last one on the Vulcan shield, so realistically it's exothermic or bust here. All depends on if Shaiko can provide a sufficient amount of cover. Warden's glasses, they're going to get activated. And keep a keen eye on that hatch drop. Another flash is going to go in there. The wall will be open now. Shaiko taken down by Ivan. Ivan heating up over the course of the last couple of rounds, really getting himself on. But what a nice kill there from Brede. Can he give himself this pocket of safety to get the plant down? Just needs to wait for that fire to dissipate. He's got a little bit of time here. And with no C4 in the hands of Cruelty, there's a chance, but there's just not going to be sufficient cover. He's got so many different angles to watch right now. Brede goes for the fake, picks him up, but Dante collects the final 2. Down to the pistol there to finish off Usus, but gets the job done.
Very similar rounds being played out in terms of how the first defenses went for both teams. On the attacking side for BDS, again, losing the first 2 opening picks, can't control open area is obviously a big blunder. But both teams have not pressured Garage at all. Which is that because they lost the opening engagements and they don't have the extra man to rotate around. But Garage, for me, is a vital area that you need to control if you want to win that basement.
I think it was the battle for open, really, that sealed the deal on that round, wasn't it? BDS losing 2 bodies. How often do you see BDS go down 2 men in the opening engagement? Typically, they're the ones getting the opening picks, or at least getting it back as a trade. Nobody on copy window. You know, you could dig quite deep into that opening and really start to figure out some key problems, but that's the job for afterwards. Cruelty, on the flip side, did a good job of a loose hold, didn't they? They didn't have too much utility up there. They just had a couple of bodies. It was very reminiscent of BDS's round 1, to be fair. Cruelty now going to take us upstairs. Not sure how I feel about top floor as a second choice site. It does seem that open area has certainly become a little bit more popular as that second choice, and the top floor will be reserved for a third pick at best.
We do see a bit of an entryway into our 2 new recruits that were added in, of course, Ollie, during our last update. We see our defender counterpart this time is going to be Sentry, of course. And I think the big thing about Sentry in terms of how he plays in defense, more so than I would say for the attackers and what they have with Striker, is you're always going to be looking at kind of bringing this operator if you want to maybe try and go for a bit of a denial kind of strategy, because you're always going to have that C4 plus something else. It could be a C4 and 2 impact, for example. That's usually the way I see him be played. This time they have opted for a shield. But I usually, see this more as a kind of roaming operator where you can bring in the double, kind of impact with C4 combination. What a great swing there from Roby, just to take down Solvov off the windows.
Fantastic. No mirror window, no problem. Mirror windows have been dealt with really quickly there by LeakyFac. And Solotov was trying to challenge onto it quite rightfully because he thought, well, I've got the advantage here. Robbie hits him with a decent swing there. Still in good positions right now, Cruelty, to try and hold on to this. And BDS, again, just looking a little bit on the back foot. Breeday is going to try and walk himself up Spiral and just waiting for the drone to get ahead of him and just double check that that coast is clear. We can see that there's a player just hiding out inside a CEO. Breeday should be able to get the read on that. There are a couple of lines of sight open here that he does need to be cautious of, though. Doesn't want to expose himself too much to those lines. Does see a player crossing there on the side of square, but where's the man on his shoulder? Where's the person to take advantage of this info?
Time is now becoming a bit of an issue here for BDS. 45 seconds left to play with, and I just don't think they have enough kills on the board to really make this work. Everyone's still alive for Cruelty. See if Bride can do something special with that shield, of course, and Monty be extremely strong in this current meta where you can just push up and not having to fear about anything, and then quickly switching where you can just run at somebody. And here comes the kills. This is what BDS needed, is the pressure from these different angles. I like that drop in from Shaiko there on towards the marble stairs and just covers that area in towards meeting. However, Shaiko has gotten a little bit ahead of himself here, and a kill has came out. Another one being traded back and forth, and Rovi is the last player standing upstairs, but his teammate is downstairs below. Has almost left him in a 1v1 against users, and he wins it out. But now he has to go up against the Solus, but he has no time to do so. And Cruelty will win it on time.
BDS there falling foul of the clock. Not something that we're used to seeing. They're usually very good with managing that time and setting that pace. I think a lot of it comes down to the opening pick that Rovi got, He was able to take Solotov out from the windows. That then forces a player to pick up that position because you can't not have somebody on those windows. And then all of a sudden you see how that slows the Monty down in turn. And the player that needs to be playing with the Monty is all of a sudden having to switch off and do a different job. Is the butterfly effect of that opening pick, and Cruelty there. Starting to pick up a couple of rounds here, Demo. They got one on the attack. They've had a couple on the defense now. We're still yet to see BDS with an attacking round win here on Bank.
Yeah, BDS, not looking too hot where we just fought after the first 3 rounds. Yeah, this is easy. quickest game of our lives, Ollie, but not the case. Cruelty really digging in here. BDS, this is what I mean. This is very reminiscent of moments I seen during the major,
5 seconds
where it wasn't quite right. There was something off about them, and it just feels like that here today. Is it a case of maybe they're overconfident? Have they got ahead of themselves, perhaps? A lot of different things we could look at, but at the moment, let's focus on Cruelty, because they've hung in there. It could have been very easy for this team just to roll over and just give BDS the win 7-0. No, they've fought back now, and they have a very good chunk of momentum going in now to round number 9, and if they get this next round, Ollie, that's where the fun begins.
It really is. It becomes very doable there, and if they're able to complete a rotation, then that's going to give them even more confidence. BDS needs to be on their A game here for this attack into open area. They're going to be bringing the Zero. They're going to be bringing the Ram. A lot of focus on that Vert and a bit of focus on that information as well. Likewise, that information focus is mirrored on the side of Cruelty. They have the Pulse. I'm going to be using that heartbeat scanner down in the basement. You can get so much information here on this map. Players rappelling up the side of the building or making those moves on floors above you. A heartbeat scanner is going to be fantastic for calling that out and just deciding where you need to place yourself. Another opening engagement here. There's going to be a 50-50 and Dante comes away with their kill. We're watching the POV there of the Azami, and it was just Dante from out of nowhere onto Shaiko. BDS, they're constantly taking these battles that are just 50-50s. And is it that they've got the confidence that they're just going to win them outright? Because they're not trying to manufacture these situations into their favor at the moment.
And EFAC has got himself into a really nice position. He's been able to see that, yeah, Archives and Tellers has been reinforced and we can go straight in. Great drone work there from Solotov. Spots out a Pulse downstairs in the basement. I wonder what the approach is going to be from BDS. Will they chase that Pulse or will they just let him be? I mean, we see the Zero Cam's been put up in towards Blue, so we'll know if he's going to be rotating up the staircase. But right now, it's just a struggle for BDS to really try and get into the site. They have the hatches open, of course, but dropping in towards that open area hatch, Ollie, it is difficult. There's going to be a lot of guns and a lot of C4s ready for you as you make that approach, and Bride is looking to eye up, but as we know, an Azami behind that bomb chassis, Ollie, it's a nigh impossible position to get rid of if you just don't have any nades to try and get rid of it. Oh, the Magnum almost works out, but somehow Bride is into the perfect position where you can try and get that plant down. Solotov also deep in towards open area corner. The Pulse needs to try and move right now, but he's going to be stuck right on the beepers, and he goes for the swing, but Solotov is ready for him. The last player, do they know that he's rotating in towards square? Now they do, as they expose themselves from Bride with a swing. BDS, how have they gotten away with that? Blink and you miss it.
It's a solid tough round. Sometimes BDS, as you mentioned, Demo, they're a little bit of a moments team. Solotov and Bride, always a good duo to watch. And Solotov going to come away with the cover on the plant there. Bride doing the hard work, picking up a kill and getting the plant down. But Solotov there, just that, you know, cool, calm and collected. Able to get himself into the right position. And again, off the back of an opening engagement that went Cruelty's way, we've still not seen BDS with success here on that opening pick on the attack. But they do manage to pick up a round, and it is just going to knock Cruelty a little bit, and it extends that lead just a touch more. 6-3 starts to feel quite good now for BDS. Cruelty do have a chance to go down to the basement, but it's not like they've got two. It's not like they've got a full 3 sites that they've already previously won that they know that they can rely on. They're going to have to do something that they haven't done yet. They're going to have to win a different site. They did win downstairs in the basement, so they may be able to level this up to 6-4 now. But I would expect BDS to be a lot more thorough on that roam clear this time. It was the roam clear that hurt them last time. It was that soft hole inside of open area. I would expect them to take that a lot more seriously.
Well, BDS, you've managed to find yourself a lifeline. Because that has almost broke the deadlock for them, Ollie. Giving them the first round in 3 rounds now. We'll see if BDS can keep it moving. And see if they can just close it out here. 7-3. Again, still a decent scoreline, as we know, for BDS. But just given the context of how they started out the game, you would have thought that they would just, you know, finish it like that. But certainly BDS, they haven't looked as good as what maybe we hoped for, Ollie. As what maybe it should have been, you know, with the expectations from this side.
I mean, let's set expectations. It's
I get
game
that,
1.
but this is a team that's won it back-to-back.
It's
your
early
major
days.
finalist, a team which is just so stacked. You know, they should... I'm sorry, but if you have that reputation, that is the expectations you're going to get. Like, that's the way I'm always going to look at it.
I'd like to, I'm trying to cast my mind back to how they
Look,
started
if you give G2
last
grief,
year.
I'm giving grief to everyone else.
Electrosensor active.
Listen, BDS is still here. Still very firmly in with a chance of winning this game. They're on match point, for goodness sake, Demo.
I know.
Can they get that opening pick, though? Or at least can they trade it? It's not been great. Cruelty. Been a bit of a nuisance. It looks like they are going to maintain that here, as they've really done quite a lot to slow BDS down right now. Only a minute left on the clock, and there it goes. Leaky Fag, he's going to fall with it. Those stun grenades and the skeleton key on the book. Another kill coming in onto Shaiko. Again, doesn't look good. It's going to be down to a moment, and you look toward those 3 players, Bride, Users, and Solotov. Can they get something done here? Bride, he's going to start to try and attempt to plant. Where's the C4? Where's the denial? The swing comes through, and the cover isn't there. The DMR is brutal to try and have to cover that. He's able to put a couple of shots down, but nothing really connects. He will be able to revive Bride. And Users, he's going to be out there chasing shadows on that top floor. Finds himself a pick, though. And more importantly, has to drop and collect his teammates. Gets a good couple of shots of damage in onto the Warden. Throws the stun. It's a Warden, for goodness sake. If he's got his goggles, you're toast. Got to try and pick someone up here. There's no time. It's a calamity.
Oh, what a Pavlova from BDS.
What a mess.
I mean, look. It's one of them where the round just starts off bad and it just gets gradually worse as it goes on. Like, it really did.
Mate, you could just hear the clown music getting louder. The clown music was just getting louder and louder.
I mean, BDS, again, they have struggled with the opening pick. Like, whenever EFAC just walked in through beepers in main stairs, did they not drone for him? Did they not know that somebody was there? Or was it a case of EFAC knew he was there and he's ego challenged? Again, that's one thing we're not going to know because we don't have the comms. But that's the question that needs to be asked. Did he get misdroned? Or did EFAC ego challenge? Both, either which way, it's not good.
Still, match point for
10
BDS,
seconds remaining.
but Cruelty, they are starting to
5 seconds left.
slowly but surely grab hold of this fixture.
Attackers must
It's really been a bit of a slog for them up until this point. If they win this round, then the pressure really starts to mount. They were successful last time they defended up here. Played a mirror window, and the mirror window got destroyed, I think, very easily by the shock drone. But that in itself almost gave Cruelty the first kill because Solotov was trying to challenge onto the mirror and wasn't expecting Robbie to be playing in front of that mirror window. Got caught in a really nice little off position there. Now the mirror window is going to be played again. I think Robbie's just going to hold it in his pocket for a couple of moments until the time is right. He's not sure on what exactly the attacker lineup is. Obviously, we can see that there is going to be no Twitch drone this time. Instead, it is just going to be those Ash rounds that you're going to have to be careful of.
Good Echo Cam as well. Almost playing the role of the Valkyrie in this aspect. gives that cover over towards lobby. Again, it's an area that you would see the Monty come in from a lot of the time. Monty can just walk up spiral with very little things to worry about because he just can't get shot from behind in that aspect. However, the Echo camera, as I mentioned, Ollie, very swiftly being almost counterplayed by the own cameras being brought in by BDS with the Zero, an operator that, again, we don't see all too often, but certainly on Bank is where we would see him the most. EFAC, did he hear that vault, though? Does he know about the player right beside him? It's going to be the sentry down here. I wonder if sentry knows as well. This is a tense one. Always is whenever it's a kind of will they, won't they situation. Do they, don't they situation.
The drone comes through now, so EFAC is going to know. And is going to collect the kill. Much better from BDS, and you could see LeakyFat was really taking his time with that one. Wait for the drone to come through. He had a hunch that something wasn't quite right. He was successful in that opening pick for the first time here on the attack. Brede just going to be bashing down that Kiba barricade. We'll take a few points of damage, but they should be able to push up and aggress onto this space right now. Got the mirror trapped here inside of Janitors, so surely someone can try and take a bit of advantage of this. Going to drop the shield, go for the bash. Easy as you like for Brede. Loves a little bit of action here on the Monty. LeakyFat, he's going to pick up another as well. And look at how terrifying this is. Brede, he can just run him down. Uses, he's going to collect the final kill. And BDS are going to take it there for Bank. Finally getting it over the line. Scoreline of 6-4. You get the feeling it dragged out a little bit longer than maybe they would have liked that one too,
did.
Demo.
I mean, Monty in that last round, I mentioned before just how good that operator is. I honestly think he is the best attacker in the game. There's no other operator that can just do what he had done. You sit there with a shield fully extended. You can't be killed. You can pick your targets. You can see where everyone is. And then just at a moment's notice, switch from just a stone cold statue to a gargoyle running at you at full steam ahead. It's terrifying to play against. A great demonstration there from Brede and just how it can be done. But like you mentioned as well, you know, BDS, they took their time to get the victory, where considering how well they started off, you really weren't expecting that. So certainly for BDS, there's still things to improve on. We know that. But as I mentioned during the pre-show, it's all about starting off right and getting that first win. And BDS, they've done that.
Absolutely. And Cruelty, they were coming up against a tough opponent. They're coming up against last year's winners. It was always going to be a real uphill battle, and I think it took them a little bit longer than they necessarily expected to get themselves into the game. There were a couple of players that were sitting on 0 kills for far too long there. I think we got well into round number 4 until we saw some of those players starting to pick up kills. It was really down to BDS's dominance in that start, in that opening couple of rounds, but that's Bank and that's the defense sometimes. It can be a really rough map to start off a whole event on attack because you're not warmed up. You still need to get used to the setup, the environment, everything like that. There's a lot of adjustment that needs to go into that. But they did a good job of battling back, and they didn't just give up when it was 5-1. It would have been very easy for that to happen, but they did have that little bit of a resurgence there. We can see now in some of these mid-rounds, the time causing BDS to lose rounds, whether it was that opening pick that they really struggled with. Both teams showing those typical first game of a big event nerve. But ultimately BDS getting that one over the line. And I think, you know, this is where we see BDS at their best there. You've got Brede, you've got LeakyFat, they're both running it down. They're doing exactly what they need to do in that moment, and they're working really well as a team.
BDS, that'll be them into the next round, where they obviously have to wait and see who they play, because there's still obviously games being played, for example, and games still to be played. But overall, I think for BDS, they'll be confident going into their next game. Of course they will be. I believe it's SSU versus W7M they play, the winner of that game, which I believe is currently being played right now. So that'll be a great game. You know, no matter who wins that, it'll be a really good challenge for BDS to see how they do against a much more formidable opponent than what maybe Cruelty could put up. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
Absolutely. And I think with how quick that game is over, we probably don't know really too much about what else is going on here. I know the other games are going to be underway, but I doubt that anything will be finished as quickly as that one, because it was fairly speedy. Even though we went 7-4, some of those rounds were lightning quick. So just to recap, BDS there going to advance up through the bracket. And of course, Cruelty, they will drop down. They will still have more chances, though, as we are playing a double elimination, and the elimination game is going to be a best of 3. So Cruelty, they have got plenty of Siege ahead of them here to stay inside of the competition. I do believe we have got an interview. I think we've got Leaky Fack from BDS on the line. If we can bring him in, we'll have a little bit of a chat just about how things were going there for him. Leaky Fack, how you doing, mate? Good win there. Excellent stuff. How are you guys feeling? It was a bit of a lightning quick start for you guys. You got the first 3 or 4 rounds absolutely rapidly, and then all of a sudden Cruelty woke up. What happened?
I think at the start we were really hype, like okay, no game it's easy. After that we maybe slow down during the round, like okay, we are maybe like too much above, the game will be easy, and we got karma, I guess. And like I said to the boys, no game it's easy. If you have to win all the game 8-7, it will be a win anyway. So yeah, just slow start by our team.
Absolutely. Something that I wanted to ask you about on your attacks in particular. Opening pick, what's going on? Because your opening pick on the attack today, it wasn't very good, and that's not what we used to seeing from BDS.
I guess same thing, like slow starts. The players have created like they play setup, but really got aggro at the same time. Can do a lot of run out, a lot of crazy spawn pick, swing. So we're expecting all this kind of thing, but sometimes we're like, okay, oh, it's free, let's push fast. Some punch roll on the wall, this kind of like it's small thing. Give us the first death, and this is what it is. And after we lose the round because we played like 4v5, 3v5.
Well, the only thing I would say is we actually know who your next opponent's going to be. Is the game between W7M and SSG has just finished, and your opponents will be W7M in your next game. As an initial reaction to going up against that team, is that the team maybe you thought that you'd be playing, or do you think maybe SSG would have been there?
To be honest, they're kind of playing the same way. It's a really good player on the both sides. So to be honest, I didn't know who's going to win with SSG and W7M. Maybe I was expecting a bit more SSG because Benja is there, the GOAT. But I guess he's a W7M, so we have to face them and get the win.
League Fact, you guys obviously won out there last year. What's it like being back
this
again
is amazing.
in Riyadh?
Like the place, the hotel, the way where we playing, it's really good. It's one of our like all the team, one of our best events. We love to be in Riyadh, and we do everything to take the win again.
Excellent, mate. I'm sure we're going to be hearing plenty more from you over the course of this week. We're going to let you go because obviously you've got another game yet to prepare for, and who knows, we might hear from you a little bit later on. So thanks so much for coming on for the interview. Brilliant. Well, Demo, we have heard it there from Leaky Fack himself. A little bit of a slow start, I think, to be expected. Is probably what you could say for that. You know, it wasn't a situation where he was like saying, you know, we were expecting this game to be a walkover. It was exactly the opposite. He knows and he respects. He said every game is difficult at this level. And that's one of the things that you've got to get into your head about Siege at a competitive tier 1 level, is that every game can be the hardest game ever. And if you've got to go 87, you've got to go 87, but you still get it over the line.
Win's a win. That's always the way we look at it. But obviously, you look at some teams and you think the expectations that they have, you know, a win's a win, but if you actually kind of break it down, it's like that team should be winning a lot better. And I think certainly during the major anyway, there were kind of cases that you could talk about BDS where, yes, they've got the win, but it should be a lot easier than that. And it feels a little bit like that here today. But as EFAC said, it was a slow start from them. They'll admit that it wasn't, you know, at their best, but like we said, a win's a win, and you can only hope then that there'll be that kind of warm up going into their big game against W7M.
Let's have a look at our next game. We've got plenty coming your way here today. Let's take a look at our schedule, and we can see just exactly where we are going to be rolling. We can see that we have got Talon versus Team Liquid. They are going to be coming up very shortly indeed, Demo. We are going to be sticking to a fixed schedule as well, just to give the players and teams plenty of time to get themselves set up. If we do have a game that runs a little bit quick, or we do have a game that runs a little bit long, we are prepared for that. Who are you fancying in this one, Demo?
I think it's difficult. I look at Talon, and you think, yeah, a team which has a lot of, you know, really good talent coming in. They're really starting to click together. but then that team has Fabian. So naturally, I'll say I'll go with Liquid.
I think I'm the same. I will go with Liquid just because Talon has Fabian. No, we do poke a little bit of fun towards Fabian's way, but again, it's another event for him to go there with the team and to see what they can start to build on. Liquid, again, you know, I mean, what do you say about this team? I feel like they got a load of people excited again at Manchester, and then everyone's hearts got broken once again. I was one of them. There was more than just me. There was plenty of people out there, but they're a team that always attract a big crowd. They've got a massive following, and they are doing very well inside of EWC overall as well on whole total point standings across all the games. So there's going to be a little bit of outside pressure as well there for them to perform. We're going to get to that game after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Through the champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
The difference between being a player and a coach is quite simple because the hours you spend as a player are a lot more. The stress you're feeling is so much higher because you have to go on stage and compete. As a coach, it's actually quite relaxed, I'll say, because what you do is a lot of the time you just shift responsibility over to the players, like tell them what to do, guide them on their journey, rather than to just fully say, this is how I want it to be done. You kind of have to move things over to them, because if they keep each other responsible, I don't have to. They're making my job for me. In the end, I just turn into a babysitter, which makes my life really, really easy. And all I have to do is basically just teach them step by step how to behave and how to act in a team and create a good team environment. Because I think team environment in esports is so important that if you create a good one, the team runs itself. I don't know if I've had to make a mind shift change. I run the team exactly the same way I did as a captain, like I do as a coach. I don't think there's any difference. Now it's just that instead of being in a player position, I'm in a coach position. To win a major tournament as a player compared to a coach, it's so much more a relief as a coach, because it means that you've put the team together and made sure that they can do it. And as a player, it's just excitement and you're super happy about it. I think the difference after Manchester and realizing how it is to work in APAC, the big change you have to make is understanding the culture of the players that you're working with. European players, they have a different mindset than all of the APAC players. In APAC, you kind of just listen and follow and do as you're told, but in Europe, they challenge you. And that's actually something I'm trying to make my players do, which is completely against what they believe in, but they need to challenge me on my ideas. If I bring up a bad idea, don't just accept it because I'm the one saying it. Challenge me, break my ideas apart, and that's how you then build them to understanding their opponents, but also understanding themselves, because they will always continuously look, how can we improve? And if you just listen, you just follow the paper and you do nothing more, and you never get anywhere. And I think we proved in Manchester that we're a team that can learn, because you wouldn't get to the top and play against the best teams in the world like we did. We played seed 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the tournament, and we still beat 2 of them. We wouldn't have done that if they hadn't learned. The language barrier is something that's going to take a long time to overcome. The players, they're learning English. I'm not learning a word of Korean. I'm studying Polish, so it's not going to be another third language for me to study at the same time. So the language barrier is just, we have a translator. He does most of the translation for us. Then 3 players, they do speak and understand English, but maybe not to the level of fluency.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We are going to be kicking off our second game here today. We've got plenty to get through, demo, so let's get stuck in. We've already seen our first game. We've seen BDS play up against Cruelty, and now we have Talon against Team Liquid. We're running best of ones for the first part of today before we get into our best of threes, which will be elimination games.
Yeah, it's I think it opens up the door for some of these teams that maybe we wouldn't really be expecting to, win this competition outright, and it gives them the opportunity of maybe some upsets. Best of one, it's just a one-off game where anything can happen, and that's where maybe some of the underdog teams can take advantage of that.
Absolutely, we're looking toward these underdog teams to throw us a little bit of an upset in some cases. I don't really know if there's an underdog team in this next one, demo. We've got Team Liquid versus Talon. We've got two established tier 1 teams. I don't see there being a particular upset. Let's have a quick look at the group and just recap exactly what's gone on. Of course, we've played a game already on the B stream. There's going to be another game that has gone on at the same time elsewhere. So we'll be able to see the results for that. We've had BDS successful there against Cruelty, and it looks like W7M beat out against Space Station. So Space Station and Cruelty will drop down into that lower bracket. BDS and W7M will advance through into the semi-finals. Let's have a look at the lower bracket as well. See that all filled out nicely. We, of course, do have other games going on as well. There it is confirmed in the Cruelty versus SSG there. That's going to be a best of 3 game, and it will be coming later on today. Obviously, those two teams now get a little bit of time to go and recompose, get a little bit of food, get a little bit of rest before going into that best of 3. Because, of course, if they lose that, then they are out. But they will advance through into the semi-finals, or at least one winner will. Let's have a look at the Group B and see exactly what's going on over on the other side of things. Dark Zero successful against GK, and it looks like the second game that was running in parallel is still going to be a rocking and rolling. All coming up soon. I'm not sure if we did have 4 games or maybe we just had 3 games going on at the same time. There's a lot to keep up with on first days of big group brackets like this, and it's one of the things that's so exciting, because you cast a game and then you come off and you're scrolling results and you're like, all right, who's won this game, so you get to see a little bit of the chaos there. Let's have a look at the Talon roster. Of course, these guys are going up against Team Liquid, led at the helm by Fabian. Fabian's someone that I'm sure all of you will be familiar with, whether it be through G2 work or talent work. We've got Misa, Yaz, Ryder, Soldier, and Rumatic. This is going to be the roster that is going up against Team Liquid. Demo, any thoughts on Talon?
Look, it's a team that has shown a lot of potential. Obviously, we have to mention the coach in this, and immediately Fabian joins the team, and then they finish first. You could say it's a coincidence, but now they've qualified for another competition as the first team in Korea. So now he's done it twice. So now you kind of look at it and think, yeah, Fabian has had a massive part to play, especially with some of the younger players that really, Ollie, we didn't know a whole lot about until obviously they kind of broke into the scene. I look at a player like Misa, for example. Obviously, he's been around, the scene for a while, but we never really seen him at events because, always used to be, Fear X, we're kind of the team that would come in from Korea. So they've really uprooted, the kind of the way the Korea region had been running for the past 2 or 3 years. But then again, you still bring in experience into this lineup as well, Ollie. You think about you've got players there, like Roy Boy, like Soldier, for example, that we've seen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a nice mixture there on the Talon roster, and I think there's a little bit of a mixture here on the Team Liquid roster as well. I still look at Resets and think of him as a newbie, but he's probably been on this roster for maybe 2 or 3 years now at this point.
Stats for you.
But because I very vividly remember him coming in, I still see him as a new pickup. Obviously Maya being one of the most recent pickups. We've got Lagonis in there as well, and then where would we be without Nesk and Palu here on the side of Liquid? it's only a matter of time until either these guys retire or they lift a trophy. It genuinely is one or the other, and time is certainly ticking. I know there's a lot of fans for Team Liquid out there, and I've been pretty vocal on Liquid and their shortcomings, and I think it comes from a place of love. It comes from being like a die-hard fan of this team, but man, they stress me out. Like, you know, I just want to see them do well, and sometimes it doesn't always come through. But they're going to be kicking things off here today. It's a fresh start. It is a fresh tournament for them, and if there's one thing that this team has a lot of experience with, it is competing at major
reset,
events.
Ollie. 4th of September 2021 he joined, so almost 4 years coming up.
I knew it'd be a long time.
You know,
it's 3
and
years, almost 3 years.
You look at Nesk. Any guesses how long he's been there?
Oh man, like 7 years.
Of January 2018.
Yeah,
mental.
It's getting on, isn't it? Right, we know that we all love a prediction. I'm going to force Demo to do a prediction this time, I think, as well. But before I do that, head over to stcplay.gg to get your prediction in. Let's have a look at the map veto. I'll at least let you see the veto demo before I pressure you for a prediction. Let's see where we are headed here for this best of one. We are going to be rocking a 9-map pool. Cafe, Skyscraper, both have been removed. Let's have a look as we roll ourselves on through. It's ban. Oh, ban. Yeah, just keep banning until you find the final map, basically. Chalet, Border, both gone as well. I don't really know where these teams are going to want to head, in all honesty, for a fixture like this. Oregon is going to get removed. We've still got Clubhouse in. We've still got Consulate in. It's going to be a Consulate. I would have put money on that being a club, but Liquid, they are choosing to remove the club and instead take us over to Consulate.
Yeah, Consulate. This is a map that PSG Talon have never won. They've played it 3 times this year, and they have not won it once. So kind of already you kind of worry in that aspect. And whenever we know that Liquid have always kind of been a Consulate team, you know, even before the rework, this is always kind of their map, and they played it literally qualify for this tournament. They beat Black Dragon 7-4 to get here. So yeah, I think Liquid are obviously going to be pretty confident, but yeah, like I said, Talon yet to get a win in this map.
Well, maybe today is their day. Consulate, I always think of it as a... I mean, ever since the rework, it's not had the same place in my heart, because it's a fan... I loved it pre-rework, and it's not that it's a particularly bad rework. I think the rework is actually really good from like a competitive standpoint. I've just never vibed with it in the same way, and I think that's come across in the way that it's been sort of popularized in competitive play, because it hasn't been that map that's come in and really replaced its predecessor. It really does feel like a different map, or you know, a map that was made in the style of original Consulate. So always a good one to see. Lots of potential for little pocket plays on Consulate though, which is something that I'm a big fan of. Love a little bit of an Amaru, love a bit of a jump through a window, a bit of a Ying, a few Bs, something like that.
I mean,
what do you think,
we heard Fabian say that he's got some surprises in store. And again, best of ones is where you can just kind of glide your way through it, can't you, with a couple of pocket strategies here and there. So I think if they have those kind of pocket strategies where they will just, you know, almost sucker punch Liquid, it could be a very good day for Talon. But I think Liquid, they're the team that need to be switched on. You know, I think Liquid need to go in here and take this team extremely seriously, because they will surprise you. They will cause upsets. I mean, this is the same team as well. Ollie, don't forget that. Look at what they did to BDS during the major. Who would have thought that?
And BDS went on to play on the main stage, so it shows that, you know, this Talon roster, it's got potential. It's like EFAC said, and it's something that we've said on the desk a lot of different times. A lot of different members of Talent have said it. There's no such thing as an easy game. You can't look at any game and think, you know, their region's maybe not as strong as ours, so it's whatever. It's going to be an easy game. It doesn't work like that. That's not how Siege works.
What did he
Every
just do?
game is difficult, and everyone's got the potential to get that win.
Fabian there? I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something.
It was interesting about what Fabian was saying in the interview. I'm not sure if anybody heard it during the break, but he was talking about the sort of language barriers that these guys are facing, and the fact that they've got an interpreter, sort of it sounded like a full-time interpreter that was just available for them, whether they sit in the TeamSpeak or it's done via text, or I'm not too sure on the details of it. But it's interesting to think about what happens during the tactical timeout there, because if he said that 3 people understand English reasonably well, there's still a little bit of a disconnect there if you do take that time out to sort of relay really important information, because one of the things we always stress about the timeout is it's a short amount of time to relay a large amount of information.
And then even sometimes, you know, we common English Ollie to our mates, and even sometimes we struggle to get the information out, so you can only imagine what it's like, you know, having to relay that, translate it from your language into English, and yeah, a whole big, you know, pile of issues that can come from that. But certainly for Talon, you know, things have been working for them, you know, so far as what we've seen. You know, the rise of this team has been monumental. And, you know, let's see if they can get over a big hurdle here in Liquid.
Blitz and a Twitch removed as the attacker bans. And a Goyo and a Cade gone for the defenders. That's I don't know. Have you ever seen that combination of bans
obviously
before,
the Blitz is, you know, really, really good for top floor, really good for mid floor. I mean, Blitz in a very tight kind of corridor map. Blitz is great. We know that. He is, you know, close quarter king in that aspect. Yeah, you look at the Twitch and the Goyo, a little bit weird because it's almost... Remember back in the day whenever teams would ban Thatcher and then ban Cade? You know, they would ban, like, you know, the 2 operators that would kind of counter out each other. Very similar to what we had with Twitch and Goyo. They ban Twitch and then ban Goyo. Whereas surely if Twitch is off the board, Goyo just becomes infinitely stronger, but then Goyo's off the board anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to make sense, but I always like to look at the bans and think, have I ever seen that combination of bans before in all the games I've ever watched? And I don't think I have. Let's see how it affects this Consulate. Something we didn't see on Bank, and I thought about it earlier as soon as we saw Consulate was the map, is we didn't see any Grim play. Now, Grim's been 6 picked off here. Maya has chosen to go for the Ram instead, and it makes sense. We're attacking downstairs, so the Grim isn't going to be as valuable as a Ram to rip open that floor, but it is something that you will likely see on Consulate at some point. Defending downstairs then, inside of the garage. Got a little bit of bandit action going on here. Nice little mini game to try and navigate there for Team Liquid, and Lagonis, recognizing that, is going to go, well, it's a top floor take. We need to take control. We need to rip that floor open. We need to remove Bandit from being able to sit there.
Moment for Liquid and really how they've wanted to go about their attacking setup. They've got a bit of everything. You know, a good mix. Obviously, the idea is to get in and open up that flooring. There's an opening pick. Paulu on the Dokkaebi is going to mention about how strong Dokkaebi can be in a map like Consulate. You know, where if there's so many corridors all in, little hiding positions that you just... It can be very difficult to drone this map, I feel, sometimes, because it's almost like a Hall of Mirrors, where you go one way and the other guy appears around the back side of you. It's very difficult, and having the Dokkaebi is just going to be there to control that and give you a lot of information. But Liquid have obviously started off well with a really good start, you know, 2 opening picks. There's the Dokkaebi call. So anyone's near Ryder though, so he's fine where he is. A little hole in towards Ellers, of course. The C4, one thing you always have to be kind of careful of course, whenever it comes to this basement, is much as what you would like to open up the flooring, you have to be careful that somebody can maybe try and open up you from below. And here comes the engagement. Ryder up against Resets, a bit of damage being done towards Resets, and loses out in that fight, and I like that from Ryder, immediately looking to maybe retake upstairs, Ollie, and just create more chaos against Liquid.
Not wasting any time there at all. Now there's Lagonis. He's going to be able to get that wall open.
Oh.
In and amongst that chaos. Lagonis still going to keep on going there as Nesk, he's going to pick up that final kill. Nesk getting fired up there already inside of round number 1.
Bit weird to finish off the round there. I was really expecting to see almost a double retake from Talon. You obviously had Misa, who could have came up in through Spiral supporting Ryder in that... or not Misa, sorry, I think it was Jas actually. being able to push up in towards Spiral alongside Ryder, who was looking to take control off that mid floor. And then you almost could have retake, with the, with the verticals that could have been opened. But I think maybe they were more scared knowing that somebody was actually lurking, and that was Paulu lurking on the Dokkaebi coming in from the backstab. And that's what they tried to go for. But then Ryder just gets kind of caught out in the rotation.
Yeah, Ryder, wrong place, wrong time, really, for him there. Good pressure from Liquid. And nice to see attacks winning rounds straight off the rip. I feel like we almost fell a little bit into that. Oh, Siege is a really difficult, game to attack onto in the BDS game because of how difficult a time BDS had on it. But Liquid have come out of the gates and they've come out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, BDS just, get your stuff together, lads. Come on. Look how easy it is for Liquid. I mean, honestly, I think Dokkaebi is
maybe it's Liquid's year. Maybe it's Liquid's time.
Don't get into this again, please. Though I had enough of this at Manchester. But I think Dokkaebi is an extremely strong operator. I think on a map like Consulate, where it is very close quarter combat-esque, kind of, with the quarters and the layout of the map, Dokkaebi is just queen on this. So I think you'll see a lot of Dokkaebi probably from both sides as well. It's always an operator that I don't mind banning. I think it's a good ban to see because it just, I don't know, I think having the Dokkaebi just makes attacking almost effortless. Where I suppose in Siege, Ollie, we always want to see attackers do more and really work for the win, rather than just, oh yeah, we'll just send out a phone call and just walk in and kill them because we can hear them. Takes the fun out of a Mistrum, doesn't it? Takes the fun out of it.
It does. I like a bit of mystery. I like a bit of intrigue. I don't like necessarily knowing what's behind every single corner. We do have the bees being brought here in round number 2, and another operator that Liquid were very quick to adopt and are very effective with is the Deimos.
Yeah.
Deimos, of course, fantastic at searching out those roamers.
Oh, they are in.
Oh, it's started already. Kills are going to start flying. Rumatic is the only player to grab one back here. C4 blown from below. Still one in the hands of Soldier, but another Dokkaebi call coming through. It is just relentless from Liquid. Not only are they quick at getting in and getting the kills, but they are using that utility and really tightening the net on Talon very early on.
It's going to be a very difficult retake, as we know. For Talon, you have a Monty you have to contend with, who hasn't actually went for the plant just yet. I think they're more worried about trying to get control of, the corridors before they just try and walk in and go for the plant. And yeah, this should be quite easy for them just to get in and get that plant down. I mean, Misa, this is going to be a very easy kill for him, but almost misses the opportunity. And Nesk almost had him there, but still Misa still gets the kill, but very swiftly traded off, as we see. A pretty unwinnable position for Misa that time around, but a lovely bit of tempo there as well from Liquid. They hit the top floor fast, and then they just slow it down and do their second round of droning. That will then see, okay, who's in sight? Can we walk in piano? Are the flanks covered? So, yeah, great pacing from Liquid. Are playing this extremely well at the moment.
It's never just an opening pick either. It's an opening few. They're just flooding in with those kills, and it's, as you say, it's that aggressive lineup that they're bringing. They're bringing the Deimos, they're bringing the Dokkaebi, they've got the Grim. Liquid are very good in this meta at putting the defenders where they want them, finding out where they are and then manipulating them and really squeezing them. The pressure that they're applying already in these opening couple of rounds is fantastic, and Talon need to figure something out here, whether they need to play a little bit tighter, whether they need to play a little bit looser maybe. Do they need to go for a little spawn peek? Do they need to try and show a bit of aggression?
Yeah, I always feel for the top floor and mid floor sites is for the attackers, the main issue that they actually struggle with is just getting into the building. Obviously windows, do you want to just swing straight in through a window? That's obviously going to be risky. If you actually watch a lot of the attackers, they won't actually, maybe drop a skylight or jump in a window until about a minute 30, because it is very difficult to deal with. If you, even dropping in towards yellow skylight, there could be a guy sat in connector with a shotgun. You don't want to drop into that. So there's a lot of things that I just feel the attackers burns a lot of time. But to see Liquid go at it, straight away with that ferocity, use the utility dump and just get in the building, it's really paying off well for the actual late game, for the late game execution.
Yeah, But that's what they need. You need to be frugal on that time in the opening part of the round to have it to spend in the later portion. And with the speed that they've been moving at, they've had that opportunity. You can see just how much Yas doesn't want to be out there on their own. One Dokkaebi call has been enough. He's picked himself a couple of drones, but he's not taking a gunfight. He's wasted about a minute, so he's not done a terrible job. But he knows that it's not just one player from Liquid that's clearing this top floor. It's multiple. There's drones going at the feet. They've got 2 players chasing those drones down. It's not a fight you want to take as a soul Jaeger.
All quiet at the moment. Liquid are just setting up, and this is what I mean. You know, it's very difficult just to really attack. I think a lot of these bomb sites where you just have to take your time and just really check every corner. Obviously, like I mentioned, that's where Dokkaebi comes in really handy. I haven't really got to mention the Deimos. Deimos and Consulate, again, great operator in terms of just, you know, finding roamers. Roamers can always be an issue. You know, I mentioned that. But even some of the power positions, you think about like Baguette, for example. Somebody there can be very difficult to deal with if you don't have nades or, you know, bringing in the Grim or a Capital. The Deimos can be really strong. You just ping them out and the guy just doesn't feel safe sitting in Baguette. You have to rotate away. That gives positions over towards Liquid, gives them more ground. So overall, I think Liquid just really understand Consulate extremely well. But I'm still waiting to see, you know, these bag of surprises that, you know, that Fabian was mentioning. Or maybe they're keeping them for the attack. But at the moment, they are on the defense. And don't forget, Ollie, this is a defender-sided map.
Defending the split site right now is one of the more difficult sites to defend as well. A Deimos call coming through. He's going to give good information here. Will fail out though. The player just moving into the mute jammer there. A couple of kills come through. It's not going to slow resets down at all though. Palu, he adds on to the pain. Liquid, fantastic at this 3-2-1. As soon as they decide to execute, as soon as they press that go button, kills fly in their favor. Misa left in the clutches. Deathmark now activated. He knows where the Deimos is, but he's getting pinched from both sides. Ness comes in to collect. 3 masterclass rounds there from Liquid.
The beautiful game. Right before our eyes. This is Brazil. This is Brazilian Siege. This is the type of Siege that I just love watching. You know, Brazil are obviously the kings that play in this way, where everyone's set up in a position, and it's just a 3-2-1, everyone pushes in at the same time, and just the kills come in. And it's beautiful to watch, and Liquid are doing such a great job at the moment. Looks as though we've had the timeout. I believe that's going to be on the side of Talon. Fabian needs to get in there, but obviously it gives Hugzord a chance to get in there as well and have a chat. So it does work both ways. We know about that.
I think from Liquid side of things, it's just going to be more of the same. Keep your heads. You've had a good start. Don't get carried away. But from the Talon side of things, Fabian really needs to try and hype up these players right now. Let's see if the timeout was enough. Typically, we say a timeout's good for a round. Teams should be able to recompose and find a round after a timeout. There's some glaring problems. Obviously, the big problem at the minute is that Liquid are seemingly everywhere at once, and once they've gathered their information and they go for that execute, very often the kills are just flooding in Liquid's favor. And it's a combination of a few things. It's a combination of exceptional gun skill on the side of Liquid, and that's not to say that Talon don't have that gun skill, but also the positioning. Liquid, as I've mentioned, they do such a good job of corralling and shepherding these defenders into positions where they can then just execute. And that's what we've seen in the past 3 rounds.
5 seconds left before
Talon need to find some successes here, because I'm not sure if their attacks are going to go the same way.
I think it's very difficult attacking Consulate, as we know, and especially having to attack Consulate where you know you've already dropped a lot of defensive rounds. You know, already 3 rounds being lost by Talon. You're already, you know, not in great shape going forward. So Talon, honestly, I think they need to get these next 3 defenses. They need to, or I just don't see them getting back into the game. I think it'll be too far gone. It is the basement. You see an attempted bandit trick come in, but yeah, that's not going to be any good for Soldier. This is his timing, and that's step 1 done for Liquid. And, you know, look how early, Ollie, they've got that wall open already. 30 seconds gone, wall open, job done. We have cast it. We've cast it
No
countless
messing about.
teams. Not even open that wall. They've struggled opening the wall.
Especially when they've got a
Honestly,
bandit. Bandit should be, it's free tricking for a time, you know, until the pressure starts to come in on that
It's
top
just
floor.
perfect pacing.
Until you're given a reason
Honestly.
to move.
Incredible.
Very good at seeing opportunities and taking them straight away.
Another one.
Resets again, comes in with that opening pick. Oh, looks like we're going to see a second come in there as well. Nesk. He's moving through
Could've got
aggressive,
that.
and he just got a nice glimpse of a player there, pushing down those stairs. Lion Scan comes in, trying to root that player in place, just seeing if he's still there at the bottom, triggering that goo man. Maya joins in onto the party. Maya picks himself too. It's Tion for these guys at the minute. They are rolling over Talon. Liquid, another flawless.
Unbelievable. They are decimating Talon. Decimating them.
Where's the Simpsons meme? Stop. They're already
They
dead.
very well could be, but Liquid are more than alive today, Ollie. It almost feels as if this is what BDS should have done. You know, BDS started off extremely well, and then that round was where they kind of like slipped up almost. Liquid just getting stronger and stronger every round now. You know, this is how you lay down the marker. This is how you make a statement. But my God, they are extremely potent today now. And again, just the pacing is perfect. The way that they're just 3-2-1-ing, using the Lion Scans, using the Dokkaebi calls. Like, I honestly don't know if Talon can breathe. I honestly don't know. Just the way that Liquid are playing, you must feel so claustrophobic. There's nowhere safe to sit. You're getting phone called and scanned every 2 seconds. Like, what do you do?
It's a terrible place to be.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a
It
bomb.
really is a terrible place to be. The thing is, what do you do? Because if you're watching this and you're thinking, right, well, you know, we might be going up against Team Liquid, how do we try and counter this? What do you ban? Do you ban the Dokkaebi or do you ban the Lion? Because you can't ban both. And then are you going to really leave a shield open? Because they're going to play a shield as well. Like, they are just going to abuse the strongest things in the meta, but also play well with them at the same time.
Wonder if,
you know, anyone can pick this lineup, but just because you pick the lineup doesn't make it work. You've still got to know how to play it and make it work.
I mean, to be fair, Lion with Liquid was the one thing that Fabian couldn't get past in his career. Don't forget about that. That's the one thing.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I remember that.
And it seems to be happening again. So even whenever it comes to the Lion and Dokkaebi, Fabian's not going to have any answers for that. But right now, as we look towards round number 5, for Liquid again, it's just getting into the building early, Ollie. It's just that initial first minute has been the key. Minute for Console, I feel, is a big make or break for a lot of teams. If you give away the opening pick within a minute, you struggle when trying to get the attack. But the fact that Liquid are not giving the opening picks away, they're getting themselves in positions that they want. This time they're going to go for a bottom down take, so they're trying to get in towards Piano and use the Buck Skeleton key to root out anyone who could be playing inside a CEO.
I'd like to see Talon play a little bit more aggressively, honest. I'd like to see him hit a little spawn peek or just hit a bit of something, because they are just giving so much respect over to Liquid at the moment.
This is not fun.
I mean, look at this. Lagonis, he's just hopped straight down. He's pushed all the way in. He's already through connector. He now knows that he's relatively safe as well, because there'll be a player on the skylight. Vulcan canister's going to come out, so that's going to stop people from pushing on through. Lion Scan again to root people in place. You've got somebody
Tachanka,
playing
by
the
the way.
window. There's information out there.
Oh, Vulcan, Tachanka. Yep.
Oh,
I
Tachanka.
can't blame
Yeah,
we're seeing Tachanka being brought in, and this is...
I just see fire on the defense and think Vulcan.
I'm
He
seeing the plague
forgets
of Egypt
Tachanka.
right now on my screen, Ollie. You've got the bees, you've got the fire coming in, the Monty, I suppose, was he there? I don't know. Paulu opens up with the first pick. However, Maya has lost that crucial engagement, and hopefully now maybe Talon can have a bit of bite back. See that Tachanka did get revived, but Nesk very swiftly moves in, eliminates Misa. Oh, barely misses out on that long angle kill towards that double door. He knows there's going to be one guy in that small room, and he sees the Tachanka. Nesk again just on a tear, however, does get downed out. Primitic is there, a 2v2. Diffuser's planted though, and they have to go against the Monty.
Palu in a very good position here to try and cover this. Rumatic is going to take Lagonis down. Lagonis gives himself away. It's 3 kills on the round for Rumatic. All Lagonis had to do was extend the shield and stay alive. Not sure if he got killed vertically or not, but with Rumatic coming up the stairs now, there is a very big possibility. As Yas there on that flank. Rumatic was actually on the same level, so even more unforgivable for Lagonis there. Wasn't sure if he was the player below, potentially. Great retake. You could see the stall out there from Liquid as soon as Lagonis got himself into connector and got flamed out by the Tachanka, as you rightfully identified. It kind of just started to slow down a little bit for Liquid there.
There's a few things. I think the important kill was certainly the Grim swinging in through the window and then missed his shots on the player inside a meeting. You know, if that kill swings into Liquid, then not only do you have an extra man in the bomb site being able to cover the Monty as he goes for the plant, but then obviously you still have that aspect of, oh, you can just look straight down and, you know, hold those angles. I mean, the only thing is, if you're going for that play, and you're already going for the effort of going below, using the buck, so you have a player downstairs, you can't get C4'd or people can retake on you, why does your Grim not just take the diffuser and plant in the window? Why has that not happened, by the way?
Well, was it Nesk? No, it was Palu. Palu was the one that maybe kind of ego challenged a little bit. Liquid, they've absolutely rolled Talon in every aspect of this game. Strats, gun skill. Maybe he just got a little bit hasty.
Yeah, like, that's an absolute free plant, by the way. Like, if you have mid-floor control and nobody's in A, nobody's in connect, because obviously the monkey's there is not a thing you can do to stop that. Obviously, yes, I know Tachank is there, but you can just stall out the Tachankies. He doesn't have an unlimited amount of that.
Reloading! Breaching!
Liquid still with a round to go on the attack here. I'm going to see the tin openers used here by Resets. He's going to be playing on the Amari. And get rid of that utility before hopefully flies into a window and gives us a very flashy display, but that isn't always what happens. I haven't got the Lion this time, so that ability to really start to funnel Talon is a little bit somewhat diminished. Straight in there and straight out again. Maya didn't fancy his chances with the SMG-12. Took a couple of points of damage and left himself on 3 HP. Well, that's a good bite from Talon. They've not backed down there. They've fought back that opening pick, and it's not gone their way, but they've done a good bit of chip damage.
However, speak too soon, Ollie, as Resets opened up. With 2 kills, he actually trades a Ryder. Oh, Ryder just had won that engagement, but nope. Just about by the skin of his teeth. Resets takes 2 with him. And yeah, that's really opened up the round now for Liquid and Talon. They lost that top floor control. Gives also away a phone to the side of Liquid, so Reset still has a part to play. He can get into those Valkyrie cameras and can give a lot of information over to his side. And if one of these Valkyrie cameras is actually inside of the bomb site, Ollie, then Liquid will see it just absolutely free and nobody's actually in the site, and they can maybe just drop it and go for the plant. However, Liquid should be aware of previous rounds that Talon want to play below and use the C4s.
Unfortunately for Talon, whilst that might be in the back of Liquid's mind, they don't have any C4s. So it is a hollow threat, as it were. Nesk takes Soldier down. Yas immediately there with the trade. Dodges out on the nade. Down to Lagonis and Palu to make something happen. The plan is going to be attempted here. The nade, perfect, but Yas even better. Palu, he was trying to push him around the corner. Lagonis has managed to stick the plant there, but he's got to try and hold on, and he's not in the best position to do so. He needs to get aggro. He needs to make something happen. Finds himself one, but immediately taken out. It was always going to be a difficult task, but he did give Liquid a glimmer of hope.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, he had to 180 swivel. Not just once, but he had to do it twice, and he just couldn't get the second one off. Pushes the Valkyrie, swivels, actually kills Yas because he's that low HP. He doesn't get the down animation, he just dies. But then sadly couldn't swivel quick enough to then get the other melee onto the Valkyrie. You see there, just, yeah, too much to do, Wally. Valkyrie's actually still prone as he kills them. So yeah, very difficult to do. A great attempt though. But Talon, I mean, the retake there was great. I like the fact that both of them doubled up. Knowing that you're up against the Monty as one of the operators, Monty doesn't really have a gun that's going to stop you, so they double up and try to target the other player. They target that Deimos, and they were able to kill him out. And then from there, you leave yourself in the 1v2, and it's very easy just to kill the Monty. You know, it's very difficult for that Monty to win that.
Again, it comes down to Lagonis and Palu to try and make something happen. Not able to do so. Talon, since the timeout, they've picked themselves up a couple of rounds, and things are starting to look up a little bit, considering that this is a defender-sided map. There is a need and a requirement to pick up a couple of rounds on the defense. But a lot now rests on the attacks from Talon. They need to be clean. Because whilst we've said that Liquid are decent on the attack, they're also very good on the defense. And they can be a bit of a nightmare. Especially when you look at what's available. They've got some Team Liquid classics in there. Demo, I look at the Valkyrie and I think, Valkyrie on Consulate available? Are you mad?
Mate, I could be mad. I don't know. I mean, look, obviously Valkyrie is, you know, for our last game, it was banned out. You know, Valkyrie still, I think since release, has always been a strong operator. You know, has always really stayed A tier, in my opinion. Probably would have been S tier whenever you look back and think that you used to be able to throw cameras outside Ollie, which, looking back at it, you think, yeah, how did we get away with that for so long? But again, Valkyrie in a great position, as we know. I think the C4 combination with the information is always going to be a great combo to bring in. So, yeah, overall, right now for Talon, they will try and deny that information. Obviously, IQ and Dokkaebi going to be brought in there to do so. And Maya, opening pick. This time it's on the defense for Liquid that they will find that kill. However, a great trade-off, though, there, as Romatic has found a vertical angle onto Lagonis, and they're actually trying to go in here and go straight for that Valkyrie inside of Piano with C4 being tossed out. And all connects! Romatic was not expecting that one. Oh, Palu with the deagle as well. Surely not. Not another. You can't have him. A flashbang. Stuns them out. Moves the other side of the room and eventually goes down from Misa.
Attackers
The
recover
play.
the diffuser.
After all that, still leaves us in a 1 versus 1 as Maya takes Soldier down. Look at the time. There is a minute on the clock here. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of information available. Lagonis, he's going to be flicking the cameras. Trying to get a glimpse. Drone, retrieved. It's going to give Misa something to play off a little bit later on. 45 seconds, still got a bit of time. Going to get spotted out there on the default in Spiral. Make that rotation through. Didn't check for the cam downstairs, but I imagine it has gone. Although Visa Office does still show up, so there's potentially a bit of info here along with that yellow ping. Now, it's all about what Maya wants to do here. Site is going to get droned. Maya caught out. Default still alive there, and it will eventually be taken. Goes for the challenge. Misa, that's surprising. Maya held all the cards there.
Oh, Maya. A big moment. 1v2. We know, Ollie, it's not the easiest of things to clutch up in. But certainly still makes it happen. But obviously you have to highlight Palu. Like, you really do. The C4 over the top and then the deagle on the ass. But then all credit to Maya. I think he really picked his moment well, especially that kill on the Soldier. You know, I don't think Talon were ever going to expect, you know, Maya to leave the site as the only player. You know, leave site completely empty and try and snag a quick kill, but it worked out for him. He plays that surprise game and then just has to clutch up and win that 1v1. So Liquid, they get the first defense on the board. Now they lead 5 rounds to 2. 2 more to go for Liquid and they'll close it out.
That clutch is going to feel pretty good for Liquid. I think especially after a couple of the clutches earlier on didn't go their way. It's one that you're going to look to and go, yeah, we needed that one.
5 seconds remaining.
1 round away from a match point.
Attackers objective
And Talon, for all the aggression that they showed in the opening part of round number 7, they weren't able to carry it out and That's why we get so excited when Liquid do it. When Liquid show us that brilliant 3-2-1, and it's aggression, but it's not in the early part of the round. It's very calculated. Talon, they chose to do it in the early part of the round. They felt like they had enough information, and they did. They had enough information to get it to a 2 versus 1, but very quickly, they gave that man count away. It really isn't too easy at all. It's quite the large extension here as well, Demo. There's a lot for Talon to go ahead and try and clear out right now.
Phone call. Plenty of them. Expected both sides utilizing that operator to the highest degree that they can. Oh, a nice drone for the drone hole. Will spot out sentry down here, but is Yas going to be able to win the engagement? He knows he's there, but the exact location, no, specifically where he is, and there's resets even though he has to be careful. There are 2 players now have emerged. The drone comes in and resets. Gets out of there just in the nick of time, Ollie. But no, they actually hunt him and chase him. Yas finds an incredibly long angle through 2 doorways and catches out resets.
Nesk will be there with the trade. Still, it is going to be advantage Talon right now. And you think about the positioning as well. You've got players all the way on that top floor. Very separated, but Maya is going to do something to try and work his way a little bit closer back to side. Takes Yas down. Misa comes in with the trade onto Lagonis. The shotgun at close range for Maya will be successful if he's been able to navigate through that gap whilst full white. He's got away. 2 versus 2. Still a minute. There's an eternity here for the attackers, but not got too much to go on. A couple of drones. And there's still players on that top floor.
Wow.
Gets a glimpse. Oh,
wow.
Nesk is just beautiful, isn't it? Soldier. He only gives away a pixel, but it was enough.
Now Romatic has to rummage for that diffuser. Move in and try and go for the diffuse. He does plant in the correct position. It's a blind spot you actually cannot see. So it forces now the players of Liquid that they have to move in now. And Maya will do so, but he isn't being supported by Nesk. But never mind. Romatic moves out of the safe location and gives himself up to Nesk. I mean, to be fair, I think Nesk was opening up the line of sight, gives the information over to his teammate. As he swings, he knows he hasn't moved, so it's an easy pre-fire. And if at any point Romatic tries to move to engage against Maya, the Nesk picks up the easy kill, which I think has happened there.
There's this last kill for me. Well, second to last kill. Oh, just beautiful. It's like Nesk, he just sees the future a little bit, doesn't he?
You said he was over the hump a few months ago. You said he was on his way down.
Yeah, well, like, he's still... This is the problem, though, isn't it? He does something... He has games like this, where you look at it and you just go, yeah, that's Nesk. Business as usual.
My, oh my.
Match point for Liquid. Smiling faces. Can they get it over the line cleanly? Or are they going to leave the door open just a little bit for Talon to maybe sneak a foot in and eventually barge it all the way open? I'll be honest, based off the siege we've seen, I'm not too sure if Talon have got it in them right now. Especially when you look at the site. Downstairs. One of the more difficult sites on this map.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. That's what I haven't seen before. So we obviously have our basement, and Liquid are going to try and hold in towards mid floor. We've seen that before, but then to see even an extension over towards Visa and castling off the double door on Visa, I've never seen that. They are trying to control pretty much the entire mid floor off the map. And the only issue with this is, do you really have the manpower to hold all the different angles and all the different rooms and entrance ways that you have into this? Because that's really difficult to do.
Yeah, you can often spread yourself a little bit too thinly, can't you?
Like butter and toast. Nobody likes their toast with that, too fine a butter on it. I know I certainly don't.
Strange to see that they're bringing the Glaz without the Maverick. Typically, Glaz Maverick's a nice little play here because you can just make smaller peepholes in the reinforced wall. When you do extend the whole wall open and then go for the smoke, it can be a little bit difficult. Opening pick going to come in right away. That's the Monty down and out. But was it a distraction? The plant was going down, but it's stopped by the C4. Through the air, Lagonis, he's able to pick one and then takes one out with the gun. Only now we're starting to see vertical start to be made. Still got a glass outside, but if there's a glass outside, you know there's a glass outside. And guess what you don't do? You don't peek the glass outside. You wait. You force him into a different angle. Rumatic making his way down these yellow stairs right now. Yes. He will find Lagonis. Lagonis, we said, you don't peek the glass outside. You fall down to the bearing. Still, minute 14. One thing that Talon do always have in their favor is they've always got a lot of time to work this second stage out. They might never have an advantage going into it, but they don't leave themselves short on time. So there is always the possibility that they're able to get something done. You never know. Work this vertical. See if they can catch a player from Team Liquid lacking.
I think that's the important thing. I think the issue is that you want the Monty in towards pillar that stops that C4 from happening. Monty died, that C4 comes in. That was where kind of Talon, I would say, kind of lost the round. Is they lost that Monty so early on that needed to be there to stop the C4s to let that plant go down. But yeah, it's going to be really difficult. They still haven't got that pick yet. Liquid are being so patient right now, Ollie. They know they have the time. He's going to use the Tabaro canisters as well just to slow down the movement of the glass. And Amaya swings in, takes down Yas. And Liquid clean it up in great fashion. Did not drop a beat, Ollie, on the defense.
Well, we kind of expected it from them, didn't we? They had a blinding show on the attack. There was a couple of things that slowed them down a little bit, but overall, it was the defense that really shone through. Liquid, they're looking devastating. They are looking deadly as ever. And I just know it's going to happen. I know that they're going to capture a lot of hearts and minds. I know there's going to be a lot of people that jump on the Liquid train again. And I just hope that this time they can deliver. The siege that they showed us there was top draw. Talon, I don't think that that's the best showing that we have seen from them or that we could see from them. They've definitely got a lot more in them. It really just comes down to, stepping up to it on the day. But you're going up against Liquid. It's always going to be a tough fixture.
It is, but again, for Talon, it's not all done yet. As we know, they still have another game to play. It is going to be a best of 3 this time, so they can stretch their legs a little bit further, but it does put the pressure on them. If they lose the next game, then that's them out of the competition. For Liquid, they are through into the next round, where they will again play another best of 1 to see if they can then make it into the top 8. And even if they lose that game, they still have another chance, of course, in a best of 3 elimination match. So yeah, a very good opportunity now for Liquid to really kick on with their journey here in the Esports World Cup. But certainly for Talon, the journey's not done just yet.
Bit of an update, and I'm only going off what Liquipedia says right now, but we've got LG versus Team Bliss going on the other, or one of the other streams right now. That's currently Bliss 4, LG 2. So that's being played out on console as well, funnily enough. So there is potential there for Bliss to come away with the win, at least if that's the way that the scores sit going into this. They've gotten 4 rounds on the attacks. They've done reasonably well there, to be fair. We could be about to see a Bliss versus Liquid upper bracket semi-final, but obviously we'll wait for some confirmation on that before we get too ahead of ourselves. It very easily could be Luminosity. You never know, they might turn it around over there. But what we do know is that Talon is going to be dropping back into that lower bracket.
Yeah, also ITB Furia. Furia currently 5 rounds to 3 up against ITB, so the world champions are kicking on at the moment. But again, we'll see how the day breaks down and see how all of the matches end up. But yeah, obviously, I think for PSG, Talon, going forward for them, look, it's a tough loss. We know that. It's not obviously the result that they wanted to be, the way that kind of Fabian described it. They said they had a couple of tricks, but I just think they really struggle in their defense before we really got to see them shine on the attack. And like I said, it's just, you go 4-2 down on the defense, and then you have to attack Consulate. It's not a nice position to be in. So I think for Talon, they start off too slow today. But then again, Liquid, unbelievable. As much as what we talked about Talon being not there, you have to say Liquid were on the money.
Yeah, and that's what we want from Liquid. We want to see them, we want to see them do well. We want to see this team because we know it's got that much potential. I think we've got an interview lined up. Let's bring on in. I think we asked for Parley or Nesk. I'm not entirely sure who we have got on. We've got Nesk. Nesk, how are you doing here today?
You guys?
Yeah, doing fantastic. Always a good day when we get to watch Siege, and always a good day when we get to see Liquid play. Talk us through Consulate. How was that for you? It looked on the face of it like it was business as usual for you guys. You didn't look under too much pressure.
We are good in the map. We are comfortable to play. So we stood the guys too. They basically doing the same thing we are seeing in the VODs. So it's easy game for us.
Very good. It certainly looks that way at times. There were a couple of flawless rounds in there. Something that me and Demo both commented on while we were watching that. Your attacks, when you get into that position and when you finally say, right, now we're going to execute or now we're going to go for some kills, it's never just 1 or 2 kills. You seem to get 3, 4, sometimes you even get 5 kills in that execute. Is there a lot of work that goes into that? Is there a lot of drone work that goes on and people getting into position before you really start to say, yeah, we're going to go for this?
Basically, the Lagonis is organize everyone to the right position, and they call, you can play here and there. So, and you just pick the count, 1, 2, 3, and play. Because we have the control of the all map. So it's going to be easy to dominate the entire map, and we can execute the final round.
Very good. Nesk, is there anyone you're really looking forward to playing against here? I know that there's Luminosity versus Bliss. I think is going to be in your future, one of the winners from that game. Either one of those really standing out for you?
They're a great team, so we are expecting to play maybe against Bliss because the experience they have to playing international tournaments. Then I'm excited to play, and that's it.
Demo, you got anything you want to ask?
The only thing for me, Nesk, is obviously last year wasn't the greatest of years for Liquid. Since the Copenhagen Major, we hadn't really seen you kind of kick off from that. But I think the Major from Manchester, the fact that you guys were able to take Furia and the way that you played at that competition and now going into this competition, is this the best that you think Liquid has been in the past year?
Yeah, I think so. We have a new lineup with Maya, and after the last year we work hard in the... how can I speak? In the friendship we have the union of our group, and after
Teamwork.
we start the season 0-4, we talk with each other, we know our potential, we know what we are capable to, and we just work hard to reach the results.
The teamwork shows. I think you can see that there's that, it's always been a very family atmosphere at Liquid, hasn't it? That's something that's always been clear from the outside looking in. I think the teamwork now, you mentioned those coordinated plays, that takes a lot of teamwork to really start to play that off. Nesk, I've asked everyone this, and I'm going to continue to ask it. How are you enjoying it out there? Obviously, you've been out to Riyadh before.
Yeah, I'm enjoying so much, dude.
Today?
We have the player lounge, the food, the rooms. Man, this is amazing. This is the best tournament I ever had. So I really enjoy play some PlayStation 5, Tekken, FIFA, and with our friends. So we basically enjoy it so much.
Don't be telling us that. You need to be practicing. We need you to be winning this thing. Get on the siege. Get in the.
We need to enjoy.
Get in the T-Hunts.
We need to live the moment.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you're having a good time. I'm sure that we'll speak to you again throughout the course of the week. Anything you want to say to the Liquid fans at home watching?
Dizer pros fãs aí, obrigado por torcerem, valeu por apoiar a gente, pode deixar que a gente vai dar nosso máximo. E é isso, tamo junto. Thank you, guys.
Nesk, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. I'm sure we will be speaking to you later on during the week. There we go. We heard it from Nesk himself. It's not often you get the Nesk interview, That is
I asked for
a bit of an exclusive. You often get Parley, you often get Lagonis, but if you ask, you may shall receive. And we heard it straight from him there. As he said, fairly straightforward game from him. A little bit different attitude from the attitude we heard from Leaky Fact. Obviously, Leaky Fact, there's no such thing as an easy game and all this sort of stuff. Ness, it's a lot more experienced. Neither of these schools of thought are particularly wrong, but Ness was going in there as like, it was a fairly straightforward game. And it came across that way as it was played out in the server.
Look, I think Liquid are always going to be confident in themselves, and I certainly I like the question I asked them. Is this the best that Liquid have been? And even I think Nesk, you know, they admit that last year didn't kind of go the way they wanted to. You thought, okay, look at, you know, grand final Copenhagen, this is where we can really do it, but they just didn't do really anything after that. But them beating Furia, you know, they did the one thing that nobody was able to do in over a year. That is such a statement. In over a year, it's such a statement to put down, I think, for that team to beat Furia. And then, yeah, just go on from there.
Let's have a look at the group standings and see these results locked in. Obviously, we've played 2 games now here on the B stream, so there are plenty of results to start populating in these fields. As I mentioned earlier, I think it was Bliss that were up against Luminosity, so still waiting for the result of that game. But already, Demo, look at the state of that semi-final.
Oh,
BDSW7M, like, do we get that game? Who gets that game? I want that game. I don't know where that game goes, but I want it. And then we've, of course, Liquid, they've advanced through, beating out on Talon, so they're going to play either Luminosity or Bliss. I think it's going to be Bliss. If the score sits as it does currently, they do have a couple of round lead there. Let's have a look at the lower bracket and see how that one is panning out as well. Obviously, we're starting to populate that as well. We're going to have teams like Cruelty, teams like SSG, and, of course, Talon in there as well. Not the easiest time of things here in this lower bracket when you start to think about it. Team Cruelty and Space Station, one of them is going home. Talon, either they are going home or their unknown opponent at the moment is going to go home. So a lot of pressure on these games here inside the lower bracket. Let's have a look at Group B now as well. Just see how things are going on over there. I think these are maybe the games we're a little bit less familiar with. We haven't really seen anything to do with these, obviously, because they're on the other side of the bracket at the moment. Dark Zero GK, that result is in from earlier. Dark Zero winning there into the... It's a rough first game as well. I don't think so. I'll tell you one thing about DZ, though. I became a secret DZ fan in Manchester. They really captured me. And DZ is an org that it's not that I'm never really a fan of any team, because you can't be, can you? But you can be at the same time. You just got to remain a little bit neutral about things. And DZ were one of those teams that really started to catch me. And I think they grabbed a couple of neutral fans over at Manchester. So good to see them getting the result against GK. And you think about them going up against Furia again. That's another banger semi-final. These semi-finals are shaping up to be incredible at the moment. Obviously, Into the Breach, they're going to drop down into the lower bracket of Group B. I think we could probably bring that up now and double check. We've got GK and Into the Breach. They're going to be going up against each other inside of that lower bracket. And then, of course, Wolves and Bleed yet to play, along with Scars and FaZe. And that is going to be our game of the day as well. That's the game that we have shaped up. We're just waiting for this lower bracket group to get filled out. But as the results are happening live, it is difficult to keep everything up to date. But of course, GK will be going up against Into the Breach in there as well, which, to be honest, should be quite a good game, because those two teams are going to be fairly evenly matched. I think that Into the Breach probably edges it just a little bit against GK. But again, you never know what's going to happen when you are out there inside of the server. So that's going to do it for our first couple of games here. We have, of course, got more games coming your way. Let's have a look at the schedule and see just exactly what it is in our pipeline. It is, of course, going to be not Talon versus TL. That's the game we've just seen. we'd have to go in a time machine if we wanted to watch that one again. It is going to be Wolves versus Bleed that we are going to be looking toward next on this stream. Demo, we picked this one as our match of the day.
Yeah, we did, and I think for good reason. Both teams have made roster changes during the off-season. I think for Wolves, if they were going to make changes, what were they going to do? Were they going to go down, maybe change to English speaking with the amount of talent that you have there inside of Europe? And you kind of think, oh, does the French scene really have anyone left? Since really EFAC and Deadshot kind of got moved away. But no, they found two, and again, it's worked for them because they've qualified for this event where, they weren't even able to qualify for Manchester.
Absolutely. Wolves, there is a lot to look at there, and Bleed, of course, another team that, they've got Joel the Fish. What more do you want to know? But a team that has got a lot of fans all over the place. Very good performances at a lot of the recent majors as they've been in attendance. So I think it's going to be a banger, and that's why we chose it as our game of the day. We're going to hit a short break. We need to get that one ready, and the game between Liquid and Talon finished just a little bit early. So we're going to be back just after a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I do. Everybody, you honestly, I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, there is that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get Sometimes all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summers. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my.
First of all, we have increased the depth of our strategy pool by introducing Julio earlier this year, as well as Leader more recently. We have made sure our leadership, as well as our strategical experience, have increased overall as a team. So going into the tournaments, the expectation is to go deeper into the tournament and to be able to go deeper with a wealth of experiences and abilities. I think as a team, we don't really care about other people's expectations. We take it at our own pace, one step at a time. So whatever improvement that we get, we take it as a very good thing. And even if the result might not show it, if we believe that we played good, we played better than before, then it's a good thing. We don't play to other people's expectations. I think the most important thing Julio brought with him is confidence. He knows something will work. He knows something does work. He have done it before. So he gives us that experience, that thing that he did, and we are able to confidently go through with it, learn it, and apply it. As a team, we're still, well, every single team is always in the process of finding themselves, finding their team identity. And for us, I think that is also an ever-changing process, especially with our new member this year. So definitely we're trying to bring more aggressive and more explosive play styles from the regions that our new players are in from. And we're trying to incorporate that with our existing players and experience to find our unique style. Leader is a very flexible player, very experienced player, and a player very well versed with leadership, well, as his name suggests. He gelled really well with the players straight away because he was playing just casually with a lot of them even before he joined the team. And his ability to lead teams, as well as being part of a variety of different rosters in the past, has made him really adaptable to our team environment, team culture, and I think he has contributed a whole lot, even when he only joined the team for like 2 months.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back again here. We have got some more Siege coming your way for the Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six Siege. We've already seen 2 games here today, Demo, and we are going to be getting into our 3rd best of 1. And I believe that's going to be our game of the day. It is going to be Wolves versus Bleed. Now, we picked this one because there's a lot of question marks over it. Wolves, they've made roster changes for the first time in what feels like forever. Yeah. The core of their team is now different. And it's a change that I think a lot of people will have said is a long time coming. But it was obviously a change that was very difficult because that team had been together for such a long time. You look at the flip side of Bleed, also made a change. However, a little bit more known, and a team that I know has picked up a lot of neutral fans over the years. So let's get stuck into this one, Demo. Initial impressions between these two?
Again, I think we have to talk about the transfers. I think that's probably where we kind of want to look at and talk about how these changes are going to almost impact, you know, the teams from what we previously kind of know them as. And I don't really know who you want to kind of start with. You know, what one are we going with first? That's the question.
I mean, I believe that there will be an order for these things. I would imagine it'll be Wolves, I'm guessing. Okay. I think it's Wolves versus Bleed. I don't think it's Bleed versus Wolves. So okay. Well, not that there is much of a difference there, but
obviously that Wolves team have been together for a very long time. You know, we've kind of seen that iteration of that roster since, but 2022, I believe, is whenever they kind of made their last change with Deadshot coming in, I believe, just after Rise's departure. I think, or was it maybe SI23? I think actually Deadshot came in just after SI23. But again, for that full year, this is the kind of roster that we've known. And you look at Wolves, and they've made some big changes, which, to be fair, I think changes that they needed to make. You know, Wolves were always making events, but they never really did anything at those events, which is obviously a bit of an issue. But now it is even more of an issue because this was the first time that they had not qualified for a major event in something like the last 8 competitions. So they needed to do something because it's just only getting worse. And they had, they could go down the options of, okay, let's go for EU players, let's try and go for the English speaking, or we try and go for other French sides and try and find some more French people. The issue is with the French scene at the moment, I wouldn't say it's thriving as maybe what it used to be. And the players that they went for are pretty unknown players, relatively unknown. These are players who, haven't even played in Challenger League, for example, back whenever it was still going. So these are 2 players that obviously are going to be quite young, but lack a lot of experience, And as we know, experience can be the make or break it if you win a competition or not. But you have to say with Wolves is, the eye test immediately from the get-go, they have qualified for this competition over the likes of, Secret and G2 and VP, other big teams.
Absolutely. And I think they've got a fire jersey, which always helps as well. It's definitely up there in the tier list. Another team that have got a fire jersey and a little bit of an Easter egg, I think, as well. It is going to be Bleed, Mentalist, Reaps, Hoven, Turd, who I must admit, he's looking a little bit different. He's looking a little bit like Julio there.
What's he doing?
And Leader.
Yeah, obviously the change that they have made is Asvi's out and Leader is in. Look, I can only speak so much about this guy. I can only speak so much about Leader because I know him really well. And, he is a class act. He really is in terms of being able to kind of fill that role of an IGL, which is a really sought after role in the current meta. There's really, if you need an IGL, it's really difficult to actually find one who's very competent. And I think Bleed are very lucky that they've landed on this guy. A lot of offers came in for him from different teams, and this is the one that he chose. He chose Bleed for a reason. And I think Bleed as a whole is a team that they're hungry for the desire. I think they're a team which have a real lack of egos, even though as much as Turd likes to think he has an ego, I think whenever it comes to actually playing the game and playing as a team, they all understand the same goal. Nobody wants to step up and be the hero. They're all happy to help one another, which is a great team environment to be in. I think that's why Leader really chose that, because it's a team he can believe in and will actually listen to him, will actually work with him rather than against them.
And they also look like they're having a lot of fun while they are doing it. Get your predictions in at stcplay.gg as to who you think is going to win. Demo, I've asked you for a prediction every time. You're not giving me one. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I'm going to have to say Bleed. I think that the obviously we were able to watch Bleed. We were able to cast them whenever we seen them, in the qualifiers. Wolves, we were able to watch them as well. Obviously, being our own region, very easy for us and handy for us to watch. I just think the experience is going to be really difficult for this Wolves side to get anything gelling. The only thing I will say is if Mowgli's on this game, yeah, Bleed could be lights out for Bleed. That's it. This is where Mowgli now, you have to look at him almost as the Shaiko-esque player, is what we used to see, where he needs to step up, where maybe, the younger players, the inexperienced players, maybe having nerves or struggling. This is where he really needs to step up.
And Wolves have been, they've fallen victim to being that moments team before, where if Mowgli doesn't have a day, then Wolves don't have a day. And I think that's you've got to try and manage that. You've got to try and work around that expectation. And that's something that we often talk about when we talk about another European team in BDS, is that if Shaiko's not having his day, then there are other people there to pick up the weight. The changes that have been made on Wolves, you would hope that there are now people that can pick up some of that slack if Mowgli isn't having one of his lights out days where he's just going through and absolutely murdering everything. And the pressure doesn't fall onto players like Deadshot. It's more evenly spread across the whole board. Wolves, they have got a little mascot of their own. They've as a team, they've always been one for toys and things of that nature. They like to get something, a nice little cuddly bear or something on the desk, but nothing will match up to Joel the Fish, as it's been said. I think Joel the Fish actually got 3D scanned the other day in Riyadh. I saw a tweet about that. So he's been immortalized just in case the fish obviously dies.
He's the trophy for next year.
Well, yeah, we've got the ability to clone the fish, I think, is what we've done. So you can all rest easy that's all done. Let's have a look at the map that we're going to for this. I'm not sure if we've got a veto for this one, but I can tell you that the map is going to be Nighthaven. Love the map. Love a bit of Nighthaven. Bleed absolutely love this map, don't they, Demo?
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Wolves let this through. It's a must pick, really, for Bleed anytime they want to go here. They've looked so strong. But then again, Wolves, it's a map that they like. Even before they made the change, it's just the kind of core likes this map. They played this map against G2, and they beat G2 here on Nighthaven, which, again, G2 are another really strong Nighthaven team. So Wolves, they do have something to show. I think this is just going to be, both teams playing a map that they really like, they are really good at. Who is the better team? This is where we can actually kind of finalize that.
Well, let's get ourselves stuck into the fixture now. Grim, Ying, and Tubrow all have been removed.
Standard.
We're starting to get into a little bit more meta banning here. Nighthaven, it's at the cutting edge in a lot of ways of the meta in Siege at the moment. So you do tend to see some more of the meta bans coming out there.
Leaves a few toys still up. I mean, you look at the shields, which are always a bit of an issue. They're going to be there. Azami is another one. It's a one that Turd loves whenever he's not playing as Boss G Vigil. He likes a bit of the Azami, especially in towards the top floor. If he has the Boss G again, it's all right him doing it in the qualifiers, against Dire Wolves. He's now on the stage against Wolves in his first game, and if I see this, honestly, Ollie, he's trying to put me in an early grave. The blood pressure.
Are we going through the roof, Demo? This is, as we've mentioned, a very good map for Bleed, one of their favorites. In terms of a map for Europe and for Wolves, it's been very popular ever since it came into the scene. So I would expect Wolves to have a good idea of this. The thing that I will say is that with the changes that have been made, Nighthaven can be a tricky map to get a handle of. And if you've made 2 roster changes as opposed to only making 1 roster change, and I feel like the Wolves change has come around and probably been a bit more impactful than necessarily the Bleeder change, the Bleeder change. The leader change on Bleed. So I just feel like if you've swapped out an IGL, you've swapped out an IGL. Yes, it's a big deal, but if you swapped out 2 players, that changes like the core of the team.
It's weird because I almost look at, obviously we need to see how teams do, but I certainly think for Bleed, it seems to be like a longer term project, bringing in an IGL. you know, to kind of build that team within 6 months the way that he wants them to play. Whereas Wolves, you know, is it just a case of they needed to get 2 people for the qualifiers, and this is the 2 they've landed on? You know, is it a quick fix almost? And oh my word! Endless just 180 tapped that Blitz in the skull! Hoven's jumped out, killed Mowgli. Diffusers went down. What's happened?
Why is everyone using a pistol?
He has a shotgun.
Why has everyone got a shotgun? There are questions here that need to be answered. Glass is activated. Vertical control is in the hands of Wolves here. And this clock's ticking down. Wolves have seen an opportunity and they've taken it. Bleed, you can play aggressive all you like, but got to be conscious of the objective here. The C4 will be successful, but look at the lineup. P4 eventually dealt with.
Oh, he's off.
Can the angle be found? Out on the rappel as the striker hops on through, and Leader with the cover. I tell you what, whenever Bleed play, it is exciting.
Oh, I have no words. That's how we kick things off. That's how we do it. I mean, it was so fast in the early stage. I mean, look at that. 2 of them line up. Very similar to what happened. Remember Wolves, I think, during the EWL stage 1, we had, like, very similar stuff where, was it Bibu? You know, had, like, somebody like that had, like, 5 kills and, or, like, a quad kill just sitting there in the breach. Almost reminiscent of that, but this time Bleed make it work. I mean, it was just me, or was Acid just, like, asleep at the wheel there? Didn't even hear that C4 be ripped and just gets taken out.
Yeah, I really didn't understand it.
Yeah,
I think
there.
Maybe P4 was maybe a little bit more scared for his life, but
oh yeah.
The wall's your friend in that circumstance. You hug that wall for all you're worth. A bit of a weird one, to be honest. Especially with how aggressive he was playing. I think maybe he would have been better going above and trying to secure that vert.
Well, they had somebody going above, didn't they? They had...
yeah, but it wasn't secure, though, was it? Because Leader pops the rotation.
5 seconds to go.
Well, that's one to wake us up, blow off the cobwebs a little bit. Not that there are any at this point. We're in map 3, but
let's go.
After the little intermission we've had, it certainly gets us ready to go. Look at Hoven! He's outside. He's fully detected.
Bomb peeking. Disrespect the BM. So
this is why Bleed is so fun to watch, because you're going to get things like that.
I mean, look at they've eliminated as well. An operator that we talk about in Nighthaven, especially with the top floor, is a very immense. You can go below, scan somebody, use the verticality to your advantage, Ollie. I mean, Deimos, a very strong operator in the meta.
Waiting for the EMP to come through to open up this breach.
Oh, bandit trick incoming.
Yeah. This is where you maybe like a Deimos below. That pistol absolutely rips through.
What a shame.
On the 50-50, the bandit is unsuccessful. Just going to say the Deimos, the pistol there, rips through the floor. And it often replaces a book in a lot of instances on this map. However, it isn't going to stop the bandit trick from going off. And the connector one is a little bit trickier to deal with. You've got to try and get a body in there, which they've done into that meeting. Should be able to now open the wall, and with bandit dipping out of there, that wall will be opened nicely now. Got to be careful on that rotation from Hoven, but there is no one on electric window for the time being. A little bit of a lineup on a C4 here, as we can see, isn't going to net anything. As Wolves, they might have got the breaches open, but they have rotated out. C4 will go long for the time being. There's a lot of pressure coming in onto that electrical window.
I mean, this mirror window is a big issue right now if you're Wolves. They're trying to jump in through electrical, but that player with a shotgun close can easily stop that. They've still not yet got the mirror window. They have the Selma charges that they can toss out. Hoven gets a kill onto Mowgli, the second for him, and the EMP goes out, but P4 not using a Selma charge to disable the window, Ollie. Very surprising to see that. It's just a wasted bit of utility there from Wolves. And yeah, these mirror windows, Ollie, it's just stopping them in their tracks, stone dead right now.
This is the problem. You've got nothing to deal with it. You've lost your Deimos. You've lost what you were going to try and use for the vert. And, well, Bleed, they're just lining you up and knocking you down right now. Turd grabs himself a double. Last mouse. It's going to be the last hope. Look at all those goos getting thrown at the doorway. One step through there, and he's going to take a huge amount of tick damage. They know where he's coming from here. 15 seconds left. This is all about trying to finish things off with a flashy one tap or pick something up. He gets one there as he exits, but it wouldn't be a bleed final kill there in a 1vx situation if it wasn't done with a pistol. And it's going to be Turd on the other end of it to close it out.
How many times, even we cast them during the qualifiers, whenever it's like a 1vx, you know, Wolves, or sorry, Bleed are in like the driving seat, they've got 4 people alive. Without a doubt, there's a lot of things guaranteed in life, and Turd Ego challenging to get the final kill is a guarantee with this team.
With a pistol.
Anytime,
yeah,
he is going to be there. Honestly. To be fair, he got it, but he died at the same time, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But yeah, I mean, look, the setup there from Bleed worked well because of that spawn peak. You know, it's like that chain event, you know, the butterfly effect, where it's if you flick that butterfly, all of a sudden you have caused Armageddon.
Oh, absolutely.
Take out the Deimos, the mirror windows are just impregnable. Like, how do you get through that?
Yeah, sitting ducks at that point, really, aren't you? Something else to consider in this fixture is that whilst there is a good amount of experience on the 2 players that Wolves have brought in, there isn't any tier 1 experience knocking around in there. I'm having a quick look through, and yeah, they've played in the EWC quals. They've played in a lot of like regional French leagues. They've played in some European qualifiers. However, last Mount, this is going to be his first big event. And the same can be said for Asa. So there's that to play into things as well. And it crossed my mind, and the reason that I sort of clocked onto it, you see Bleed shouting at the end of the match, end of the map, or the end of the round. That really starts to get into your head. Like, Bleed are a very vocal team, very respectful at the end. But during the game, in the server, you know, they're up there with SSG for the amount of BM and stuff like that that's getting thrown around.
Oh, yeah.
So that's definitely going to play into things. You know, if this is your first time at a big international event, first time playing competition from around the world, you know, maybe not the first time sat shoulder to shoulder to people, but in an environment where the stakes are so high, it is going to start to affect, and it is going to start to put a little bit of pressure on. Just wondering if that's what we're seeing here a little bit. Mowgli, he's also had a bit of a slow start here, sitting at 0-2, so
we have to look at.
Maybe not a Mowgli day so far, but it's still early days.
I mean, he is the reason why they're here. He was dropping like 20+ kills against G2. You know, he's the reason why they won that game. And you need to have that star player up and at him. What is going on? A plant? Tomasa, the monkey, just walked into sight. You know, not even half the rounds being played out. P4 is there with the cover. Takes down leader. A great backstab comes in from Deadshot. And Asa gets a freebie inside of the site. Wolves have hit them with a 1-2. Good night combination. Nobody from Bleed reacting to that diffuser going down. Wolves have completely caught them by surprise. Almost a flawless, if not for Reaps getting that trade. But Wolves, a good round to get them back into it now.
But that's what we want to see from Wolves. We want to see a little bit of confidence. Play with a little bit more belief in what you're trying to do. They're trying to play for these quick plants. They've always been a pretty plant-focused team. So it makes sense that the remaining core is going to be comfortable with that sort of strategy. So try and play around that. Get in there, get in the faces nice and early, and be unpredictable. Done that in round 3, and they've been successful. It puts Bleed a little bit on the back foot there. The second round, we've seen a plant go down as well. And especially in a day that I don't think we've seen a plant go down yet. We've barely seen the diffuser go down. It went down a few times in the Liquid game, I guess. But aside from that, it's been a bit of a TDM sort of day. So it's nice to see that element coming through. And it's nice to see Wolves getting around here nice and early. Bleed back down to the basement they go. This is, of course, the other round that Wolves did get a plant down in. They tried to hold it from the breach. They had a glass and the player just outside on the corner, but weren't able to keep control of that vert. A lot of that was down to the sort of chaos during that mid-round and whilst that plant was going down. Have to try and capitalize a little bit better on that roam clear potentially. You look at some of the ops that are being brought here, and there is potential for some of these Bleed players to just stretch their legs a bit.
I wonder what Wolves are going to do this time around. It's not going to be the same element of that quick glass and blitz and just push into the site attack that they went for last time. It seems to be a lot more methodical. They're going to really try and sweep the entirety off the top floor and then move down in towards that mid floor, and then be able to use, you know, the ramp, for example, a very strong operator for opening up those sight lines. The flooring. obviously, Bleed, they're going to put a bit of a fight. You know, bringing in the cap can as well. Ollie, you're always a big fan of the cap can. On a big map where you have to try and go for the room clear, it can catch out even the best players in the world.
Who can cap can? Love a bit of cap can. It's always a little bit of an emergency KD recovery as well. There's a chance to get a freebie, so to speak, and even from the grave. So keep a keen eye on those traps. Leader does still have one in pocket, so he's not gone for the classic 3 and a 2. Maybe going for something a little bit more unorthodox, keeping one for later perhaps, but may not be given the opportunity to put it down. Mowgli, someone that I'm very keen to keep an eye on here. He's the tip of the spear for the entry for Wolves. So far is 0 and 2.
On the Ash.
Looking to move quite quickly. The don't call comes through, but there it is, baby! Oh, it's beautiful when it comes through. Mowgli trying to make it happen. He heard the Dokubi call. He knew that there was someone just down there on those cargo stairs. He's been murked by the cap cam.
Honestly, monitors would be punched if that was me. I'll have to command Mowgli and his controller not to just punch the monitor. Because that is not a nice pill to swallow, but he has to sit in the bed that he's made for himself, and of course is starting off his team with, yeah, again, another opening death, and now they have to try and fight their way through this. Matches will be opened, and along with the flooring, using the drones. Oh, almost. Maybe Deadshot, be careful there again. Whenever you open up this flooring, you can just be shot through it. Holes work both ways. A kill in favor, though, of Wolves. They eliminate Turd, I believe, was on the roam game on that vigil. Take them a while there, actually, to really find them all. Like, look at the time Turd has been able to burn down. 20 seconds left. They have to try and make a push into the site.
Dokubi call is just going to peter out there. You can hear the smokes coming through now as well. Hoven getting himself into a bit of a scrappy engagement here, but it's going to be leader with another cap can. Reaps, he takes down Last Mile. 3 versus 2, but 1 being downed. Leaves everything for Deadshot to do. Can desperately try and drop, but what's he going to achieve? Bleed. Strangle Wolves out on time. 2 cap can kills, Demo. 2!
I think there's a moment there I seen that Mentalist and Julio are both looking at Leader, just shaking their heads thinking, how have you done that then? Like, how have you gotten away with that? Because it just shouldn't be happening. 2 cap can kills. You know, sure, 1... we can kind of forgive Mowgli, you know, caught in the moment, kind of hungry for the kills, tunnel vision in to get that kill. Here's the phone call, doesn't check his doorway, gets killed. But then, you know, whenever one of your teammates gets killed by a cap can, if you then die to a cap can, it's just, yeah, you can't defend that.
Yeah, the second person to die to the cap can is always the one that gets the most heat. Because the first person can just be like, well, it wasn't droned, like, I didn't know it was there, I didn't know they had a cap can. Then the second person that dies, so it's like, we know they've got a cap can at this point. Please.
Activated device.
And the beautiful thing for Bleed is that's just going to slow Wolves down even more. Because in the back of the mind now, it's going to be, is there a cap can? Do we need to check every doorway? Is it going to slow down the roam? Is it going to slow down people pushing through because they're having to double check? They're going left, then they're going right, and then they're moving through the door. Always leaves that little seed of doubt in the minds of the attackers after it's happened. And the seed of doubt, well, Wolves have got no room for that seed to grow at the minute because they do need to try and get a handle of this. They picked up 1 round, but they'd really be looking for a 3-3. 2-4 would be okay as a split. But with what's available, there is plenty of opportunity. They're going for double shield this time, so they're really trying to double down on that one-dimensional approach and get themselves into a position where things can be done. The mirror window placed there on that exterior wall is just going to make things a touch more awkward. You can open it, prep a C4 on the way through. That was the intention, but Reaps choosing to keep hold of that C4 for the time being.
One thing as well that I noticed a lot in Nighthaven, the way teams are going, is they just don't bring Maverick because Maverick's just going to get C4'd immediately. You know, we talked about the kind of art lineup changes, how much of a kind of side nerf that's been to Maverick players, and that main wall just doesn't happen. Wolves, they've tried to pull the switch. They've tried to play off the Dokumi calls. That's a quick dash there for Mowgli. Rips his head off. Is Monty still struggling in towards the top of Catwalk? He's going to be all by himself because the leader has that long angle, backs away, allows Mowgli to peek into him. That's all down to the shield. Gets blocked off by the Kiva as well. 1v3 has to go up against. What, Ego Swing? Oh.
Getting this final kill in some way.
For it. I'm waiting for Turd to Ego Swing. Come on, Turd.
It's guaranteed, isn't it? Come on, Turd.
Come on, Sam.
Come on. Come on. Oh, it's Mentalist. He was beaten by the old guy. Beaten out there, Turd.
He's not happy
for him to not be going for that.
He's not happy he didn't get that last kill.
Oh, he's ripping inside secretly, isn't he? He's like, that was my KD. That was my kill. I needed that one.
How's he doing? How many kills has he got? He's 4-2. What's he complaining about? That's a 2 KD. That's brilliant for Turd.
Glimmer of hope from Mowgli. Nice little play there. Mowgli really aggressively pushing through. But it just looked a bit desperate, didn't it? Was it from a place of frustration? Was it just like, I'm just going to have to get in and do something because everything's falling apart?
It feels as though they're trying to play Brazil style and it's just not working. Does it not? It feels
trying to take a lot of opportunities. Yeah.
3-2-1. They've tried to go for it and it hasn't worked. You know, it's obviously the Brazilians make it look so easy, but it's not. You know, it
feels like a bit of that mixed with BDS's sort of calculated risk taking. Because BDS take a lot of risks when you look at it on the face of things. They'll gather information to a point, but they will take risks after that because they know that they can rely on themselves. I just feel like Wolves are maybe trying to do a little bit of that, and the risks just are a little bit too ambitious.
And here's the thing as well with Bleed. Bleed play that Brazilian style because that's the way that Leader likes to play the game.
Well, and guess what? They've got a Brazilian coach in Julio.
Oh, yeah, of course, as well. So it's like they're going to know how to play against that. Which I think also adds into that element of why Bleed are doing really well right now in the defense. Is one, they know the style, and two, because they know the style, they know how to counter it.
What you got to remember is that Julio's played the game.
Yeah, he's lifted a hammer.
He's played the game at the highest level.
Yep, I'll play.
Round number 6, a chance for Bleed to take this 5-1. We've had some pretty, I don't want to say one-sided games, but they've been a little bit one-sided so far, haven't they?
Blitz has just jumped in again. Blitz jumped in top. Catwalk gets taken out. Monty takes a bit of damage. He's now just there on the doorway and electrical. What is going on? Yeah, another swing from Turd. That's the position he likes to play in. Absolute carnage in towards the top floor. What's going on here? C4 kill. Minute 40 still left. 5 people dead. Where am I?
Wolves are just throwing themselves at the problem right now. Now we see a ram coming in.
I have no words. I have no words.
Oh dear, oh dear. Frostback kill to finish it off, just to ruin the mental, or what? What are we saying?
I mean, what I'm thinking here is, realistically, they're just going to have to try and push in and just go for a plant and hope it sticks. That's the only option they have. They have no idea about him right now. They have no idea. It's only a matter of time.
This is a freebie waiting to happen.
He just waits for the plant going in and he takes out the player behind him. That should be how this is played. So great patience right now. Yep, there we go.
Oh, beautiful stuff.
Why was Monty going by himself as well?
I'm not sure. There's also quite a lot of drones knocking around.
4 drones still.
Looks as though
someone's outside. He jumped up.
Yeah.
He jumped out the window and then ran up the stairs.
That's a turds to thing if ever I've seen one.
I think it was Hoven, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was the Frost.
But just to jump outside at that last minute.
Yep. Yeah, taking this team to Nighthaven, Ollie. I mean, you have to sit there and think now. Okay, 5-1. What were Wolves thinking? Taking, to one of Bleed's best maps. What were they thinking?
I mean, it's probably not the brightest thing to do, is it?
No. Especially a best of 1. Surely you could have maneuvered to a better map than Nighthaven to play them on. Surely. Oh.
Is Night even a good best of one map?
I mean,
I think it is. But for Wolves being a team that's made 2 new changes,
I get what you mean.
I don't think it is.
But there's there's a lot of elements. You bring in the 2 new people, where again maybe you would have liked to stick to much more base, like Oregon, for example. That would have been nice to have, obviously. But it's just the fact that why you take them Bleed the Nighthaven. Bleed will show this at any time. Bleed don't care if teams know how to play this. They've shown it already enough times. So they're more than happy to play on a best of one again. Bleed will just keep playing this map. This should be a map that should be banned away against them. Oh, here we go. First attack now for Bleed. We'll see how they will do. In terms of the kind of scoreboard at the moment, Ollie, I mean, everyone's done something, you know, in the game. There's nobody sat in 0 kills right now, but a very, I would say, steady scoreline coming out from Bleed. Nobody really breaking away. Everyone doing pretty good, above average at the moment. Whereas for Wolves, you've got a few people there just have not really hit the ground running, especially looking at Mowgli right now. 2 and 5, even Deadshot 3 and 4. You know, those are the 2 players that we really look towards to stepping up for this team.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
A little bit of upside down repel action going on here.
Swapping mags.
Bleed. You've shown us what you can do on the defense. Now show us what you can do on the attack. Equally as devastating. Maybe for Wolves, a chance to stabilize and pick themselves up a couple of rounds, which they're going to have to do if they want to try and stay in this. It's already a much different approach.
Just setting up, isn't it? It's just trying to, you know, get the walls open, clear the Kiba barriers as best as you can. They've got the Zofia, so that should be very easily done. And it looks as though that they have forced the players out of the catwalk, so a good start here from Bleed. They haven't put any pressure, though, Ollie, in towards, you know, the fish stairs, for example. That's an area that we usually like to see somebody maybe try and backstab, and it just creates that opening, perhaps, a bit more pressure onto the site. But Bleed are just taking it very slow and steady, and here comes the backstab. Here comes Mentalist now, and Wolves, though, oh, that's going to be really bad time from P4. He went downstairs to check, see if anyone was there. He may have moved away just at the wrong time. So Mentalist, there's an opening for him, but he has to win his engagement, of course.
Well, he's going to push himself up fish stairs here. He's got a chance. Hoven is going to beat him to the punch, and he is going to be able to trade out there. A fantastic 1-2 play. Bleed in the right place at the right time there. Reaps. He's picked up 2. I can tell you one thing, he won't have to move his mouse very far to do that. Mentalist to secure the deal. Reaps getting fired up right now. Reaps one of the more unique players in terms of DPI and mouse sensitivity.
Yeah, usually
you can see there the amount of mouse mat he has got on the desk compared to everyone else's.
I don't know about you, Ollie, but I don't usually have, you know, 3/4 of my mouse pad just hanging off the desk.
He just hangs it off the desk. Yeah, you know, one mouse mat must last him forever.
You can just switch it around.
Think about it. You can just switch it around. You can just keep turning it. Just turn it 90 degrees, and you've literally got a fresh mouse pad.
He loves that.
I don't know how he does it.
He's very good. I
certainly couldn't do it. It's yeah. It really
I
does
think
blow
he's in
your
my
mind.
top 5. I think he's in my top 5.
All time?
No, not all time. Current.
Current.
I think so.
What, mechanical or just or overall player?
Just yeah. I think overall.
Yeah.
I rate him really, really highly. I think a lot of people do.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. Map point here for Bleed. They're going to be headed on in. Not sure if we had the Wolves we have had the Wolves tactical timeout, haven't we?
I believe so.
I think we had it a little bit earlier. Either that or I'm misremembering.
No, we're in the game.
At any rate, we are in the game now.
Top floor again?
I mean, it went so well the first time. What could possibly go wrong, right?
I mean, I understand because it's something I would do. It's, at the end of the day, they have to win it anyway if they want to win the game. Like, you
it's
know,
non-negotiable.
There's no two ways about it. You have to win this bomb site if they want to win the game.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
I understand that. I really do. I just want to see what... I mean, realistically, the change has to be is stop just, you know, fish stairs walk up, which should be very easy to do, but I think the timing almost got away from them just a little bit. Looks as though that they're really trying to double down on the kind of wall denial. You know, Bandit, Cade, they done this last time, but with Thatcher on the board, it's only so far that can get you. Oh, Turd, here we go. He's going to go for an early kill, isn't he?
We haven't seen the boss GA cog from Turd on the attack or the defense
yet. He played Vigil twice as well. Yeah, he's hunting for the pulse. I like this. I mean, this is just like classic Turd go kill.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to double down.
Yeah,
Mentalist.
But he's on the other side of the map now. He's went back up.
Brilliant. No, he's gone. He said, you know what?
Oh,
Look at the pinch.
Yeah, they've got him.
This is so good from Bleed. They've got this Pulse exactly where they want him, and Pulse can't go anywhere. His only option here is to take somebody with him. He has to win a gunfight, and he will do that. Takes Mentalist down, but immediately taken out there by Turd. The team play is second to none here from Bleed. Now, we have seen the Azami. Deadshot, he's moved his way into the vicinity, trying to alleviate some of that pressure on the Pulse and maybe grab back a trade. But it's gone a little bit cold. And he doesn't really know which way to look right now, and it does give Bleed that opportunity to jump into drone.
Attackers have located a
Big
bomb.
make or break right now, I think, for Wolves in this round is what can Deadshot do? I was going to say he's in a dangerous position, but with that drone coming through now, it should be quite an easy pinch again for Bleed. That wall is soft right beside him, but nobody's actually fired through it just yet. I would have thought that maybe an Ash Charge would go in from Turd to see if he can maybe try and rat him out, but at the moment they're happy enough keeping him down there because the push is continuing. They've got control of their rafters now, and there we go. Turd eliminates Deadshot.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, the two players remaining there, they stayed pretty cool and collected in that situation, it has to be said. There for Bleed, it's obviously losing out Mentalist. You know, in that kind of one-for-one trade, maybe wasn't what they wanted. This one right here with the Pulse. Would have just liked that to be a clean kill, but it just seems though they just struggled. Kind of from that stage, whenever Turd got the kill on the Deadshot, they were really hoping that, you know, Turd would just walk up fish stairs and then, you know, just unleash carnage. Cases he was stopped immediately by the Cade, going a little bit more aggro at the bottom of the stairs, wins that engagement, then goes back upstairs, and yeah, just kind of stops starty round for Bleed, but for Wolves, they just delayed it long enough.
Bleed still threatening that map point. And Wolves, as you mentioned, Demo, there's a question mark over going back to that top floor, but they've got to win everywhere anyway, so it doesn't really matter what order they do them in because they can't afford to lose a single round. Down to the basement we go. The mirror window is going to be brought this time. Trying to hold on from a bit longer, and I think there's a... I thought there was a bulletproof above that mirror window, but I think it's just the way that the wall's been shot out, because I thought that is a little bit weird. We are seeing Striker be brought for Bleed, the recruit variation of the attacker variety. So you're going to get EMPs with that, as well as a secondary hard breach gadget. And that means that you can be very self-sufficient in what you open. It is going to be the only hard breach that Bleed are bringing for this entire take as well, which is a little bit unusual given that you would typically want to try and open up as much as possible here.
Oh, here we go.
Is it going to matter?
Oh, never mind, Reaps. He sees the mirror window, immediately backs away. But this is where Bleed, their decision making, how quick they can see a space and just go for it. They're going to try and maybe just plant in the doorway, but that's not going to work now as Turd's been eliminated. So that mirror window over towards Cargo will remain for the meantime. Trades back and forth. Players are going to be down. P4 is down. So was Hoven, but now it's been finished off. Is P4 in a position to get picked up? I don't think it's going to be the case. What is going on? Reaps eliminates Asses. He had appeared and eliminated Leader, I believe. And again, just trades back and forth. And it's only down to Mentalist in the 1v3 essentially. But I think it might be a 1v2, Wally, as the Warden is the only player in sight. But he is bleeding out as we speak.
I think Mentalist can probably get in here and try and secure this kill. But the Vert is really going to be what does him. He does have the Diffuser. Worried about this Vert.
Oh no.
Try and get the plant down, but I think there's probably an angle onto that. Especially with the shotgun from above, you can just keep making as much Vert as you need. Mentalist eventually going to finish off the kill. You can hear that plant going down there, but it looks like it might be allowed. No, dead shot. He is going to be on that Vert as well. Doubles up. And is able to stop that plant from going down. At what point do you start to believe that this comeback is possible? Wolves, they picked up a couple of rounds on the bounce now. That needs to continue. Bleed, still 1 round away from closing it out.
Yeah, for Wolves, obviously it's now difficult because they have to go to the third choice bomb site. That could be your kitchen or it could be the cargo, both of which don't have the greatest attacker win rates. So it's going to be difficult for them. Certainly Bleed, though, have looked a little bit lost there in those past 2 rounds. And certainly that last round, they've just tried to go for a quick pocket play. They drop in. They just try and walk into the site, get their kills, and go for a plant, seeing that kind of heavy roam game being established. But some great decision-making from the players inside the site. You know, just don't sit back and let them take control. Actually fight them at it. And that was what paid off for them. Then we go to our storage now. That's where we head to.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This is going to be difficult. Gonna have to try and hold a strong top floor majority if you want to win this from the defense. It's up to the attackers to try and break that down.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
A little bit of a top floor hold here with the Azami and plenty of utility being expended here. You mentioned, Demo, you've got to keep control of that Vert. Got the castle rocks as well. A little bit of barricade prep here. Are we asleep at the wheel, P4? That wall is just going to get open for free. He had a shock battery in pocket, so I was thinking he was maybe going to try and trick on that wall. He's certainly got the protection to do so with the castle barricades and such, but it will be open pretty much straight away.
There's a phone call. Any kills? Doesn't look to be the case. Just more of a kind of space crater almost for Bleed. If they could find anyone down, but not at the moment. Right now for Bleed, it's just about probing the site, looking for the weak spot. You can see that Turd's actually got a lot of cameras set up downstairs, and he's going to be looking for a play just to make sure that nobody goes downstairs and try and C4 as they jump in the window and try and go for the plant.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I mean, this is a really tense situation because one wrong step for Bleed and it's going to be all over.
Yeah, Bleed need to be quite cautious here. That Dokkaebi Call is just going to start to dissipate. Can open up onto the top of rafters. Immediately met with a Kiba barricade. No problem for Hoven though. You can just use a little breaching charge to get that open, but Mowgli, he's going to find the first kill. P4 a second. This is good from Wolves. Not just a single pick, but multiple. Do get a little bit aggro there though, and we'll pay the price for it. Mowgli is going to get softened up just ever so slightly right now. Bleed, they are very split. Marks have been able to grab a kill back. They've not really been able to get too much of a trade game going. Did take out P4, but... and that was off the back of information, but those Kiba barricades, they're causing quite the nuisance right now.
Backstab, is that going to be enough? Maybe Turd might be able to pick up one, but never mind. He's been spotted out, and they know he's there. That long angle being held all the way in towards storage.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Shots rattle back and forth, but it's really difficult from Turd. Sharks, or should I say the Wolves in this case, are circling their prey. Oh, a great kill from Turd. A second one, perhaps? No, not going to be the case. A great trade. Oven gives himself up. Location being known outside the breach, and he's not going to have any hope in hell to make this one work. Has to jump in through the window and get the defuse down, but they're not going to allow him to do so. As soon as this defuse starts to get heard, they'll all rush him down and secure that kill. As easy as you like. Gets off it, saves the KD.
Operators,
And Wolves, they have really responded now, Ollie. Have brought it back.
I tell you what, impressive stuff, isn't it?
6-4.
I'm really impressed with Wolves. Because again, it would have been really easy for them just to roll over. But they've battled back one round at a time. And they've got themselves into a decent position. It could all still be for nothing. And no one will remember the comeback that maybe could have been. Everyone just remembers the score. But for the time being, they're looking pretty good. Timeout now for Bleed. This is a fairly normal trait for Bleed, I feel, as well. I've just had massive deja vu. Like, we have been here before. Bleed are a team that do very well in the opening part of a game. And they almost play their best siege in the first few rounds. Get themselves onto a map series point, and then struggle to knock it over the line. Struggle to put it in the back of the net. So a timeout now from Julio could be just what they need to get themselves back on track.
And it gives Wolves a chance also to discuss how they want to go about things and see if they can push it into that OT. Again, still Bleed in the lead, of course. And the thing is with Wolves is that they've done the full rotation. They've shown their full hand. Now it's up to Bleed to see how they want to adapt to that and see if they can actually overcome these defenses. So the brains of the team would need to be working into overdrive to make this happen. But that's the thing about Bleed is whenever they win around, all smiles, but quickly whenever things start to go wrong, Ollie, it's not the same energy.
Yeah, I definitely think it fluctuates quite a lot, doesn't it? When they're high, they're high. When they're low, they're low. And that much is clear.
5 seconds remaining.
It's about maintaining that even keel. Sometimes it can be the
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
difference in a lot of circumstances.
Jammer initiated. ED mounted. Let them come. ED primed. Stand clear.
Do have the Monty being brought this time. Maybe they're going to try for something a little bit more direct. I
think it's a good pick, yeah.
Pretty traditional lineup, this, isn't it? You've got your double hard breach, you've got your Rosero, you've not got anything too fancy, you've not got bees, you've not got Deimos, you're not trying to overcomplicate things. No Dokubi. Instead, just trying to do some basics and do them well. Last Mile caught on the opposite side of things there, as the wall will be opened elsewhere, I believe. Last Mile waiting to trick out on that connector wall instead. Something that Wolves are doing a really good job of, Demo, is they're not giving anything away at the minute.
No, I think they've
bleeded.
Understood the
for
assignment.
a kill, but there's nothing there, is there? Yeah.
Still think whenever that Monty gets in the catwalk, though, it will create big issue, though. For the side of Wolves, look at that straight away. They have to fall back. They're even reinforcing the wall up, so they fully forfeited the triple wall on Garage. There is still one Thermite charge that Reaps could use to open up the wall, or you can use Leader who has all of his Selma charge to open up also. So even though in hindsight it looks like a good play, they still have to try and go for a lot of hard breach. However, the wall, I have noticed they've actually rotated the Bandit over, and this will just stop the Selma straight away. But it all depends though. Actually, never mind, the Bandit's dead. How's he been killed?
It would have stopped the Selma. You're right. But the Bandit died. And now there is a humongous problem. Because that wall can get nicely opened. There is a great angle from behind here. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Hoven take P4 down. Reaps is on for 2. Asa on the flank. Leader saw him coming from a mile away. Deadshot, 16 health and a dream. A flawless round for Bleed to close it out. All they needed was that tactical timeout to get them back on an even keel. Just goes to show the sort of siege that these guys can play when they put their mind to it.
Yeah, much better attack. You see the fundamentals. They wanted to take it slow. They didn't want to try and rush things, which maybe they were doing previously. They brought in the Monty, who can just slow down the pace, give them a lot of information, create the space. You know, you look at that straight away. The guys in catwalk just had to run away. Just entirely retreat it back into the safety of the site. It looked as though Bandit got killed from just stepping an inch out of line, which revealed an angle to Reaps on the main breach IT, and he gets taken out.
Yeah.
Just little things like that, like especially against Reaps. Reaps does not miss his shots. He just doesn't. So at that point, you just maybe that's inexperience. You know, that's where Acid should just be hugging that wall, ready for the Selma charge to go on. He can't get killed if he just hugs the wall, but he stepped out and he gets punished because of that.
It was a quick round, a quick game right from the get-go, really, with some really flashy rush rounds coming in from both sides. Wolves showing a lot of intent to try and plant that diffuse. They got the plant down in round 1, round 3, but it was successful in round 3. And they did seem to start to rise to the occasion. We saw Last Mile have a reasonable showing for all intents and purposes there. He was getting a decent amount of kills, especially toward the end, but it was a little bit of a step too far, and you do just wonder if Wolves hadn't gone down so severely, if they hadn't gone down 1-5 at the start, they would have maybe had a little bit more bite in that fixture. But it is just how the cookie crumbled. They struggled too much with those attacks, which is kind of normal. If you're thinking about a team that's made a couple of changes, the attacks are usually where you see the changes affect the most, because it does require so much teamwork, it does require so much coordination, and it's a common theme that we've heard in the interviews so far today of teams saying, you know, this is what we're really starting to try and work on. So I think it makes sense that Wolves were struggling maybe a little bit more than they should have done on those attacks, but you've got to take your hat off to Bleed, because they got in there, they got into the server, and they performed.
Oh, all credit to them. And it just shows that Nighthaven, very strong map. I mean, keep in mind, obviously, yes, they lost a fair few attacks. This is defender-sided map, you know, and they put a 5-1 split up as well. So in terms of meeting the quota for Nighthaven, in terms of how they done the defense, yeah, exceptional. Obviously, the attack a little bit rocky here and there, but still being able to win out the 2 rounds that they needed to get them that win. So overall from Bleed, a great first showing for Wolves. Look, not all doom and gloom. I still think there's really good moments there from Wolves as well. They just got off to a really slow start, which has been one thing that a lot of teams so far, Ollie, that we've watched have struggled with, is just that slow start. You know, BDS had it. Talon, they said that they had it as well.
Yeah, a slow start can be, and especially in you know, it's a good job we've got a double elimination and it's the best of 3 elimination game, because otherwise it's devastating, isn't it? I think we've got an interview lined up with Mentalist from Bleed. Let's get him on the line and have a quick chat. Mentalist, thank you so much for joining us today. How are you feeling after the win?
Feels great. New lineup, first game in the tournament, managed to win it out, and we don't have to play a BO3 later, so it feels good. Yeah.
What was the general feeling going into this? Because obviously you've made a couple of changes recently. Wolves have also made some changes, so you don't really know necessarily what you're going up against there. So was the prep a little bit different for this fixture?
Not really. I do believe, like, even if a team changes its members, the soul is going to change. And for Wolves, the core remained, so we know exactly how they're going to play. And from our experience, we know that a young team, a new team, is going to try to speed things up and change things up on LAN. So for them, because they had new members and the new members have no LAN experience, they're going to go for some rushes. We expected that, and we countered them pretty well, and that's what allowed us to get the 5 defending rounds, and the attack is just formalities.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was really where you guys shone today. I think it was in part, you know, you predicted some of the rush strategies that Wolves were trying to play quite well, but also you just played good siege. There were a couple of moments there. One thing I wanted to ask you, what's it like playing with Turdster? Because as a player to watch, I know he attracts quite a lot of attention. You're all very vocal on the bench, you know, when you sat there playing. But we always have a little bit of a laugh because he always seems to be going for a pistol kill. If you guys have got a man advantage, he loves trying to pick up that last kill with the pistol. Is he like bumping you out of the way trying to pick up those kills?
Thanks for mentioning that, because I'm not aware of that. Now that I'm aware of that, I'm gonna speak to them later. But yeah, Turd, I think he's a really good individual player. We put him on the flag stroke because he's very good at it. He's able to gauge the enemy's pressure and just position himself correctly. You don't see him talk as much on the bench as much as the other players, and we don't need him to. that's just how the team works. He's just there listening and make adjustments if he needs to. And fortunately, he doesn't have to make much adjustments in the game just now. And yeah, we just most of the time let him cook, as we do with a lot of my team.
Demo?
Actually.
I just want to talk about my mate. And really how he's settled into it. Obviously, you know, Jake, the experience that he has from playing with a lot of different teams, has that really been able to take you guys to the next step as having someone who can obviously kind of look at the game in a different perspective than maybe you guys had previously?
Right, leader. I think he's someone with fantastic leadership abilities, no pun intended. And obviously coming from having played with a lot of regions, he knows a lot about the other teams, like Wolves, for example. He has experience playing against them, so he kind of briefed us on how they're going to play, and they did exactly what he said. And when it comes to in-game, he's that like really slow and mature figure that we need in the team. Before, when we had Asfi, team is very young and very explosive, but now I think we got the much needed experience that we need, so like mid-round we're able to recompose ourselves a lot more.
It definitely shows. I think you can see, you know, in occasions where maybe previously it would have crumbled a little bit if you'd have seen a bit of success in the early part of the round. You do seem to be able to take that step back, and it's visible from watching. So it's good to see that you can feel that in the fixture as well. And obviously you've got Julio in there as well, who is his own, you know, his own person. He's got his own accolades to go with that as well. So there is a nice mixture of experience coming in onto this roster at the moment. Mentalist, thank you so much for joining. Have you got anything you want to say to the fans sat watching at home?
Well, to the supporters out there, thank you. And for the haters, I don't care. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the impressions. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mentalist. We appreciate it. Always good to get the insight there from Mentalist. Bleed successful against Wolves in their best of one game here today. And that, of course, means that they are going to move through into the upper bracket semis, for Group B. And it, of course, means that Wolves are going to drop down and play a best of three later on today. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see just exactly how everything played out there. We do have the other fixture, of course, that matches this one going along at the same time. Oh, we got scoreboard this time, Demo. Look at us go. 7-4 to Bleed. We can see Last Mile had a decent first performance, considering it's his first LAN event there, 10 and 8 plus 2. But apart from that, he was the only one that went positive on the entire side of Wolves. The problems were much deeper than just the strategy. It was the gun skill as well. On the flip side, let's take a look over at Bleed. +3 for Turd, +2 for Reaps, Leader +3, everybody plus something, and a good all-round performance there from the side.
Yeah, exceptional cost as well on the side of Bleed. You know, everyone above 80%, that's impressive to do. So everyone playing a part, and it just feels like a complete package of a team, which is always great to see. There's some teams where, yes, they may have somebody who'll drop 27 kills, but then the next game he could be as quiet as a mouse, and that's no way to get consistency. Consistency is king, and right now Bleed are showing that they have the consistency with all the players that they have.
Yeah, and it takes so much pressure off single players. You know, it takes pressure off Reaps. You know he can do it, but he doesn't have to do it every single time. Flip side, you look at what happens with Wolves. If Mowgli doesn't perform and no one else is performing, it's a poor do. Let's have a look at Group A. We are getting very close to filling out our bracket now and understanding our next round of games. We've played all of the scheduled games today where we knew who it was going to be. It was going to be Team 1 versus Team 2. And now we are starting to populate that schedule for the second half of the day. So we can see Group A. It's going to be Liquid versus Bliss in our semi-final, along BDS versus W7M. I think the BDS W7M game has already started, Demo, or is about to start in the next 10 minutes, I think. So we're going to see that one start to get populated. Of course, that is a best of one. Liquid versus Bliss, that is another best of one. Let's have a look at the lower bracket for Group A, because that's where things really start to get a little bit interesting. That's where we start to get into the best of 3 territory, and well, no one really wants to be there. Oh, it looks as though W7M lost. Did they? Is this all up to date? This is all live, so we don't know exactly you know, what these fixtures are doing. But if it's in there,
I don't know.
Did they lose, Demo?
I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows what's going on? I didn't know if the game had even started yet.
Neither did I. I think it did start, yeah.
We've got Cruelty versus Space Station. That's going to be a best of 3 coming up. And of course, we've got more games inside of Group B as well. This is how the games shook down from the morning. So we can see the win for Bleed that we've just seen here on the B stream against Wolves puts them in playing against FaZe Clan. So Julio gets to butt heads with a familiar opponent from Brazil. And Dark Zero play against Furia. Let's have a look at the lower bracket for here as well. I believe that it is going to be GK versus Into the Breach and Wolves versus Scars. So some good games going on in the lower bracket of Group B as well.
Yeah, just a clarification there in the BDS W7M. I believe BDS won like 7-1. I'm pretty sure, something like that. So yeah, very, clinical. Maybe not 7, maybe it's like 7. I don't know. I honestly have no idea if the game's finished, but it must be like a quick one. It had to have been a quick game if it was done like that. So we have no idea. Look, go and check out social media, all that. It'll keep you up to date. But anyway, look, we're only focused on Wolves and Bleed and what we've just seen. And yeah, certainly Bleed moving on in.
Sorry, I feel like I got sidetracked.
So do I. This is, I don't know.
The thing is, I saw when our game finished, I was like, oh, we might get to watch a few rounds of the BDS W7M game at this rate.
I have no
idea. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of what's going on over there, but we will see in all due course. Let's have a look and see our schedule. We, of course, have already played our first 3 best of 1s, and now we've got some more games coming as well. So you can see it has all been filled out now. So at 5 p.m. AST, we are going to have Cruelty versus SSG. The next game after that will be Bleed versus FaZe. That will be a game that we're covering as well, Demo. And then we have got to round out the day here on the B stream, W7M versus Scars. So, of course, that's going to be the game right at the end of the day to see just exactly how that goes on. I'm not sure how Scars are already confirmed there, given that don't believe Scars still have to play their game.
What, against FaZe?
Yeah.
It's done. FaZe won. FaZe won 7.
That's done as well.
Yeah, it's done.
Right. Yeah, so that makes sense then.
A lot of games.
Right,
lot of siege.
That brings us up to date. I'm telling you, when there's so many games going on day one, it gets really complicated. Upcoming, let's have a look and see which game we are going to be headed to next. And I believe it's going to be a best of 3 Cruelty SSG. There it is. This is where we're going to be headed next, Demo. We get to see Benja.
We do get to see Benja boy. I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Any thoughts on that new SSG roster?
Time will tell. I think in terms of replacing a player, Iconic just did not settle back into this team. And obviously Benja speaks for himself. It was a no-brainer decision in my eyes, and what a player that SSG have been able to pick up, because obviously Benja was a sought-after prize for multiple teams across multiple regions.
He was. There were a lot of people with their eyes on Benja, and he landed at SSG. I'm really excited to see how he's meshed with the team. It's another import. It's another bit of EU going over to NA, because EU is the better region. We're going to cut to a very short break. We will be back with that best of 3 in a few. Don't go anywhere. everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We have played through our upper bracket quarter-finals here today. We've played 3 best-of-1s here on the B stream. There has been 3 best-of-1s on the A stream. There's been best-of-1s over on the C stream. We've done all that. We are now into the territory where we are deciding who is going to advance through and who is, unfortunately for them, going to get sent home. So we are now in our lower bracket quarter-finals. These games are best of 3s. Demo, this is where it gets a little bit sharp. It's day 1 and you're already faced with the possibility of exiting the competition early. It's not where you want to be, but there is a gauntlet to be ran down there inside of that lower bracket, and it is very possible.
Yeah, of course it is. This is where you could almost just say, okay, that was the one-off game, and that was just to get us, see where we were going wrong, kind of get us woken up almost, hit a bit of a reset button and then go again. So yeah, this is where teams can really start to kick on right now, and obviously we'll see how they progress going into the competition.
So we've got Cruelty versus Space Station. Let's have a look at the Cruelty roster. If you've been sat with us for a while today, if you've had us up on the second monitor, you maybe will recognize this team. This is where we kicked things off. This is where we started our day demo. They played against BDS. They played on Bank and they lost 4-7. I'll be honest, I don't think we saw the best Cruelty. I think there was some nerves going in there. There was definitely, moments where you could see how they wanted to play the game and how they envisioned the game, but it didn't come through on paper. They struggled in gunfights in the early part of the game. They struggled to get themselves, visible and winning those engagements. They're against BDS. It's always going to be difficult. They did pick a couple of rounds up, however, but it was not going to be enough. Ivan was a player for me that stood out, Demo. Anyone really that stood out for you?
No, I think it was very difficult to really pinpoint, a key player. Like you said, Ivan had a moment, I think, during one of the rounds, but for the most part, it was pretty lackluster from Cruelty, especially the opening few rounds in that game. It just was not up to standard to the way that it kind of should be.
Something they did do well was getting opening picks, and I'm sure that we'll come on to that as we get ourselves into the series. But for now, let's have a look at their opponent. Let's take a look at Space Station. Now, of course, this is another new roster. We're seeing a lot of teams with a lot of roster moves going on here. Benja, what are you doing over on Space Station? You're on the wrong side of the pond, my friend. He is, of course, their latest pickup. He's going to be replacing Iconic. Iconic didn't seem to fit inside of this Space Station roster. You could see that from the outside looking in. There wasn't that immediate gel, that immediate synergy that I think that they were hoping to have, of course, with there being a bit of an Astralis core here on this roster. So they have opted for a pickup of, to be honest, one of the hottest properties inside of Siege. A lot of teams out there wanted Benja. I'll be honest, I don't think many teams could afford him because G2 knew exactly what they had and they've let him go to Space Station. A big pickup here, Demo.
Yeah, it is. And obviously Benja stepping away from G2. Just the time was right for him. He needed a new challenge. He needed a new environment. And yeah, I think this environment's going to suit Benja really, really well. I did get a chance to speak to him, I think last week. He hopped in and we had a chat with him and just asking him, general stuff, how's it going with the team? And he goes, yeah, everything's fine. And he goes, but I didn't think that they actually would wake up at 8 a.m. to go for runs. Now I have to wake up at 8 a.m. and go for runs. he just thought it was all a myth. So
the thing is, I think
he's adapted to it.
I think that Benja is probably one of those kind of people that will work well inside of the structure, because SSG is the most structured team, and I don't mean that necessarily in sense of how they play in the server, but lifestyle in terms routine. Of how they operate as a team. Yeah. It's a lifestyle being on SSG. It's not just turn up, play a few games and go home. It really is a lifestyle. So let's see how he gets on with that. I don't know if I'd like to be running out there in the Riyadh heat. I hope they're doing it indoors on a treadmill or something like that. Who do you think is going to win? Cast your vote at home, stcplay.gg, and you can go on there and you can put in your prediction for this fixture. Demo, this is a best of 3, so first one that we've seen of the day. We didn't see Space Station play earlier, but I know that Cruelty didn't really impress us too much in that opening game. Now, they did go against BDS, so maybe it's a tough yardstick to measure them against, but I think I'm still favoring SSG here.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer to really favor SSG. Look, they lost to W7M, who are a really good side as well, so it's one of those, SSG or W7M, I think, was always going to be a coin flip in terms of who you would say is going to win that game. Very, very close. But I think now it seems to have opened up now for SSG, and I think everyone out there will probably say SSG as well.
Yeah, SSG, they got 3 rounds on the defense on Cafe versus W7M. W7M obviously getting 7 rounds there, so Cafe not really the map there for SSG. We need to find out the maps that we're going to be headed to here in this best of 3. Obviously, the map veto in a best of 1 is one thing, but inside of a best of 3, it is a whole nother beast. You are going to have to give something up more than likely, especially if you don't have the deepest of map pools.
This is a rematch from the Manchester Major. We've seen both of these teams compete against each other there in the first game of the tournament. And I believe that you cast at this game, Ollie, so you get to have another go at it. And yeah, it was SSG, got in there, done the job, 2-0. You'd expect things will be, you know, the same, and maybe it might be even better considering that you've got Benja, who, as we know, is definitely an upgrade in the way Iconic had been playing on that team.
Yeah, and that's it. You know, you start thinking about what SSG have given up to what they've taken on. Iconic, very much a shot caller, very much an IGL, sort of a leader figure. Benja, not really that kind of a person, can be quite quiet often. Now, obviously, he was on G2. There's a lot of big personalities on G2. So maybe, you know, maybe he didn't have the room and stuff like that to be as vocal as he wanted, but by no means is he an IGL.
No. He goes in there, gets the job done. Very silent but deadly kind of guy. He is a quiet figure. He's not going to be the one who's going to be shouting, oh, let's do this, let's do... Well, actually, sometimes he does call. If he sees an opening, he'll actually call stuff out. But for the most part, he's just going to be, you know, kind of doing what he's told. And yeah, you mentioned before about the structures. Much of what we talk about the structure outside the game, even inside as well, Ollie. You know, they've got some great fundamentals. I just think they've really struggled sometimes adapting to the meta. And having to play a little bit quicker sometimes has been, which is strange considering the rest of this year, like, out of all the NA teams, you know, one of the quicker sides where they'll bring in the blitz and bring in all those strong operators, but certainly at the Major from what I've seen was, you know, they did have some time issues.
Into the game then, we're going to be headed into Consulate. Apologies, we don't have a map veto for this one, but it is going to be a Consulate border bank. Consulate picked by Cruelty. SSG are going to pick a border, and Bank will be the decider. We know how Bank went this morning for Cruelty. It was down to SSG to pick between that or Chalet. And the border pick for SSG is quite a surprising one, potentially. But for the meantime, we turn our attentions here to Consulate.
I don't know if it's surprising for SSG to pick border. I think it's a map that they like. It's usually a map that teams will ban against SSG. I think it's a map they're very good at because, again, it plays into their style of Siege where they can play fast, they can play quick, they can utilize the shields, for example, that Force will want to run. But yeah, Consulate, I think, not the strongest map for SSG. We actually seen them lose this here a few weeks ago during the qualifiers against Luminosity. So it's a map that you would hope that SSG have maybe worked on. So Cruelty have obviously seen an opportunity there to try and maybe exploit a weakness here coming in for SSG. But I think for Cruelty, they need to win this map. I think going into border, I think SSG is going to be their map. And then if it gets to the decider, even still, Ollie, it's Bank, which SSG beat Cruelty on in the Major 7-1. It was a rollover.
Different teams, but similar cause. So you can take that result somewhat fairly seriously. SSG have played against this opponent before, and they've played against them in terms of competitive Siege fairly recently. Okay, it was earlier on in the year in May, but it's as recent as we've had any other competition. So let's see how everything shakes in. Cruelty going to be starting off on the attack. SSG on the defense. And we're going to be starting off on that top floor.
Jammer deployed. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Right, let's see if Cruelty can continue that trend that they were having on Bank, where the opening kill department was actually quite strong for them. It's one thing, maybe it's down to BDS getting a little bit ahead of themselves, even EFAC admitted that at points as well, so see if SSG maybe have more discipline. You'd hope so, with that regimental aspect that you certainly look at how that team is operating at the moment. They are dealing with a top floor hold. However, we also see a mid floor extensionally with mirror windows. looking to hold downstairs. And the reason why teams will hold this piano area is mostly just to deny access to that single window that we would see be used on the CEO attacks. Just swing in that window with a blind spot, and you just plant the diffuser. If someone's below, you can't really do that. So I think Cruelty will have to put in a lot of effort to really make this happen. And Faults meets a blitz downstairs. Dante with the opening kill. Extremely strong start. Just send the blitz in a 1v1 engagement. There's no operator I would rather have than a blitz.
There's just nothing you can do, is there? If you're full white flashed and you're not the warden, there is absolutely nothing that you can do. Not only does he get it, but he also doesn't immediately get traded. He might even be able to have a bit of impact on this round yet if he gets himself out there. Gathering a little bit of info now. They're all framed up and ready. Bit of a rotation coming out here as we're seeing Mutombo head over from that CEO rappel over toward the admin side on the roof. SSG kind of left a little bit wondering here as to where this push is coming from. There's been an initial burst over through that CEO side, but it's going to be Benja. Finds one onto Rovi, and I'll be honest, it doesn't look like he's done there. Just quickly going to answer this phone and tuck in here to copy.
Cruelty. And that opening pick, they haven't really done much with it at the moment. A lot of players have taken a hefty amount of damage as well. Although you can see that two players are very low HP, and Benja just sat in behind the copy. He's doing a bit of work in the old copy machine and picks up the kill. And more kills fire out here for SSG. Oh, we see a lull from Ashenal. Is that the first time we've seen a bit of typing in chat all day?
It is, it is.
Of course it would be SSG to do it.
Of course it'd be Ashen to do it. I love a little bit of banter in the all chat. SSG, definitely one of the louder teams. If you hear any bleed through the microphones or any screaming, whooping and hollering, it's usually SSG. They are usually the culprits. J90 finishing things off there with a nice pick. For all the early aggression, for all that early aggression from Bleed. Didn't really come to too much. SSG dealt with it very well. Cruelty. Look like they're just getting League Ops involved to double check something. Something maybe just not quite right.
It's been pretty smooth running.
We'll get that sorted
For the day as well. You know, usually first day LAN events, Ollie. We've been there many a times where we've had a fair few issues. But I
don't know if we can call this a first day LAN event, because these PCs, these like this will all have been used. This is in full flow right now.
But certainly, I think getting things running smoothly in the first day always sets up nicely as we progress through this tournament, which will be, of course, extending all the way this week, and we'll finish on Sunday with. Will it be a new champion or will it be a returning champions, Ollie? That's the question.
Well, who knows? BDS still have a horse in this race. It's very, very early days at this point. Just saw Benja glancing over there at the old strat book. SSG are one of the... Not all the teams do it, but some teams will have... they're allowed paper on the desk and they can print things off and have little strategies, little setups or whatever they're going to do for certain rounds.
Yeah.
I'd love it, honestly, if you saw Benji just heavily studying the strat book during like a timeout or something, and then he picks like Mozzie and just buggers off.
Oh, yeah,
just gets himself
back into it as well, yeah. But it must be...
Just gets himself onto the top floor.
It must be difficult, though, for players, obviously, you know, whenever you've been on a team for so long, and then you're in a new team, and just kind of, you know, same way like you start a new job, you're always used to doing one thing, and now these guys are showing you something completely different.
Yeah.
And how they do things. It must be, you know, quite a culture shock almost as well for Benja, because you're dealing, you know, you're going away from dealing with Doki and Alamau to dealing with just normal people. It must, honestly, what a transition.
I never thought I'd see the day when you start throwing shade G2's way. You'd love G2.
I do, but they're not here. And, you know...
Are you going to love Space Station now because Benja's on it?
No.
Is Benja the golden child? Is that the one you're following?
I lived through the Hungry and Yonka days. Trust me, I've earned my stripes with G2. I'll live through this as well. Don't worry.
What about the Subos days?
Well, that was a little bit more kind of Penta Sports into G2, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mistrone, potentially? Benja's not for moving. And that drone thinks everything is clear. Rovi going to pick up the opening kill onto Fultz.
There's no way.
Cruelty, fantastic in this opening engagement. They were very good against BDS, and they're continuing that here. They've had the opening pick in both rounds. It's not credited them with the round win, but nonetheless, they picked up the opening kill. Benja somehow manages to keep himself alive and get himself out of harm's way. Doesn't have his C4 anymore, though. He has expended that. Rovi, second kill on the round. Really finding the angles to pick these SSG players off right now.
J9O is in the prime position to stop anyone walking into that breach. Has that shield, of course, and if there are any smokes or flashbangs, he has the warning goggles to... Oh my god, what a shot from J9O! Just peeks up and swings, eliminates the player in the breach. That's going to be diffuser cold outside as well, I think, so they're going to have to try and rotate around and pick that up. And he can still hold on to this hatch, so if they try and go for a quick drop, it will be stopped also.
J9O's got total control over that hatch. It's not an easy shot to make, though, and a player very easily could slip on by. Forrest is going to be holding that long angle through the mirror window onto the bottom of those yellow stairs. Just peeks out. The mirror window will get popped. J9O, glasses activated. Forrest, he threads the eye of a needle. J9O, he can't move anywhere right now. He's pinned down from both sides, and he's going to have a blitz bearing down on him soon, but Dante gets caught looking the wrong way. Activates the goggles. He's got live ping information on the last. He's drawn for the SMG. There's 15 seconds left, but Benja snatches it out from beneath him. A fantastic stabilization there from SSG. J9O, how he got away with keeping his life there and picking up as many kills as he did, I will never know.
J9O, stalwart player. So strong in those positions where he just has to sit there and play the site well. I've always said that I see a lot of similarities between J9O and Usus. I think both of them are two very similar players in terms of consistency and what they give you. You know, I always look, at those two players and think, if nothing's going for those teams, he'll give you something. You know, he'll always give you a solid performance no matter what. And certainly I think J9O is one of those players.
I'm so glad you said Usus.
Why is that?
I thought you were going to say yourself.
No, yeah. And also, I also think J9O and Usus, similar looks as well about them, you know? Got that beard kind of style, don't they?
Maybe?
A little bit. I see a little bit.
We'd need a side-by-side, wouldn't we?
Yeah. I'm not talking, by the way, I really hope we get to see it, although it's not guaranteed. We need a leader versus Lobin. That's what we need. Those two...
Any reason?
Twins. They are twins. You have to look at them. You know, sort off the Fury, the actual twins, the Fury and FaZe twins, sack them off. These two, they're not twins, but you wouldn't be he told off for thinking that they were. I'm telling you, I need to see that happen now. Leader Lobin, look up.
The unofficial twins.
Honestly, Nate Handy, move out of the way.
Let's see if Cruelty can get the opening pick again here. They were fantastic on it, on Bank against BDS, but it didn't matter. They still lost. They picked it up in the last 2 rounds here again and still lost both of those rounds. It says a lot about a team that can't capitalize on that numbers game. You get the opening pick, it's a numbers game from there on out. You just go 1 for 1 and you're done. Teams like SSG, like BDS, they're very well versed in sometimes just lifting a little bit of extra weight. Bit of a barricade bang there. Just got, I think he got 1 bullet over onto Forrest, and Forrest now knows someone's going to be out there. Claymores have been placed though. Forrest might be thinking about a little bit of a challenge here. Pyrox is going to find J9O again. That opening pick, he was getting bared down on by the Monty, so you can forgive him really for losing that one. He's not got too many places to go.
It's strange to say that Cruelty have got the opening pick in every round, but they still have yet to win a round. SSG have been able to, win these rounds off the back foot every single time. I wonder if they can do it again, or maybe the magic has ran out. If we call. Nothing comes off it. Again, it's more just, I think, for creating space and trying to help that Monty as he was looking to maybe move in towards the top floor, but since then rotate it now towards the piano door and Looks as though that Cruelty are the business just trying to walk in towards the site. Is it clear? No, there's a player right beneath the window, right beside Dante's window. They will spot him out now, and Dante needs to make a move on to try and eliminate Benja, but somehow gets out of there.
Dante's window sounds like something from like a horror story or something. The only horror story at the minute is the C4 from below. Ivan takes action down. Fultz with a double. The nitro cells have been devastating. Dante desperately trying to push on through. Finds one on to Benja. A great shot. Levels it up 2 versus 2. You've got a Glaz and a Dokkaebi against a Pulse with no C4 and a Cage. Forest gets the shot down. You hear the air jab go. Caught out there. Forest tried to take advantage. I think he's been heard. Fultz. Can he get him on the scan? He can. He knows he's gone all the way up to that top floor. He's going to have to chase him in hot pursuit here. Can he win the engagement? No. Ivan makes it work. Bear in 9. Good for 2 there for Ivan. Brilliant little bit of play there from Cruelty. I think that's how they need to play. I think they strike me as a good scrappy team, if that makes sense.
I think that was a great round from Cruelty, just based on the circumstances. A lot of teams, whenever the initial plan doesn't work out, you know, for example, they've tried to walk in there, tried to get the defuse off, and 2 of them have died to a C4. Usually you would see teams just stall out the round and that would be it done. But look at Dante in that environment. Knows this team is on the back foot and just makes a play. I just have to try and go for the player inside the site, get that kill, and it'll maybe give us a chance. And that's exactly what happened. He pushes in, he wins his 1v1 engagement. The Nomad worked really well to get the second, and then you're leaving a Pulse in a 1v2 with no C4 who's off the site. He's just not going to win that unless Cruelty just give it to him, and they didn't. So yeah, a great bit of play there from Cruelty just to recalibrate what they're actually going to do in the round and make it work. You know, not panicking, not stressing out, just playing Siege.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Playing good Siege as well. Good to see them with a round. They did go down heavily against BDS earlier on today, and they struggled to bring it back. So it's nice to see them contending here with SSG, not letting things slip too far away. Disgusting from J90. Got a couple of pixels to play with here. We can see on the outlines, and there is nobody going to be spawning over that side, but always worth a chance, especially on Consulate. There's so much to check when you come out of that spawn. Passage to the building is not guaranteed. Well, that was going to be a little bit of a thinker jump through there into the skylight, but it seems to just be a drone. It could still be a hop-in for all we know.
I think the Monty's been a bit of an issue for SSG. You know, just the ground that Monty's able to take. Often you can't really play against either. There's very little counters to the Monty unless you want to run, you know, heavy lineup of C4s and maybe even an Oryx. And Oryx is obviously the best counter to a Monty. We know that, but they'll manage to work in there a Legion and a Smoke, so there is potential. But as long as the multiplayer is a very safe Monty and just doesn't beeline it straight into positions that he just should not be, then yeah, he should be fairly safe.
Time to move forward.
We'll see how the Monty chooses to play. One of the slower rounds we've had so far. Monty is able to gather a lot of information from this point, and if anyone can capitalize on it vertically, might be able to take a little bit more ground. The Finkerstim is going to come in, allows Monty just to push up a bit further. Benja going to deal with Ivan quite quickly there, though, and the Monty with a shield down and a pistol out is not the best. Haven't got that level of firepower, and he needs a buddy right now. Going to be full white flash there. Tries to pick one, will find it. Able to take down Forest. It's a miracle that the Monty got away with anything there, Demo.
It is. I thought he was going to be trapped out by the smoke, but I don't think they actually knew he was in connector the way that they played it. Ashen is trying to charge down the Monty as the door has been blocked off. Oh no, it's going to be J90 to come to the rescue. What a play from J90. Fultz eliminates Dante, and oh, Pyroxy all by himself on the window. He didn't expect this is how it would end. Diffuser cold. He's telling them where he is. They're gonna maybe go for a swing, maybe get him some kills. Oh, he's stuck. Do we have to like to ring the fire brigade? Is there a pyroxy stuck up a tree? What's going on?
I think it's a job for Fireman Sam, potentially.
Maybe honestly, a window cleaner could do this job. Is he a window cleaner? Is that what he's doing? Is he cleaning the windows?
We need a ladder, and we might need some rope. I've never seen this. In the hundreds, maybe even thousands of, well, definitely thousands of rounds that I've seen, I've never ever seen that.
I don't know what we do here. I'm guessing we just play it on, but it is
It's very difficult,
unfortunate.
isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Because the rules around rehosts are very strict.
Yeah.
The problem's got to be reported within the prep phase, I believe.
And then it's like within 15 seconds off the rest of the yeah, it was past like 2:45, something like that.
You're done. Yeah.
This was a great play though. Like again, J90. Did you see what he did? He clogged up one side of the door from Baguette. He then rotated around to then help his teammates. So he stopped the Monty from getting it out, allowed Ashen to just fully charge and try his best to kill the Monty. Monty then unshields, punches him as expected, but then J90 is there to support his teammate to kill the Monty.
Unfortunate. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And for Cruelty, there was no luck in that round. I think that the game is in a poor state at the moment, and we're probably just discussing with League Ops what it is that we can do. Because the problem is, you can't... The competitive integrity is so difficult to do here. And it's kind of lucky that for Siege, because you very rarely get problems. I mean, at least I've never seen a problem like that demo. I don't know if that's the thing at the minute. I don't know if it's been introduced into the game in a recent patch or something like that. But I've never seen where somebody physically can't move like that. Usually it's an audio bug or something of that nature.
Or a bug breach,
which again
happens the odd time as well.
Yeah, or a bugged breach. Like, there's so much destruction in the game. The game's super complicated. Like, sometimes there'll be a bit of metal that remains and you can't get through. And it is what it is.
Very difficult
It seems as though Cruelty have just got to suck it up for that one. To be honest with you, it was what, a 1 versus 4?
Yeah, it all depends on the context. Him on the window, how long was he there? How long was he there?
Yeah.
Was he supposed to actually repel in and get some kills? But then again, from that position, from the eye test that I have, what's he actually going to do there to like help his team?
Yeah.
He's not really going to do much.
What's your eye
there.
test got to do with anything?
I played the game. I know Siege.
Oh dear. Ashen going for a little cheeky run out there. J90 as well. He's been looking for those spawn peaks. We've been watching him on a couple of occasions in the opening part of the round. It just so happened that Ashen was going for something that would have been a bit fancier to show. Is J90 successful here?
Great pick.
Lucky you've taken. I mean, you've still got the RAM, but you've got rid of the book.
You've got rid of the hard breach gadgets. So the hatches now are going to be shut up tight. Obviously, yes, you can use the Thermite, but at the moment, Thermite has to struggle with just getting the main breach open, and he's dealing against a Mute, a Bandit, and a Tub all at the same time. Any C4s? There is 4 of them. Yes, be careful here, the old Ram. Every inch of this can be destroyed. He'll now open up above the garage and open up above the breach to see if he can disable any mute jammers and bandit charges that will be there to enable that main breach to get opened up. It looks as though the SSG are more than happy to allow that to happen because they have that man advantage. You know, that's what they're going to try and play with. The first tubs go in. It will stop the breach just for a little bit. Keep in mind that this breach will be opened up, Ollie. Thermite charge has went off, so it's just a case of when. There it is. Didn't even use any more Tabaro gadgets, just keeps them in the pocket.
Well, the RAM doing the best they can to try and open up this floor, but
oh, they've
would prefer a book to do it. Oh, we've got some secondary hard breach over on the Capita. I'll tell you what, it is a little bit tricky to see everything that everybody's got at the moment and keep on top of it, but did just miss that earlier on. But it's good that Cruelty have got that utility. It means that they can at least get that hatch open. They've still got that small problem of dealing with Pillar. They weren't able to do it last time. It was J9O in the hot seat previously. Ashen's got an option to rotate in and out of there now. And where the Warden was very successful previously, it's not in play, and that's allowed a player to drop. Very important engagement for Ashen to now win. The plant's starting to go down. Rovi, he's going to find one onto Fulls, and he's not done there. Ivan, before he gets traded, he grabs one. The plant has been confirmed. 3 versus 2 right now. We do have Benja out on the Mozzie. I made a bit of a joke about Benja on the Mozzie. He absolutely loves it, but he's not done anything with it this round. Rovi, however, has been on a tear, and this DMR is not going to be easy for J9O to clutch up with. Picks the first, nearly gets the second. The crosshair placement was just a little bit off, and he didn't pull the trigger. Mutombo finishes him off.
I know that people at home are probably thinking, oh, why didn't they just set up, you know, the way that they did previously? Why did they not play J9O in that pillar position on the Warden? It worked out really well for them. All those flashbangs that are being tossed in wouldn't have been an issue. But in reality, it actually was the correct call based on the lineup of Cruelty. Obviously, SSG wouldn't know that, but Cruelty had brought in the Capitao for that very reason. It's to fire out the player in behind pillar, so that strategy wouldn't work anyway. So yeah, for SSG, it just shows that whenever you don't have that control of pillar, how difficult it can actually be to stop the plant. And yeah, Cruelty obviously making the correct adaptation, bringing in the Capitao, so you have that counterplay to that player in towards pillar. And you just walk in and get the plant down, and once that plant goes down, Ollie, it's a very difficult retake. The vertical angles from above, that yellow door, obviously the main breach, a lot of strong positions that the attackers could just lean back into, and then let the defenders have to aggress.
I think it was the right play from both sides, really. You've got to, as SSG, you've got to give credit to your opponent and say that they are going to bring a counter to that. It was the one thing that really screwed them up last time. They're going to bring the Capitao to counter it. It's the best thing you can bring, so you've got to keep moving. You've got to keep adapting. There's a chance that we end up on an even half here, which I think for Cruelty would be absolutely massive, because 3 rounds on the attack of this map, that's nothing to be, you know, it's nothing to give up too lightly. That's a very impressive statistic in reality, considering that it is fairly defender favored.
Last round for SSG, and I think it's a round that they need, Ollie. Dropping 3 defenses in Consulate would be pretty poor showing. I really think that they need to win this one out. Cruelty, if they this next round, and they really set them up nicely going into their defensive halves. 4-2 split, I think it would be pretty average, pretty decent for both teams. And oh my word, what on earth was that? Dante just swings a barricade, shoots through it, finds J9O at the perfect time, and walks away as though nothing ever happened.
Benja will be there for the trade. You've still got that terrifying blitz bearing down on you. Benja's not finished there. Is he going to be able to pick up the one onto the blitz? The answer is no. Dante is single-handedly keeping Cruelty in this. 4-4 right now, and he's picked up 2 of those kills in this round. The impact of the blitz can never be understated. Now it does leave a bit of a tricky situation, especially when you got a Dokubi call coming in as well. Mutombo is going to take Ashen down. SSG, they are spread very thinly here. Look at the positioning of Fultz. He's got nowhere to go. He's been backed into a corner right now.
Very treacherous for SSG. They are not in good positions, and they are very separated from one another also. So they just have to play and play.
Clever now.
Look at this usage of the Soulless Gadget. He hears the diffuser going down and somehow gets the kill on the Mutombo, and he's very lucky that the blitz actually dropped into the site now. Forrest gets away from that engagement, and 50 seconds left on the clock. The diffuser has to be planted, but with this Soulless upstairs, that's just not going to be possible. Sees the blitz, spots them out, and relay that information over the Forest, who is still downstairs. I wonder where Cruelty are going to go. Dante will now begin the diffuser going down in towards the basement. This is where Forrest has to do his part. Pulls out the Magnum, makes a hole, fires to C4. Does it connect? Yes, it does. Dante off the board. Pyroxy's in the 1v2. Diffuser planted. Trying to get in towards that little echelon and finds one, but not the second. Great refrag from Forrest. They both move in at the same time. My goodness, what a 2v3 from SSG. Those 2 players should be ecstatic with themselves, because that was not an easy situation.
That's the way to play a 2 versus 3. Played it perfectly down to the wire. The C4 onto the blitz.
All did their job.
That was just what they needed. But then even in that final push, I mean, Benja had done so much work on that top floor, picking up 2. Great frag from Fultz as well on that top floor, and Forest there when it really mattered. Able to get that final engagement off as a trade. As soon as you take out the blitz, you've done the hard work.
That's probably the most impressive round I've seen today. I really think it is. Just thinking about the situations that they were in. One guy on the very top floor, the other guy on the very bottom floor. So far apart from each other. They are against 3 players who are pretty much all together, and they all have to do their individual performances to the best of their ability. Solus was great at being able to use the scanner, seeing where the blitz is, tiptoe around the blitz, get an opening onto the player who's trying to plant inside of Tellers. Blitz then drops, thinking, oh, we're going to go for the plant here. He gets killed. Solus, again, still relaying information, saying that the blitz is now moving downstairs. Forrest still gets out of there. He knows the diffuser is cold on the ground. He runs away. He then retakes back, using the information that his teammate used, runs past one player, has the ingenious thinking of, let's use the C4, let's make an opening, fire the C4, gets the kill. Both of them wait. They wait until they're together, and then they push in to collapse for the 1v2. Like, honest, that is such a good round if you actually think about all the little things that could have gone wrong and all the things that they had to do right.
SSG secure the 4-2 split. Ensure that they come out of that first phase with an advantage. Now, a good player can fit into a defending lineup with relative ease, especially someone that fills Benja's role. Somewhere that you're going to look to get a lot of value out of him is on this attack. He's going to be playing the book at the moment, so he's not in that entry engagement necessarily. He's going to be looking more toward getting a little bit of a job done, opening up some lines of sight, getting some vert done, moving in through the map that way. See how that transition has been from currently sitting on 7 and 3 as well, so already a good performance at the moment. Very keen on this info gathering, aren't they? That is a very belt and braces drone from J90 of the bathroom. Checked for just about everything possible that could have been, and did end up getting the mute jammer, which will ease up that drone at the top of those yellow stairs.
Well, bolt fired in. Will just mean that the players off Cruelty have to back away ever so slightly. Dante able to get a kill onto Benja. This player right now from SSG, somebody is just inside connector window. Gets pre-fired. It was the glass. Ashen had smoked out the entire area towards the connector window. Swung at himself, but then they heard that, and it's just a very easy pre-fire. You don't even need to see him. You just know he's going to be there.
I'll be honest, I don't think this has gone to plan for SSG.
No.
They've lost 2 bodies. They've lost Benja below, who's getting a bit of that floor ripped open. They've also lost Ashen.
Lost the utility from the Capital.
We've still just got 2 players sat outside on Repel on CEO, and we've got someone on Bathroom. Well, Bathroom guy's pretty null and void if no one's been given a reason to move. Gonna have to try and hop out of there now, but Fultz is gonna get downed. Forest will find one. Matumbu does just get a little bit antsy. Now the diffuser on the threshold of the window. Not ideal, but you've got to hop in to grab it. J90, this cover from Bathroom. Cruelty. They aren't playing as disciplined as they could be right now, but Pyrox with the hop out will secure that man count advantage yet again.
15 seconds remaining.
P4 being teased, and it lands. Didn't think it was going to scrape him, but it did just in time, and that was probably the issue. You put the player with 20 HP into the building. Forest eliminates one, but we know it's going to be locked out. Wow, confusing. They have sent the player, Ollie, with less HP into that. Whereas if
you always want to send the higher HP player in.
Well, not all the time. Usually, whenever it comes to like a 1v2, whenever it's actually like in the building on the ground almost, you want to do that because trading kills, swinging back, just the way it works out. But for that scenario, you would want the player with more HP pushing in for the defuse, because at the end of the day, a player on 20 HP, if he dies, he's going to get headshot anyway. So it makes no difference what HP this guy in the window is.
Yeah, you've got to try and get the plant down and extend the clock at that point, and it really comes down to that and only that. I think SSG was trying to salvage something there because the start of the round really didn't go the way that they envisioned. They lost 2 players early on. They lost Benja. They lost Ashen. I don't know why Ashen hopped into connector on the glass. Like, if you're going to do that, maybe hop in on somebody else. You know, unless you're just planning on smoking yourself and trying to play out of that. But it's very predictable. And especially with the shotgun at close range, you could see how devastating it was. So Cruelty drag themselves back around here and keep it a relatively even game so far. It's definitely been the most well-matched game we've seen so far today, Demo.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it's certainly getting there in terms of just how close the rounds have... You know, not just... It's more how close the rounds have been. You know, it's all right saying, oh, it's an, you know, even scoreline, whatever it is, and we could be going to OT, but actually in the rounds, you can't really call who's going to win it. It's been really close. You know, edge of your seat, kind of watching almost. Here we go again for SSG. The first round not working out too well for them. Still bringing in the, you know, the kind of mix of these fun operators that we like to call, the kind of niche operators that we don't see all too often. You've obviously got the Amaru in there, but more importantly a Nook. Nook is the gameplay that we see from Nook just is not there the same way she used to. You know, since they kind of got rid of the silent step ability, we just don't see her. She's just not really an operator that you want to be bringing in. Because how often does the gadget actually help you out? You know, how many scenarios can you actually think of that you're saying, oh, that's worked? Maybe once in a blue moon.
I think there's better things to bring, especially if you're after the hard breach as the secondary, which is what Forest has got. Ashen, going to fall here. That opening pick, Cruelty again, doing a really good job of keeping on top of that stat line. Dokubi call. It's going to ring out. I do like how you can see who's silenced the Dokubi call and who's just let it ring out. I think that's a nice addition on the top of the UI there. You just get a little red circle. But the Dokubi call didn't really do too much. It might have gathered a bit of information, but players for Cruelty, they're not being given too much reason to move at the moment. Forrest is desperate for someone to land in his lap down here, and he'll be able to hear that from Dante. All this depends on whether he decides to capitalize on that or not. He is going to look to try and move on up. And, well, Demo, you say there's no silence there, but Dante didn't have a clue there.
No, he didn't. Are we sure the in-ears are working today? We don't know. Maybe. That has left things now a little bit tricky for Cruelty, because that man advantage is now gone. Minute left. They don't really have too much information on the positions, it feels like, in terms of where these players are for SSG, but there's a lot of information being fed over to SSG as you've seen red pings come in. That's because they were able to hack their way into the cameras and get some information from it. I believe that is the case. See, now they're trying to move in and hunt for more kills. They know that there is one more player up here at least. Now he comes, the battle of the SMGs, and it's going to be J9 with another one. There's a player right behind him, but that's going to be protected by Benja. Matamba with a shotgun in his hand, he gets eliminated. What's just happened for Cruelty? All of a sudden, they're all dead. J9 a
just
great
gone wandering, haven't they?
Wow.
I don't know why Cruelty have just gone wandering. They got the opening pick and then just, I don't know, were they trying to keep control of too much of the map? Was there a plan to, like, stabilize?
Didn't know where they were.
All started with this. SSG's reaction to Ashen dying early was fantastic. They didn't rush to try and get anything back. They really spent a good amount of time to guarantee that kill onto Dante on those yellow stairs. It's a timeout, I believe, for Cruelty. Hence why we've got call out with the microphone down. Having a quick chat to the team and helping them navigate through this consulate. Cruelty as well. They've got the mics down and they're going to be having a quick natter away and seeing if they can figure things out here. They're definitely not far off the pace here. It's a lot closer than the game we saw against BDS. And I think there's a mixture of things at play there. I think that BDS had a stronger showing potentially than Space Station are doing right now. And also Cruelty have warmed up a little bit. They've already played a game. They've shook off those first game nerves. And now they're recognizing we need to win this best of 3 because otherwise if we don't, we're going home.
Yeah, especially considering the maps that are coming as well. You know, Border up next, a favorite for SSG. I think Border for a lot of teams is very hit or miss. It's either you can play it or you can't. one of those maps. I think it might be the only map that's really like that, in my opinion. It's either you play it or you don't.
Is that like you're either good or you're bad?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I think it's one of the most unique maps that we have compared to any other map. Because of the size of it, the amount of rush strategies. I think it's probably the biggest map with the most rush strategies in the game. The way that you can take control of the map so quickly, it fits right into SSG's playstyle. Fits right into Brazil's playstyle, as obviously we've seen throughout history.
Well, Cruelty, they're not going to be a stranger to that LATAM playstyle, that Brazilian playstyle. They're going to be well versed in it.
Just be a time where obviously the Mexican sides and Argentinian sides would have to go up against Brazil to even make it to events. Obviously now it's not that way anymore.
The Copper Elite 6,
which me and you are all too familiar with.
The Copper Elite 6. They are the days.
Good old days.
SSG 5-3 right now, a chance to put themselves onto a map point. Don't forget, this is Cruelty's map pick, so picked up a couple of rounds on the defense, sorry, on the attack. But so far, struggling a little bit more on the defense. They're going to need to get their act together here, though, because in a best of 3, you win your map, you win the decider. It's the easiest way to go about things. You can often forget about your opponent's map pick and just play your own game. SSG have gone for the aggressive option here. Cruelty are paying the price for it right now. There will be a down, nice and early. Ashen, 1-6. When was the last time you saw Ashen have such a bad game like this? He's usually one of the star players on the side of SSG. Certainly not one that's consistently dying early, but it's Cruelty in that opening pick. They're so devastating, so deadly, right from the get-go.
Thankfully for Ashen, J90 is covering the shift for him today, as he is 13-4. Incredible numbers after 8 rounds being played. A minute left. Breach is open, but there just isn't enough, I would say, verticality done for my liking. And SSG are now struggling, I would say, when it comes to the time department. They need to try and get those drones in and start ripping up the flooring. Bolts has been eliminated. Don't know where that's from. But yeah, still no real vertical action being done, Ollie. This is a big worry for me, and just wonder if SSG have enough in the tank to see this over the line, but I don't know if they do. Look at this, is very, very late, Ollie, to be getting this done.
It is. It gives Cruelty time now to just reposition themselves, and if there's no one there to catch players out as they rotate, what are you going to do? Benja can start to try and open that hatch. Stuns and flashes can get sent down. They know that there's a player going to be tucked in by the pillar. Plant is going to go down from Forest. Maybe it's not a case of that. Maybe it's just a case of holding on to the top floor. But Robbie's got a different idea about things. The Yokai drone's going to deny the plant. The flank is devastating. Ivan and Robbie going back to back up there. It's beautiful from Cruelty. They opened the door. They said, come right on in. We're happy to oblige. And then bang, hit him with the denial. Bang, hit him with the retake.
Great round from Cruelty. Understood the assignment. They looked at the timing, and they're saying, okay, guys, they have no time left whatsoever. We still have echo cams, which I'm pretty sure SSG had no idea that there was an echo on the board. There's just no way. And at that stage, echo goes off. Complete mayhem. SSG are scrambling, thinking, oh, where's the echo? We have to kill the echo. And then all of a sudden, there's 2 players retaking above you, and they just hit you like that. So they played it to perfection. They just knew what SSG were going to do, which I think was the main thing there.
Where was the flank drone, by the way? SSG, they had a body down. They lost... no, Ashen got downed. Who died first that round?
It was Fultz.
It was Fultz, wasn't it? Where was the flank cam? Little cam on Spiral, that's like, it's one of the best ones.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Cruelty. Not going down without a fight here. Back within 1 round. Now they've got... I don't know if it's a less than ideal site, but it's the mid-floor site. You've still got to treat it a bit like a top floor. You've got to control that CEO office. We've seen how SSG's attempts of have crashed like waves onto rock at this. They've not been successful really with this top floor clear. Still trying to make that blitz work. Still trying to make that Lion Dokubi combination work. It's a very liquid lineup.
Attackers drop the
Early Dokubi call, early Lion call. And Fultz with an early nade, a hop in and a kill. Fultz has really made an impact there. Good bit of pistol work, but not all over yet. Eventually finished off there by J90. Hunt him down, run him down. Take him out with the blitz. It's 1 versus 3. We can afford a little bit of troll time right now. Ivan is going to hit that rotation. He's got a lot of information, but there is also an unreal amount of time. 2 minutes on the clock. Another call comes in, and Benja, you're not going to lose that engagement. Not with the Lion scan coming in. Another Dokubi call lined up, ready to go. SSG, something a little bit quicker, something a bit pacier. Something I imagine we're going to see a bit more of on border.
This is certainly looking a little bit shaky now for Cruelty. Kind of thought that they were starting to find their confidence. And now all of a sudden SSG have hit them with a blitz, which we knew it was going to come sooner or later, Ollie. We just knew it was. You got Forrest on there, who I think's the best blitz player in the world. Has to be said. Joint with me.
You're having Forrest down as the best blitz player in the world?
Along with me, yes.
No, you're tired.
Okay, name someone who's better. Go.
Alamo.
No. Where is he? How come the best blitz player isn't here then?
Because the best blitz player doesn't make a team.
It does. Split's the best operator.
Yeah, but it's only 50% of the game.
Facts.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you do on the defense if you're the best blitz player in the world?
Look, I think,
or if all you can do is play blitz?
Look, I think Alamar's very good, but I don't know. Just something about Forrest. Every time I've watched him play blitz, he just understands. He understands it. He knows what it is, and it's something that you maybe wouldn't understand because you don't play blitz. It's like a secret club. It's either you get it or you don't, and you just don't get it. And I'm not. Unfortunately for you, I'm not in the position that I can divulge those discrepancies to you.
You can't teach me,
No,
can you not?
I can't. Sorry. Can't do it. Secret society.
Is there some kind of... Is it like up, down, left, right, R1, R2,
No.
something like that?
Yep, you're all wrong. You got it all wrong. Who starts with that? What are you doing?
I'm sure some of them started like up, down,
No,
left,
no,
right.
Not this
That
one.
was one of them,
No,
I'm sure.
Not this one. Not this one. All wrong already. Sorry. I think you stick to... I don't even know what you play these days. Probably... I don't know.
6-4. I played dominoes.
Forrest.
Let's see how SSG choose to approach.
I know what he's going to do. They're going to... Again, remember whenever we kind of seen the glass smoke out everything? They're going to do exactly the same, and Forrest is going to swing straight in the window, put the shield in his back, and just try and plant. Right on the window. That's what they're going for here. But this has to go perfect, because 1 C4, 1 smoke, and it is finished. So they really need to make this work.
Well, there's the 3-2-1 and the sound of utility and a burst on in. Dante's caught out for the time being, immediately takes Ashen down. It just hasn't worked again. The C4 ripped and sent. But the initial explosion has just been extinguished. Forrest with a pistol on the Monty.
I have no idea.
You got 5 kills to get, mate. A flawless round for Cruelty. It's just too predictable. I feel like when you've done nothing and everyone's scared to breathe and no one's like even bashed a window open, there's no phantom pressure whatsoever. SSG are all just on the roof. Bang, Lion Scan and Dokubi call. You know what's coming. People are coming through windows.
The strategy relies so heavily on Dokubi getting the first pick. That's what it relies on. Because if that Dokubi kills that smoke and he's in the middle of the bomb site, it really does open up a whole can of worms. But yeah, if you don't get that first pick, the whole strat will just crumble. It's one of those go big or go home strategies where it is incredibly risky. And I would say 20% of the time we see it work. The other 80% is exactly what we've just seen. But that's the way that SSG like to play Siege. They live on the edge. They go for the risks.
It's a crank round. Sometimes you just got to throw a crank round into the mix.
Why did you not accompany it with a crankcast?
We didn't have the crank music.
No.
Oh, the crank round's not our gig. I think it's a tactical timeout for SSG at the moment. We've had Cruelty already take theirs, so Call Out choosing now to take his. Certainly need it, because you look at the scoreline here and you think, oh, 6-5. Only one round for Cruelty. They're very capable of it. I was honestly coming into this best of 3 thinking it was going to be a little bit more one-sided than it has been. Cruelty have put up a fantastic fight so far. It really isn't over. There's a chance yet to still take their map pick. It would be in overtime, but that doesn't matter. It matters who wins the maps.
10 seconds left before insertion.
SSG, are they going to go for something quick again? Ashen 1 and 9 still on that Amaru. Just give it up. At some point, you've just got to give it. You're just going to say, you know what? It's not been my map.
How dare you?
Get someone else than the Amaru.
How dare you shut down that young boy streams? What gives you the right? Who do you think you are to tell him what he can or cannot be?
9.
Hey, he can be anything he wants to be. He wants to be 1 and 9. He can be 1 and 9.
Currently, he's 1 and 9. I don't know if he wants to be 1 and 9, but that's the fact. Jokes aside, it's always difficult when you struggle to get into the game. And we already know that Cruelty are really hot on that opening pick. They're really hot on that first engagement. With the roles that Ashen's been playing, he's often been the first one through the door, so you're coming up against the full pressure of that. SSG, they're going to go for something a little bit sneaky again. Really just seeing what they can try and bait out, and Cruelty recognizing we do not want to peek any of these angles. We'll let them open up a few windows. We'll let them have a little bit of control, but we're not going to give them our face just stuck in the window as an easy freebie.
I wonder if they're going to maybe just try and send Ashen up the hatch or something. I don't know. Could be an option for them. I don't really know what else the Amaru would really bring to the table. Maybe it's just bring in the shotgun. I don't know. That could be a solution for them, but as you can see from Cruelty setup, Ollie, not a single person in the site. Everyone upstairs have opened up all of the angles, and that just forfeits that mid-floor control and that bottom floor control over towards SSG. But SSG know that. They're going to know where every single player is, and that is in towards the top floor. So I wonder how they're going to deal with it.
You can hear the shotguns going, and the lines of sight are being opened. Got some Capital utility getting sent out. Ashen! He's made it happen. Picks the kill onto Mutombo. And the plant will start to go down here. Robbie, he's going to be downed as well here. Forrest, nice little flank protection there. Might see himself pick up another. Ivan, he crosses the line of sight as well and gives himself up. Oh, it's a calamity. Benja's joined into the party now. Look what happens when SSG get the opening pick here. The plant's gone down. Forrest, surely you can't get 3 from the same window. Everyone knows you're there. Benja to collect that final kill, and SSG take map number 1 here in this best of 3.
Yeah, great round from SSG. Obviously, they seen that the entire site was clear. We've mentioned before that if everyone is upstairs, how do you deal with that? You can try and sidestep it and try and run into the site to go for that blind spot plant where you cannot be seen from the vertical angles. And SSG went for that. Obviously, getting into the bomb site to do so is the difficult thing. How do you stop those players from holding onto the door, holding onto the breaches? Well, use the Capitao. They fired in the bolts. It removed those players holding the vertical angles, and it just opened up the entryway for them to walk in and get that diffuser down.
SSG showing that they've got what it takes to compose themselves in the moment. That timeout, very well timed and call out. Just enough to nudge them over the line. But some great counterplay from both sides. We saw Cruelty. They were quick to adapt to SSG's defensive holds. They were bringing different things. They were trying different things to make it work. A lot of blitz play. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of blitz banning against either SSG or Cruelty. Whichever one of them continues throughout this competition, or maybe even into the next map. Who knows? Cruelty showing good strength there to keep themselves in it. And I think obviously they had the unfortunate repel
round,
sort of stick in, but it wasn't going to affect the round outcome. I think the round was already dead in the water. But obviously it does a little bit to your mental as well, and we've already spoken about how these guys have had a very tough day so far. They've gone up against BDS, previous winners, and then they've come into a game against SSG, best of 3. So it's quite a whirlwind of a day one for them, really. It is only map 1. There is still a chance for Cruelty here, but SSG, they've got off on the right foot. They've taken Cruelty's map.
Yeah, they have, and I think if you kind of look at SSG and the way that they're playing, bringing in a new player, nothing's changed. It's still the same SSG, you know, these pocket strategies that, again, we're very familiar with. We know the way that SSG are going to play. And, you know, Benja, he's a player who can play that style of Siege. He knows how to play it. So, yeah, I think SSG are molding pretty well. And again, on Consulate, which isn't, you know, the strongest map for them, still being able to get a win on a map which isn't your own is always good showing. And then now they get, you know, a much easier ride as they go into Border, a map which you're very familiar with, and a map which I'm sure they'll do much better on.
Yeah, I think the Border's the one that everyone's sort of, you know, excited to look toward now. It's the map that SSG have chosen in this series. We want to see what they can do on a map that they choose with this new roster, with this new player on the roster, and to see how that all sort of unfolds. And for Cruelty, it's do or die time, isn't it? They've got to win this next map. They have to be successful on Border. They have to take us into that third map of Bank. Don't forget, Bank, we've already seen Cruelty lose it once today, so there is a chance there that they're going to stumble at that same hurdle as well. SSG, they've not planned the whole map ban around it, but as a decider map, it will probably have been a consideration of, well, do we want to go to Charlie or do we want to go to Bank? We kind of saw them on Bank and we know what they've got, so let's see if Cruelty are even able to take us there. We're going to hit a very short break while we set up map 2, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We are running through our best of threes now. We're starting to send people home. Demo already on day one. It's a double elimination bracket, 2 groups, 8 teams. We have already played our first round of games. They were all best of ones. All the elimination games are best of threes to give everyone the best possible chance in advancing through the bracket. Currently, we've got Cruelty versus SSG. We've already seen map 1, which was Consulate, and we will be moving through into Border very shortly. For anyone that missed it, let's have a look at the scoreboard for Consulate so we can see exactly how it all happened. SSG, of course, coming away with the win there, but it wasn't a clear-cut game. It was a 7-5, so only 1 round away from going into an overtime. Demo. The player that I know you're going to want to talk about, J9O, what a map he had.
Yeah, phenomenal. Great player. Always just gives you a consistency, and it's such an important thing for players to have. Best players in the world will always be the ones who are consistent in every game that they play. That is just facts of the matter. And yeah, J9O is certainly a player that I look at over the past almost 2 years now, where I just think he's been that kind of NA guy that, honestly, I think sometimes people sleep on him. You know, people look towards the flashy players in NA. I was going to say Spoit, but Spoit's not even, you know, he's not even North American. But certainly I think J9O has to be talked about way more because he is that good.
Sometimes it's hard to think of North American players because there are so many good EU players that are out there
Benja.
in North America.
Wait, he's
another one. Damn, we'll have to think a little bit harder. Let's get ourselves into map number 2 now. We are going to be headed to Border. SSG, this is their map choice. They're starting off on the defense here. We've had a Ying ban. We have had a Grim ban as well. So both shields are going to be up. And we've already seen what, well, both teams can do with those shields, really. Cruelty. They had a good time on the Blitz, a player that we didn't really get onto there, but definitely deserves an honorary mention from Consulate is going to be a player, Dante. He did fantastically on that map. Ivan as well has had consistent performances in both the games that we've watched so far from him. So we know that Cruelty have got it in their locker to get a result here, but they just keep falling a little bit short. We're going to round out the bans there with an Azami and a Fenrir. Interesting to see the Fenrir getting removed there. We've already commented on the rework, or the Giga Nerf, as Demo puts it, but it's put him in a much different place now. Only 2 of those FNATs can be active at any one time, and they are very easy to destroy. So interesting to see him get removed there for something that may hold a little bit more value.
I think with Border as well, there is some like pretty key positions you'd want to have fenders anyway. You know, even if you don't have all 3 of them, you still need to have one. Like I think with Metal Stairs a lot of the time, for the way that Border's played with the holds that they have, you always need something on the Metal Stairs, and usually that's barbed wire. But again, a fender trap there is even more potent. So yeah, I think it's a good ban. Overall, the bans make a lot of sense. The only thing I would say is I'm very shocked that SSG have went for their Ying ban. I'm very surprised at that. I would have thought it's an operator that they would have kept. Or even, you know, maybe they enforce cruelty in the ban in the Ying and then they get the Grim. That's the only thing I find a little bit weird, because I always feel that for SSG, the way that they play Siege on Border, they would like to have one of them, because that's your kind of chaos operators who will just remove the majority of the work that you have to go through with actually dealing with the site players. That's the only thing that would seem a little bit odd to me.
Well, Cruelty starting off on the attack here. That ever-potent Lion and Jokubi combination. Still going through a little bit of setup here for SSG. They're still just making the site exactly how they like it. Quick Dokubi call off the rip. Nice shield place there as well, with a bit of that wall shot open, so you get a good line of sight there. It's a newer shield placement, one that you don't see all too often, but as you say, Demo, it is increasing in popularity. It just relieves a bit of pressure there on your Canadian player as well.
Yeah, I'll still see people reinforce it in ranked, and I'm like, don't reinforce that wall, because you need to have that extra line of sight in towards office, especially towards that triple wall. It just makes the attacker's job more difficult. What on earth was that from Benja? I think he caught himself out. Maybe he was droned out inside of customs, had to fall back into supply, was thinking, okay, now I'm trapped, and then he tried to make a mad dash, but he's been caught out because of that. Mira is available, but to see SSG not bring the Mira is a little bit strange. You know, we see Mira windows be set up in towards Fountain, looking in towards Office, and maybe the other one could be set up over towards Armory. That's not going to be the case. Oh, barely misses out. J9O, though, finds the second one. He let the first player walk across, and he still finds the second player as well. Oh, J9O has not slowed down whatsoever from Consulate, and the third from J9O. Oh, I'm as giddy as a boy going to his first day at school. Unbelievable.
Someone check him PC.
Oh,
check him PC. J9O, you line him up, he'll knock him down. Brilliant round there from SSG. It's one of the things about Border. Everything can happen in one entranceway.
Oh, it's like
one point of entrance to the building, and everything can happen there, because as an attacker, if you lose that body and you've got someone in the vicinity, you're going to try and get the trade, and it can just snowball out of control.
Isn't it? You move the wrong piece and the whole thing goes kaput. And honestly, it's the same for attackers and defenders. You know, attackers, if you lose like one crucial operator in a crucial position, you'll see the whole like kind of setup just fall on its face. Exactly the same can be said for, you know, defenders. If they lose one important, you know, operator in a certain position, the whole thing's gone.
SSG, one round up there.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Cruelty. A little bit of searching out to do there. We've commented on a couple of times how good they are on that opening pick. And Border's one of the maps where it matters the most. Can you get that opening pick, and can you get yourself into the building? Typically, you're going to try and get in through one of a few different places. CCTV is always a good place to try and mount yourself. Get control of 90, get control of East. Then you can start to try and work through a little bit and work across. Alternatively, if you want to go through and try and get into Archives, try and get into Armory, you can do those things as well. But you've got to pick one, and you've kind of got to full send commit to one or the other, or try and do a combination of the two, depending on how the defenders are spread. I'm sensing a bit of a spawn peek here. Benja It's a great time to swing. He's going to drop the diffuser there as well. He's not done. Look at him go. We've seen 50 seconds of action, and Benja's had shots on 3 people and got 2 bodies in a bag. Doesn't look like he's done there. Does he know that there's somebody just at the bottom there of blue? Dante eventually finishes him off, but damage now has been done. Your hard breach is gone. Your Dokubi calls are out of here, and there's still half the round to go.
Benja's done the damage. Was it very unlucky not to actually get the double lineup? Probably as well, but not the case. Obviously, I think if you kind of look at Cruelty and what they wanted to go for, it was, you know, very quick just to open up, you know, the main door. Maybe almost bait SSG and thinking they're going to go for a quick rush just straight into the site, but that has kind of been stopped now with Benja just swinging onto the double door that he just did not expect. Losing players. This is a very dangerous time right now if you're Cruelty, because you have no upstairs pressure whatsoever. And for you to try and just walk into the site and try and go for a plan, it's not going to work. With all these vertical holes being opened up, never going to happen for them. So a big blunder from Cruelty. I don't really know what they were expecting. Hatch opened also. Picks up the diffuser. Try and attempt the plant, but there's going to be no safe positions that he can get into. That. Oh, be careful! Almost. Forrest just barely missing out. Oh my word, Peroxys tries to walk up the stairs to help his teammate, but nope. Not happening. I mean, just no upstairs pressure rally on a mid-floor or on a bottom floor site where you know everyone's upstairs holding those angles. Very strange.
Yeah, a little bit odd. I think the round probably didn't go Cruelty's way from the start, and as such, plan A goes out the window, plan B isn't going to work, and all of a sudden you just left sort of scrambling, trying to figure something out. Ideally, they would have traded Benja a little bit earlier, but I mean, I've seen Benja get an ace on the kitchen on blooming Clubhouse before. He can be the slippiest player, no matter how much room he's got, he can still keep himself alive. So never an easy one to shut down, but it does speak to the map as well. You need to have that aggression, and you need to have that ability to react to the aggression as well. No good opening double door if you're not going to then use it, or not going to then sit someone on it. And if you're going to then have to peek back into it, maybe you should have left it closed, or maybe you should have asked somebody to hold it. Someone's holding that door, then all of a sudden Benja isn't able to get that opening pick. So you can't give those opportunities away to the defenders either.
Attackers have located a bomb. 5 seconds left before insertion.
SSG, very similar to what they had done in Consul, of course, Ollie. They took a 2-0 lead, and it really came down to some close rounds, of course. Still for SSG, it's working out well for them. I think right now for Cruelty, they are almost adopting the way that, again, I would recommend you have to play the game. You know, bring in the Blitz, bring in the Dokey, bring in these very fast operators just to take control, but Ravi's tried to already get in towards East, but he's been batted back immediately.
Sat with the hammer in hand, ready to burst through, potentially going to burst through again. Some aggression there, but a deep reinforcement. Typically, you're going to reinforce that wall into the archives. You're not always going to reinforce that deep into the bathroom. It can hem you in, but in this instance, it's done SSG a bit of a favor, and they've set up quite nicely. More shotgun action here. This time it was Benja. He's immediately traded this time, but look at the damage that Ivan is taking. The plant, however, has gone down successfully, and with Pyrox picking one up in the post plant, that's going to be a good thing. Ivan, look at him go. Flicks over onto Ash, and eventually done on the high angle by J90, but on the upside down repel. There are a few angles in Siege that are as hard to challenge onto as this. Pyrox caught out on the bulletproof. His location is going to be known, but it doesn't matter. You can land your shots. And the upside down repel, well, we're not even going to get to that. It's going to be Pyrox to close things out.
I mean, very sloppy from SSG. Have allowed Cruelty just to go for a pretty basic and something that shouldn't work and just jump in the window. That's what they went for. How many times we see that before? And there wasn't really anything accompanying it. It wasn't as though you had yings going off inside a bathroom that would have caused issues. SSG just sleeping at the wheel, it felt like, Ollie. You know, you've placed this player inside a bathroom for a reason. You've even reinforced the quad wall in towards workshop, so he's extremely safe with the shield and the door. And then to still see Cruelty get in, it's a big no-no in my books, but SSG have let it happen.
I think SSG are going to be kicking themselves a little bit there. But it is it's a site with a lot of execute potential. There are a load of different ways you can go around that. Usually it involves a glass and a gridlock, and often it involves a blitz. Sometimes you can bring a Grim or a Ying. Obviously both of those aren't available here. But there's a lot of ways to get the plant down, and if you can get the plant down on that window, hop yourself out, regardless of what happens in the building, if you've got someone on the upside down rappel, you're likely going to win that round.
Attackers are heading out to the
Cruelty recognizing that. They got in. It was a bit scrappy. It was a bit all over the place, but they got it done. Ivan had a huge play on the blitz. The space he was able to find. Not to mention the kills. We're going to see some more early round aggression this time from the players on SSG. We have Benja. That's what J9O looking a bit aggro, but it's going to be Fultz. He's the one that sends himself out of the window and picks himself up a kill.
Still pretty like setup as well. I've noticed from SSG, a lot of the rounds they're still trying to do something. Whenever the prep phase has ended, but I understand it's for there's a lot of things to do, especially for like a castle player. Honestly, give a bit of love, you know, towards those players as well. They don't have the easiest of time on a map like Border. Benja just, how does he get away with that? He's just toying with them at this stage.
He really is, isn't he? 4 and 3, so I mean, you know, not going mental. I mean, it's round number 4. I think J9O at 5 and 1, maybe a little bit more impressive, but that's after the round 1 shenanigans. He's playing a similar spot right now. Maybe tempted for a bit of a run out here. He knows that there's going to be a Monty there, and if that Monty's caught looking the wrong way, you can hear the guy on the rappel though, the Monty. You can just hear him messing around with that shield. J9O really tempted for a run out here. And feel it in his bones. Instead, he's going to give himself away. The patience from Mutombo. He knew exactly where he was. It was a bait and a switch all along, but the C4 and Benja! Oh, Benja boy, look at him go! A C4 and 2 kills with 1 clip of the SMG. That's what we like to see.
G2, eat your heart out. How do you like that one? My word. Benja boy.
A quad for Benja.
Quad kill. What a C4 as well, by the way. Absolutely out of nowhere. From the top rope. And this is what he will give you. This is the way... The thing with Benja, obviously knowing him personally, whenever he makes his mind up that he doesn't want to be in a place, he will just not... He'll not work. And I think we've seen that on G2. We've seen moments, obviously, with a lot of issues that G2 had. Benja, whenever he wants to do something, he'll do it. Whenever he doesn't, he won't. That's just the kind of guy he is. If you put him on a team that he believes in and he works with, which is right now happening with SSG, obviously a brand new start, from a fresh new start, this is what he will give you. This is it.
And so far, it's working a treat.
A happy Benja, a happy team.
5 seconds remaining.
3-1 for SSG.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I wouldn't say they're running away with it, but they are really asserting their dominance right now. Mainly down to a couple of players. Although nobody on the side is playing badly. Flip side is no one's really dying. Gunfight's not really being won from Cruelty. Rovi, we've seen him chaining kills together. But sometimes, if it's a player's day, and that player's as good as Benja can be, it can be extremely difficult. He ended last round with 4. He's opened up already here in the first 30 seconds with another 1.
Oh, good start for Cruelty again. Let's taking a bit of damage and also fighting. Oh my word! Didn't look as though the J9O had any idea. Blitz was right beside him until the flash kind of went off and it kind of missed him in very strange circumstance. Roxy though finds the kill on the Benja before being traded off by Action. Fultz wins it against Dante, who just peeks him, unshields himself. Can't really challenge that Warden. Just completely counters the flash from the Blitz, and Pulse is hoping that somebody else will go for a wander in towards Archives. He has that angle locked in. Gets his kill. Robbie down. SSG a quick round. 4-1 they lead.
Feels like 30 seconds ago I said that, well, SSG aren't running away with it. Are they running away with it now? Certainly changing out there, isn't it? 4-1. The fashion that they're picking up some of these rounds is lightning quick. You do just start to wonder, at what point does momentum take over? I believe both teams still have timeouts. It's feeling like a bit of a timeout time. I don't think it is. I believe we're in the game. You can see the players moving the mouse and doing the setup, doing the drone and doing the things, but I would be wondering when you're going to want to start taking that tactical timeout as Guicho. Because you don't really want SSG to start running away with things too much. 5-1 starts to sting a bit, that demo. 2 rounds away.
It's difficult now for them.
10 seconds to insertion.
Kind of look at SSG and just the way that they're setting up for border. It's obviously, apart from that one round, everything else has been pretty basic. I wouldn't say that SFG have done anything that, you know, nobody's seen before, and certainly stuff that Cruelty should be aware of. You know, I think that's a fact. The Cruelty struggling in the kill department, very similar to, you know, I would say an issue that they had during BDS. Certainly on Bank, they've really struggled to get some of the kills in there. And it seems to be a recurring theme now for them. And Ashen, oh, that would have been big disrespect if he had ran out and gotten a kill. Pulse has been downed, I believe, from his own form of spawn peeking through that big old double jail wall. And we'll try and now firm the revive, but no, not going to be quick enough. Pulse is down. Ashen, you are really playing with fire.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when Pyrex is on the other end of it. Dokubi Call is just going to start dissipating through now as well. Forest, surely not. Interrogation, we're going to see it. Benja, he grabs one. He gets away with it as well. He's got fantastic information right now. He knows where everybody is, but the Lion Scan going to root him in place. What can you do as a Caveira? Get yourself another interrogation. That's exactly what you can do. Pyrox's already down. This is live info.
There's no way.
He knows that they're going to be outside of the window. Here's the drone. Still doesn't have loads that he can try and go on it. Just going to go straight for the jump out. Recognized he was on drone. This is a masterclass, Forest. Are you going to make it happen? If he just lies prone here, he might see this one done. There is so much time left, though. Rovi, how much do you know? And Forest, how big's your bottle? How much have you got in you? Passport door closed. That's going to be a nice audio cue for Forest. Rovi, no diffuser. The diffuser is going to be cold on the ground somewhere. Can't even see it on the overlay at the moment. Forest goes for the swing. He makes it happen. He might actually be him, Demo.
Is his name Forrest or is his name Himothy? I don't know. I think they named him wrong. Unbelievable. I mean, look, the first few interrogations, it was a kind of, yeah, you've done that, but is that really going to be enough, you know, to see the round out? You know, is that enough? I think whenever this one came in, it was like, yeah, it's a bit of a gimmick now, isn't it? It's like, surely not. You know, still, the attackers have so much time just to wait. The way he timed this was brilliant. He thought, I'm just going to wait until they think that I'm not going to go for the swing straight away. I'm going to wait until everything's passed out, hears him on the drone, and just goes for it. And he just takes the risk. And that is one thing I have to keep reinforcing with SSG. They will play blackjack with death if they need to. They will sit down with him and just sit there all night and play with him. They really will. Even if it means they lose their life. They don't care. They'll have a chance.
But I think that's a mentality that's instilled within the team, isn't it? Is that you can go out and try it, and no one's going to be mad at you.
Yeah.
No one's going to be pissed off because you've messed up. In fact, they're going to say thanks for trying. You did a great job. And then there's moments like that where Forrest comes out and picks up, what, 4 kills, 2 interrogations. Okay, one of them was already a downed player, but he used what was available to him exceptionally well. Very resourceful, great knowledge, great game sense. Puts SSG onto 5 rounds to 1. Now we switch sides. Their turn to attack. Cruelty. Mudded after that first phase. Very reminiscent of the BDS game we saw earlier on, Demo, where they struggled to get themselves started. You just wonder if they left themselves too much to do on the defense.
Yeah, that's it. Is it too far gone now to really pull back a multitude of rounds on the defense against an SSG who obviously will be very comfortable with attacking this map? Oh, Dante barely missed out on a kill, but Ivan is there to help him out. And however another trade comes in, Dante is there to provide the support back to Ivan. That means it's going to be a positive trade for Cruelty.
That's a good thing for Cruelty. Coming out with a man count advantage here if you've managed to bat back that initial attacking wave. Can give you a little bit of room to breathe in this mid part of the round, especially when the attackers do have to start repositioning and thinking about where they're going. But Forrest put a gun in his hand and he is lethal. 6-1 right now. He's had once in 7 rounds. Okay, the 7th round isn't technically over, but it's still incredibly impressive. Information time now as that man count is level 1-1. SSG have just gained back that ability to breathe a little bit.
Still not all good though for SSG, even though they have get another kill back. The biggest issue is I think it's just a lack of info. No Dokumi calls left. Barely any cameras left up, I think, in good positions. You know, 6 of them have been destroyed. 2 of those you'd probably say would be inactive ones that are just going to give no information whatsoever. Probably one as well that maybe they could use for a flank towards long corridor, for example. That might be something that they need, but very tense right now for both sides. Even Cruelty, they don't have the biggest amount of information either, because the Valkyrie cameras have all been spotted out, especially one inside of CC. Dante walks too close to the sun and gets picked off. However, trade comes in. Rovy's there to eliminate Fultz, and that should be a great C4. Surely that'll be a dead Ginono, and it will be. Forrest, and he comes with the SMG, has to try and make the double. Oh, whips it when it matters most. That should have been it for Forrest. He almost draws a perfect outline off the player. Heartbreaking stuff, because it was there for him.
It's not often that you see Forrest miss, especially with the rounds that he's had in the past couple. SSG still tantalizingly close here. They're just letting Cruelty back in ever so slightly. It's only 1 round. It's still 5-2. But there's still a job to do. For Cruelty, they are hanging on in here for everything they've got. It'd be a real shame, Demo, if they went home without winning a single map.
It would be. It'd be exactly the same as what Manchester was for them. But then again, that's maybe the reality of just where maybe that team is, and just maybe not good enough yet. But then again, it's an emerging region, Ollie. It's only really been given, you know, that initial spot over the past year, you know, since Blast came in. So it's a developing region, you know, the same way that we looked upon APAC, you know, back in the day. Even at some points where we looked at Brazil, you know, for a large period as well, until Brazil really had that resurgence coming into 2021. Just the way things go, and time is going to be the biggest factor, and really shows us what the LATAM region can do. But again, experience is experience, but I kind of thought this is the way it was going to go for these new teams coming in.
Still good experience. But again, as you say, it's one day. You know, if they do go on without losing a map, yeah, they've learned a little bit, but they're going to want to try and see a little bit more of the tournament. I'm a big believer in the underdog story. I always believe there's still time, but when you start looking at it like this, you start thinking, 5-2, opening pick to SSG, taking Robbie down. Robbie's had a super quiet game. He's been shut down at almost every hurdle. SSG play fantastically from behind and play even better from ahead. Looks like they've been able to force those players out of break room now, so they can think about taking control of top east. And a little catwalk up here as well. The beep beep going to give things away. The C4 ripped and ready. Usually means someone's hiding out below. Be careful on that engagement, because it doesn't look like Fultz has got all too much info available here. That player could have gone anywhere, and it turns out to dip back in to tell us.
That Monty still alive is going to cause a lot of issues, as we know. Just the pressure, just trying to walk in towards the site. And oh, right now SSG, they've applied the proverbial noose around the necks of Cruelty. They're looking to win out this round and send them the match point and series point by Rush. He's the only one left, but gonna be no value off him for it. Stephen finds it there with a Monty. 6-2 for SSG. Just one of those rounds, Ollie, where that increasing pressure, whenever SSG can just find that weak point, they are so good at just crippling their opponents.
Yeah, they really are. It's as soon as they see that chink in the armor, they are full out exploiting it. Map and series point now for SSG. This is where it starts to get a little bit exciting for them. And for Cruelty, it's where things get a little bit real. They've no timeout available. SSG do still have their timeout if they want to use it, but they won't want to use that until they absolutely have to. That'll be a 6-5 timeout if ever I've seen one, and to be honest with you, it'd be a miracle to see Cruelty get that far. They've just not looked on the same pace, have they, Demo?
No. Again, I think it's just a credit to SSG and what they can do in border. It's a big reason why a lot of the NA teams will ban it against them. Cruelty just didn't seem it fit to be banning the border. Maybe they were really hoping that they'd win Consulate and then maybe take it to bank. That was the strategy, was just to give them whatever map they wanted, get it over and done with. But again, that all relies on you winning your own map, which isn't always a guarantee.
Well, that's it. Win your own map, win the decider. That is the age old, but it doesn't always work like that. And then if you lose your map pick, then all of a sudden you're left in a bit of a sticky situation. That's where things start to get a touch more complicated. And that's where Cruelty find themselves here. Plan A has not worked for them. 6-2. Ivan just going to be hiding out inside a break room right now. He knows there's going to be players out there on the balcony. Could be tempted for a bit of a peek here. It might be just what they need. It looks as though they're just led prone and they've just hopped over. Bit of siege time in there for him. Good news is it doesn't seem like he's been droned here, and there's maybe a chance of a missed drone. I think that one will have just caught him. And the Lion Scan will confirm it, but he doesn't care. Going to jump himself down. Probably got some cameras upstairs inside of CCTV, so maybe looking to play the C4 from below.
Could be an option, but again, that relies on having the information upstairs, but you would certainly expect that the IQ will deal with any cameras, but maybe not, as Forest is gone, and that is a massive hit. Ivan with another one through the floor, and also it's eliminated the Monty Ollie. What a pick to get. Of any operators you would want to eliminate on that lineup, it would be the shield.
That's what you want to take out, isn't it? Pyrox, he's in on the action as well. Benja, what are you able to find? He picks up his first, eventually shutting Ivan down, but a minute 15, 4 versus 2, surely not. The top floor is going to be clear now. The diffuser will need to be recovered. You can just see it on the ground there. I think it's near CCTV. Benja sort of aggressing down onto this. He's not looking to waste too much time. Recognizing they've not got loads of it. He's on for 3. Can he pick up his 4th here? It's going to be all down to Benja, but Dante shuts down any hopes of a clutch with 2 quick kills. I didn't want to believe their demo, but I was starting to have to.
Still a long way to go yet. You know it is, Ollie. A long way. I think right now for SSG, it's just go next. You know, go again. Don't linger on the round. You have still a really good buffer zone. You can still lose a few more rounds if you want to, SSG, and still see it done in regular time, but SSG will just want to get it done here and now going into their next attack. See where the defense is going to choose their location. And how do SSG want to play it? A lot of things go into it, of course. Let's see what the choice is going to be. So back upstairs. Obviously for SSG, this was a very close round also. You know, where Forest almost had it just in the dying few moments. So certainly a bomb site which I think SSG is going to be well rounded with.
Located a bomb.
Immediate lineup change also, Wally. I mean, looking at that lineup, that screams to me that they're probably going to try and go for an east side at take. Because why else would you bring like the Nomad, for example?
Yeah, the Nomad really signifies action on those east stairs. Maybe that's what we're going to see. I imagine it is, but who knows? They're obviously feeling like they want to get a handle on that flank, and the Lion, it's not having the desired effect. Cruelty is sort of seeing the Lion scan and just saying, yeah, and what? Ivan's coming alive.
Ben just tried to run in. He just went straight in through jail, straight in the cut. And somebody's on the stairs. Oh, Ashen! Chris! As a £20 note. Doesn't get the second one. Actually trades with Ivan. Never mind. Ashen, you're insane. Dante, kill for him. 45 seconds off the clock. And Mayhem on border.
Chaos. Still, we're left in a position where SSG are 2 versus 3. You look at the 2 that they've got, they've not got loads going on. Whatever plan A was and whatever the plan to bring that Nomad was has not worked. There are still 2 Nomad air jabs in Forest's pocket. He can try and recover the diffuser, buddy himself up with J90, and see what they're able to find out here. Cruelty haven't consolidated as much as they could have done. There's still a little bit of potential to try and single these guys out. A bit of drone work going in from both sides. The Valkyrie cameras available are going to make things a little bit tricky. Oh, nice little swing there. Bit of a shotgun for the floor and then a shotgun through the wall. Can we find a kill? Gumine in the foot is ticking down all the time. Matumbo Dante. A quick 1-2 punch there for Cruelty to put SSG out of their misery. And that is a signal for a tactical timeout if ever I've seen one. League Ops, little tap on the shoulder. Point over there. Timeout time, buddy.
SSG just struggling to see it over the line now. It's 2 rounds in a row where they've just kind of stalled out. I mean, it was absolute orange, of course, in this opening couple of seconds. I mean, if that was great from Ashen. He gets one and then even gets a trade on the Ivan also. Just SSG couldn't really get that next kill to kind of swing it in their favor. Then they go 3-2 down in the player count. But Cruelty, little by little, still hanging in there. But SSG, still 2 more rounds. Wonder what the game plan's going to be for Cruelty. Is it just keep doing what they're doing? Maybe the coach has spotted something.
I think for Cruelty, they've just got to keep going through the motions, haven't they? Maybe they play a little bit better with that pressure on. Maybe the back up against the wall is what they need. For SSG, it's, I mean, from Callout's perspective, it's like, guys, just finish it. That's enough. Like, it's over, you know, like, get it done. But it's never that easy. Especially when you're in the server and you're facing it head on. Not the easiest thing at all. Looks like we're back into the game now. You can see the players are starting to move. The coaches have flipped the microphones back up. Good point for a timeout for Cruelty as well, if you think about it. Their tactical timeout was the turning point in this game. All of a sudden, they were able to start picking up rounds. And SSG, I said that it'd be a 6-5 timeout. They've gone for it a little bit early. They've gone for the 6-4 because I think Callout's not panicking, but he's recognizing, yeah, we need to get a handle on this. We need to get control. We've won map 1. We can trade map choices if we absolutely have to and win the decider. But ideally, they want to get it done in 2, and they want to get, you know, relaxing, a little bit less games, go and do some VOD review, go and do a few scrims or whatever, and get this job done. They will, of course, go to a 3rd map if they have to, but it's not going to be something that they're wanting to do.
SSG, they just need to try and find the opening pick. I think that'll solve a lot of their issues. Benja obviously last round got caught out very easily, very surprisingly also at that, just the way that the manner in which he died. Straight away from SSG, you can see that the pace has slowed down significantly compared to what they were doing in the previous rounds. Just need somebody from SSG to really step up and take control. Doing that at the moment. I don't really know where we go. Honestly, this is tough to call.
Yeah, I see a world where Cruelty come away with a couple of rounds. I also see a world where SSG get it done now. It's cagey stuff, though. For all the aggression and all the fireworks that we've seen in the first half of a lot of these rounds where we've been in, you know, 2v2, 2v3 situations with 45 seconds gone off the clock, you can definitely tell that the pressure is starting to mount. Dante, what a pick. Great shot there onto Benja. Lion scans just being respected a little bit more now. Players previously, we've seen them just running all over the gaff when the lion scan's going on, but they're not wanting to give that info away. Dante's going to try and double dip onto this. There's a line of sight all the way to outside, and it is being held. Mutombo with a shotgun at close range. That's a signed, sealed, and delivered kill. If anybody pushes on through, it's Forrest who's outside that double door. Does need to be cautious. SSG. Where are the drones? Where's the economy? 2 drones left alive.
So slow from SSG and their standards. 40 seconds. There's still cap cans available. That could cause some issues. Bolts eliminate said cap can, but what about the traps? Walks in right in front of the open window, takes a lot of damage. Somehow Ashen wins it out. Robert, you knew he was there. You knew that the player walked on in. A drop comes in from the Dokkaebi, but the combo inside the site stands firm. Dante is pushed all the way up the stairs, finds another, and then there's the cap can.
There it is.
I knew it was coming. You knew that was going to happen. Why did SSG not?
We love the cap can coming in as the final kill. Oh, SSG, slow and steady did not win the race for you there. You need to play with a bit more confidence. Play with a bit of that speed that we're used to seeing. That speed that's got you to where you are now in the series. Definitely just a little bit slow, weren't they?
Yeah.
Probably a little bit too much caution shown. I think Benja getting taken out early probably didn't help. And then the drone economy just got absolutely rinsed. I don't know if it's just that they're droning too often. Are they, you know, being uncertain with it? Do they need to just drone it once and commit? Or are the drones just genuinely being dismantled by the defenders? Because it's one or the other.
SSG, have we made an oopsie? Have we let it slip? Still a chance just to finish it out here and now, SSG. But you have allowed Cruelty to get back into a game that they should never have been allowed to get back into. They should have been locked out. As soon as that 6 hit for SSG, it should have been it. SSG should just win it out, but they've blundered. They've made the mistakes. And it's gotten to this point. We head into our bathroom and tellers. Line up for SSG. That shield brought in to the lineup. Last time they were here, it got C4 immediately. No impact in the round whatsoever. That should be the main concern for SSG, is keep the shield alive. Get him into a position where he's going to be valuable, and he's not going to get taken out from below.
We might be about to see the same score, and we got over on Consulate. You never know. That was a 7-5 as well, and it looked for the longest time like it was just going to be a clean SSG win. Dante thought about replacing the Zoto canister there, but
Bomb located by attackers.
decided to pocket it instead, see if he could get a couple of shots off through the breach. Action's got a great little ankle there, and I think he feels like there's someone maybe tucked into those tellers. But SSG haven't got top floor control just yet. Ashen might be about to get a chance here at a kill, and he will. Rovi gets caught out in front of the mirror window, way in front of the mirror window.
Why is he going there? Why is he going on a walk? Where's he walking to the shops? Where's, like...
Caught in the current.
He might be walking to the airport, Ollie.
Maybe. It'll probably be a long walk.
Long way to Mexico. And look at this from Forrest. This is exactly where you want your Monty. Tucked in deep. Benja with 2. Diffuser being planted. A great swing though from a tumble. Eliminates the player in the window. But the trades are there. And it all falls down to Dante. In the 1v4. Great shot on the Benja. But that Monty is still up, Ollie. And there's no way you're getting around him. His 4 is going to try and chase the kill. Will be frozen out. A C4 as well. But that's not going to help him out. Eats up that damage. Unshield, shields again. Toying with Dante. Oh, what a sit down Forrest. But 2 more to find, plus a diffuser. He's upstairs, but nobody's home. Nobody's there. Drops down. A down. 15 seconds. He's going to be tucked in, and now Fultz has to stop this from happening. He has a red ping. Does he have the line of sight? Comes off the diffuser, but Fultz clutches up. Oh, boy, that was a close to call, but SSG thankfully get it over the line, and that has secured their place in the next round.
If that last round doesn't sum up that entire series, I don't know what does, because ridiculous how that goes from a 4 versus 1 to a 1 versus 1, and it all coming down to poor old Fultz. God only knows. You had a Monty alive, for goodness sake. Dante, you cracked. You nearly did it, but not today. It was a game of clutches from both sides. We saw massive individual performances from everybody on the side of SSG and from a lot of the players on side of Cruelty as well. I think they can hold their heads up high. Everyone's going to remember this as the EWC that Cruelty went there and didn't win a map, but in reality they took 10 rounds off SSG and they were within 1 round of an OT both times. A very close series, one that the scoreboard doesn't necessarily do justice to. I believe that the right teams won on the day. I would have just liked to have seen it gone to 3.
Yeah, you would have liked to see Cruelty walk away with something, because now that's the past 2 events where they went to an event and they've been sent home after 2 games, you know, without winning a map. So it is unfortunate to see, but like you mentioned, the better teams won on the day. And I mean, that's kind of the argument said and done. You know, everyone will agree that, yeah, SSG played better than them today. I mean, SSG, I think for the most part, they had obviously some great moments. But I think especially the attacks, Ollie, very scrappy here and on Consulate.
Yeah. And I think that's probably just teething issues, right? That's bringing a new player into the fold
the defense were
and trying to
incredible.
work him into the system.
Oh,
the defense is fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of the difference there. I was amazed at some of the plays that we saw. There was one in that final play, and I think we'll probably get a view of it here. It's a very inconsequential thing because Dante still got the kill onto the Monty, but he froze the Monty out through his C4, but his C4 was just on the edge of the Zoto canister, because otherwise it would have been frozen. There was just some little nuances there that were just beautiful in the heat of the moment stuff. But a great display from both sides. I really can't stress this enough. I hope that Cruelty hold their heads pretty high because they've done a decent job. It just wasn't enough on the day. You've come up against a decent SSG and you've been punished for it. You've gone out, you've played last year's previous winners, you've played SSG. You've not had the easiest of events, really, but you've still got a couple of rounds under your belt and you can still go home reasonably happy with the performance that you've put up. For SSG, this is only the beginning.
Yeah, it would need to be because they're still out of the woods yet, Ollie. They still have another game that they have to play before they even think about getting it in towards that top 8. And again, that's going to be another best of 3 that they have to play. So SSG, they're going to have a lot of miles in. But hey, for a team that likes to get up and run at 8 a.m. in the morning, I'm sure miles will be no problem for them.
Well, fortunately for them, the game is in the afternoon tomorrow, so they can still get up, they can still do the 8 a.m. run, they can still do the gym session, they can still crank it around however they do, and they can be fresh for that fixture. It does all depend on who they are going to be playing. Before we do that, before we have a look at our schedule and how everything has shaken down, we have Benja on the line we decided, you know, we could pick anyone we like at SSG to get an interview for. Well, we could at least ask him. But we wanted to get Benja, because you're the new boy on the block, Benja. How does it feel getting that result there for the first time, playing with SSG at LAN and getting yourselves a win?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get a win, and it's the first win for me in Saudi, so it's nice.
Ooh. That just feels like a little hint.
We don't talk about last year. We don't do that, Benja.
That just like I just felt a little bit of something there. That was like you'd planned to say that.
No.
How are you enjoying the team? Because we all know that SSG is very regimented. I think is one of the things. You know, your 8 a.m. runs, all this sort of stuff. It's a big team environment, isn't it? You do a lot of things together. How's that coming from a team like G2 where it wasn't really that way around?
Yeah, I mean, it's two different cultures. Like, I think both was good, and you know, now it's new, and I need to try to adapt into it. So it's good.
Brilliant. Are you happy with how you played today? You had some great rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy, but I'm also overall happy like how we played as a team. I think like we played a bit more like aggressive in like the mid rounds this game compared to W7M, where I think we like froze up a bit. So it was good to see.
Good stuff. Demo?
Not just for me, Benja. It's looking at how SSG have kind of played the game and what we've seen. It doesn't look as though you guys have really changed much with adding you in. Has it been a case where you have to kind of adapt to the way SSG are playing Siege, or have you actually been able to implement some of your own ideas?
No, I have had to adapt. They haven't changed anything, so it's just me who adapt both in and outside the game.
And how are you finding that? Is that difficult for you to do? Is that something that you're having to like really consciously work on, or you're finding it like an easy fit to fit in?
No, I mean, to be honest, it's definitely hard. Like, it's like I don't know if SSG plays like the other NA team, so I don't think like it's just the case that I'm joining an NA team that it's really difficult. But I just think like both with call outs, everything, and especially playstyle, like I need to try and learn.
Well, you've got to do that. You've got to fit into the team. But all I will say is don't try and mimic them too much, because there's a reason that NA teams pick up EU players. It's because you're all a bit better. So make sure you keep all of that. Jokes aside, have you got anything that you want to say to your new fan base here at SSG?
Yeah, just like thank you for the support. Like, I appreciate it. So thank you.
Brilliant. Benja, thank you so much for joining us. I really hope we hear from you later on in the week. I wish you all the best in the future games that you've got inside of the competition, and take it easy for now, mate. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. There we go. We get it straight from Benja himself. Always like getting a quick chat with Benja. And he even threw a little bit of shade over at G2, which is perfect.
You were trying.
It's the first game that is... Well, it's the first... He said it himself. It's the first game that he's won in Saudi. So,
if it doesn't work out,
you know...
If the whole esports thing
with G2.
If the whole esports thing doesn't work out, I think he can be a politician, because he answers very well in terms of how a politician would answer. Oh yeah, you know, I like both teams. They're all great, very good. You know, that's you know, I think he played his cards very safe there. But look, obviously
nice
he's had to adapt. You know, it was a question that we kind of wanted to know is actually how are they using them? Is he having to, you know, in terms of the strats, is he going to struggle with that? Even he said he's finding it tough, which I think is expected. Whenever he's been doing one thing for the majority of the past year and a half, to all of a sudden change it up. Yeah, I think any person will find that difficult.
Absolutely, and he's honest with it as well. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see exactly how the series finished off. I'm not sure if it's a series-wide scoreboard or if it is just for Border. It is going to be just for Border. Another 7-5 Cruelty. Only a couple of rounds away yet again, but it's not good enough. And unfortunately, you guys are headed home. Dante, 15-9. A lot of that was due to that big old clutch that nearly was in the final round, but ultimately it was the Benja show. It was the Forest show. Benja +5 and Forest +4. We had 2 interrogations from Forest. We had a clutch from Forest. We had a clutch from Benja. It was a game that had a lot of stuff, Demo. It had a lot of entertainment factor, I think, and I could have kept on watching it for a bit longer.
Yeah, I think one interesting point is actually the entries for SSG. Yeah, you look across the board, it seems to be actually equal in terms of SSG's opening and kills. So yeah, I think naturally you would assume that SSG, that's something that they'll look at and they'll try and improve on. Because it's a massive stat that we always look at and say, yeah, teams who can dominate in that department usually win their games.
Yeah, and it was something that Cruelty did dominate in, but weren't able to win the games, which is unusual. as you've mentioned, and I think it's a sign of a team that's still in that developmental period where, you know, you can get that opening pick, but sometimes you don't really know what to do with it. And some of the more experienced teams, they know exactly how to fight when they're one man down. That is going to do it for our best of 3. There is still plenty of Siege to come. How many times I'm going to say this today, Demo? We have got back-to-back action. Let's have a look at the groups and see exactly what that best of 3 has done to the groups in totality. We're, of course, looking toward Group A right now. Now, we've just done a best of 3. We've just done 2 maps. So there's going to be a few results that have happened that we weren't familiar with. One of those being BDS beating W7M. They are going to be moving through to qualified. A nice 2-0 run for BDS there through Group A.
What a surprise.
W7M will drop down into that lower bracket. And then, of course, Liquid versus Bliss. That game, 2-0 for Liquid. I'm just trying to refresh and see which maps these were played on. So that was played out on Consulate. So Liquid playing a little bit of Consulate here today. It wasn't even close, by the way, in the BDS game. Of course, the game that we've just seen, Space Station versus Cruelty, 2-0. And a very close 2-0 at that. 7-5, 7-5. The winner, being Space Station, will go on to play against W7M. And then Luminosity versus Talon, which I believe will be underway right now as well. That started about an hour ago, so we'll probably see a map result there soon. Furia versus Dark Zero. That game remains unchanged. I don't think too much has gone on here since we last left it. We last left it as Bleed advancing through the bracket, having beaten Wolves, playing up against FaZe. Scars, of course, fall into FaZe, which means we've got GK and Into the Breach going through into that lower bracket, as we've got Furia and Dark Zero, sorry, advancing up toward that qualified spot, whichever team wins. And then we've got Wolves versus Scars. So some big battles inside of Group B in that lower bracket, and I think that they're the next round of games really that we're going to be getting underway with right now. We do have one last game coming up for ourselves, Demo, and then there will be another best of 3 on this channel after we've gone. Let's have a look and see what game we've got, because I can't keep a track of it. I'll be honest with you. There's too many games going on at the minute, so I'm not too sure. It is the Bleed FaZe game. Oh, you'll be able to tell by my voice I'm actually quite pleased we've gotten this one. You're going to love this one, Demo. It's your 2 favorite teams.
I don't see G2 here. I don't know where this is coming from.
You love FaZe. You're a big FaZe fanboy.
Yeah, I think, I like FaZe. Not as much as maybe what I used to. But you look, certainly FaZe are still going to be one of those teams. And anyway, I certainly have pitched them to be one of those teams. You know, honestly, to be like top 4, I'd say. Bleed are like a big underdog, I think, coming into this competition just as a whole. They're maybe not the favorites, but I think a lot more people have put a lot more respect on their name and have really, you know, kind of predicted them to do really well and certainly try and get in towards that top 8. But this is the thing now with a team like Bleed is whenever it gets to the stage where they're one game away from breaking into the top 8, this is where things go wrong. This is where the wheels come off the cart and they can't do it. They've past 2 majors that we've seen them at, they have been 2-0 up, one more win, and it gets them in the top 8, and they have just bottled 3 games in a row. And that's the worry. Yeah. Is this going to happen again for Bleed, or are they finally going to break that curse?
I feel like sometimes we even see that in the game itself. It's not even like in the tournament as a whole. It's sometimes when they get to a match point, they struggle to convert it for a couple of rounds, and they often, fortunately, have that buffer, but it still doesn't really work out for them. FaZe is not going to be an easy opponent for them, make no mistake. Now, we finished our best of 3 quite early, so I'm not entirely too sure how long this break is going to be. But stick us on the second monitor, and we'll be back as soon as that game is ready. Take a break.
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Please remember me.
tonight in this darkness. Higher. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on the stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this me in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams, dreams. It's in the energy all around us. All around us, all around us, hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground, faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason, why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and we are at Rainbow Six Siege at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have 16 teams that battle through the open and closed qualifiers to be able to be here fighting for a $2 million prize pool. We're in the thick of it, so let's head over to some of the players and maybe even some of the talent to see what everyone's up to. I'm joined with Fabian from PSG. Talon, you guys have had a great run at the last major. You're back here on the international stage. I want to get your thoughts in terms of the chances that you have here for, because there's $2 million on the line.
Yeah, I think we stand a good chance to make some upsets, that's for sure. Like, who knows how it goes. In the end, we're here with 2 new players. We think we've upgraded in terms of firepower, but we've also taken a few steps back theoretically, because these players aren't as developed into the playstyle we want to perform. So how it goes, again, this year for us is about learning. If we win 1 or 2 games, I'll be super happy. If we don't, well, I'll be disappointed, but in the end, we all want to win. If we go all the way, I'll be realistic and say I doubt it. If we do, I'll be super happy.
It sounds like the philosophy from Manchester is like still around, where it's like, okay, this is a learning experience, we want to develop as much as possible. What were your main takeaways from Manchester coming into this?
Lacking firepower was the big one. Like, compare our firepower to European teams or Brazilian teams or North American teams, we were clearly behind. And with the 2 new players in Yas, which is in my eyes the best Korean player that we've ever had, and then also Romantic coming in with a lot of firepower being young, I think we're in the right path, but we're not there yet. It's next year is when I'm aiming at, and next year at this event, that's when you're going to see results.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next year, but also this year at the event. Thank you so much, Fabian, for the interview. I appreciate it. Do you want to say your name? I don't know if I want to say it.
Hello, I'm Ted.
Okay. I don't want to ask about the reasoning behind that name, but instead I'd like to ask about the competition here this week for Siege, and when it comes to your expectations heading into this international competition.
We're probably going to lose and enjoy our vacation here in Riyadh.
Okay.
Yeah, going to go camel riding, do some other cool stuff like that, enjoy the hotel. Yeah, it should be a good time. Vacation, that is, not the event.
I love the expectations. They're so high, and I'm really impressed by your honesty. Thank you so much for the interview. Let's talk about SSG here at the international competition. It's the first time that you guys are in Saudi. did really well in the qualifier. So expectations heading into this tournament?
I wouldn't say we have any like metric-based expectations. It's more just kind of play the way we want to play, and whatever happens after that. As long as we, play like ourselves, then I think we'll get the results we want.
When you say play how we want to play and play like ourselves, what does that mean to you guys?
Yeah, it's like so just like in the server, making sure we're glued and we're playing the aggressive style that we like to play, and catching our opponents off guard and dictating the pace of the game.
You guys have also been in Saudi for a bit on a boot camp, if I know that correctly. How's that been going? How's the servers here in Saudi?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Esports World Cup, they even took care of our couple of days stay before we got here, and hotel was amazing. We were able to practice at like a little booth, and honestly, the biggest thing with the boot camp is just getting used to like the sleep schedule with us being on such a drastic time change. So I think that's the biggest advantage. We got some practice done as well, which was great.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good luck out there. See you around.
Thank you.
Joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire Loïc, joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire. Now do it in English. Now do it in English.
Happy birthday to you. That's all he's good. That's all he's good. That's all he's good.
This is your third time in Saudi, won it twice already. What's this year looking like?
I hope the same. We are here to win it again, so let's see.
I feel like every time you guys come to Saudi, it's like a buff for some reason. What do you think makes you guys so motivated to get in on the server here and just like win?
It's Shaiko and money. He just loves money. He only plays for money. He doesn't care about anything else, just money.
That is a really honest answer. What about you? What do you care about?
Well, this is my first time here. I've not won it. I do, but I'm here for passion. I play for the passion.
It's about drive, it's about passion. Awesome. All right, Benja, thanks for joining for the interview. You're back here in Saudi under a different jersey. Any comments on that?
Nah, new team, new tournament, so it's good.
Different results?
Hopefully better than G2 last time, but we will see.
Anything you want to say to G2 fans?
Hope you're watching, especially you, LMR. I'm going to teach you some split fury.
You're here for the first time in Saudi, and you've done a phenomenal job as a coach here in Siege. So I want to talk about the strategy coming into this international events, because it is so quick. You have to play the best of ones, you have to go into best of threes. From a coach's perspective, how do you prepare the team for that?
First, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very happy. It's the first time we make it, so really excited. It is indeed a very specific format, so it's very different, and we also have two very new players. So it's very different from what we used to do. Mostly we're focusing on making sure our two new players are very comfortable. They feel, like calm and like composed, and they are ready to play and enjoy the game. We're focusing on momentum, most and for all.
When you talk about making new players comfortable, how can a team environment ensure that they do feel that way? How can you set them up for success the best way possible? Is it comms? Is it activities outside of the server? What do you really focus on?
It's a mix of multiple things. It is making them feel at home and, within the family. That's how the team works. That's our environment and our mindset, making sure that we work together. We're good friends on top of being good colleagues. So it is making sure they feel, at home and stuff like that. But it's also taking care of them like outside the server, now that we are seeing them for the first time too. So yeah, just taking care of them, making jokes, relaxing them, and like making sure they're confident with their game too. So a mix of everything.
Leo, you are old and retired.
Okay, nice to introduce me. That's great. Thank you so much.
You're also an incredible member of the talent team. So I want to gauge your expectations in terms of how the tournament is gonna go. And maybe you can give us like fit check.
Everybody's saying that I'm dressing as a grandpa. I don't get it.
Everybody is me.
Yeah, no, but actually the Frenchies also told me I dress like a grandpa, and I'm offended. They should have a sense of fashion. Yeah.
This is fashion?
Okay.
Anyway, let's go back to Siege. Let's talk about the tournament, and who do you think is like the most likely to win it? Because I know that W7M last year, Furia on the debater for this year, they obviously have great expectations on their shoulders, but Manchester was a little bit of an oopsie. So What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, you know what? I think like the Brazilian teams, they have a lot of expectations on their shoulder. They've been the biggest and best region for so many years now in Siege. But I feel like our European BDS, they've been that close to the title every time. They deserved it in Manchester. I think it's their time to shine. And historically in Saudi Arabia, they've played really well.
Yeah, I asked them about their motivation when it comes to doing so well in Saudi Arabia. Can you guess what they said?
They want to win the cash prize.
Yeah, I want to talk about the tournament particularly when it comes to if you had to place your bets on one team, who would it be?
Bleed. They have a fish, they're trolling, it's class. It's class, I love it.
I had a conversation with Bleed and they literally said we're going to be enjoying our holiday in Saudi Arabia. Do you think that's a fair statement?
I think it's the best way to look at it. Like to put an honest response, when we were playing back then 2 years ago, it was also like treat it as a present, treat it as a gift. Have fun, enjoy, and then you'll be as good as you can be. If you have pressure on yourself and you're just like, oh my god, we need to win, we need to get these games, then you're not going to win, you're not going to be successful. You're gonna struggle.
Do you think that makes teams like BDS and Furia, who BDS historically winning the Saudi tournament, and then you're looking at Furia, who had an incredible year last year, do you think those expectations on their shoulders actually makes it more difficult for them?
I think BDS and Furia are experienced enough to not have that pressure or to need that pressure to fuel it, but I think it can cause upsets. If you're a team like Bleed, for example, then you're not supposed to win games against BDS, for example. But if you treat it as a present and you're having fun, you're enjoying it, then you will cause an upset, and that's what I'm here for.
Ooh, it sounds like I'm interviewing Fabian all over again. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you head off to the mall because I know that's where you want to head. I'll see you around.
See you around.
So you're here this time around as talent rather than player because you've been in Saudi already twice. What's it like being on the other side of the coin?
I haven't gotten to the desk part yet, but I mean, I think how the experience is out here is amazing. Like, there was no real expectations when I came as a player, and then I got here and I feel like everything was blown out of the water. You know, with the way that they treat the players, with the way that the whole event runs, I think there was a lot of surprises for the better. Everything was like a surprise on how good it really was as a player. And now as talent, I mean, it's just the same thing, except now like I'm working on the other side of the desk. So.
Okay, when it comes to expectations for the teams particularly that are here this time around, because it's 16 teams, do you have anyone that you want to put your money on?
I feel like the easy bet is to say like Furia or FaZe, but
what about BDS?
No, that's what I was gonna say. Like BDS always turns up when it's not a major event. They all, like they'll probably win. They won everything that's not like an official like major invite or something like that. So honestly, I'd probably say BDS or FaZe. I feel like FaZe has to win at some point.
Do you think this is it though? Like, there's 16 teams in total. I feel like FaZe, every time it comes down to like that final moment, they kind of crumble a little bit. And would this really be considered, oh, they've got an international tournament?
I think the pressure is always going to be on FaZe if there's like a situation where it's bound to come, you know? Every event that you lose second place or something like that, at a certain point, you have to be able to like turn the tides. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they do win it. So would this be the one? I don't know, but it's like at a certain amount of time. It's like getting an alpha pack. Like the more you don't get it, eventually you'll get it.
Janig here, joined with Philippox from Furia this time around. Long time no see. But I want to talk about being in Saudi because this is not your first time here. How are your expectations heading into this tournament?
Yeah, it's actually my third time here. So I'm very grateful to be here once again in this amazing tournament. And I'm expecting to win, as always. Like I'm never coming to a tournament not wanting to win. But I know that we are struggling as a team. Like. So actually, I just want to play a good Siege, because if you don't play a good Siege, like, we won't win. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to talk about actually Manchester particularly and your learnings from that tournament heading into this, because you guys had an incredible year last year, getting every single title. What was the learning from not making it to the finals in the major, not securing that trophy?
Yeah, that hurt a lot for us because it was our first tournament with Furia, and we wanted to give the tournament for them, and we weren't used to lose like for a year. That's kind of not humble to say, but that's the truth. Like for a year, we didn't know what it was to lose, so it was a defeat that hurt a lot for us. But I think we learned a lot of things from that.
Is this like your time to bounce back? Is this the tournament where you guys are going to prove yourselves?
Hopefully so. It's a tournament that we want to win so bad because it's the only tournament we haven't won. So yeah, it's our main goal to win. Hopefully we can do that.
He says he's very excited to be here, and he's hoping that we'll do well. Yeah.
Wow, that's very great words of wisdom from the fish. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, fish. How do I give it a fist bump? Do I just like... Wow, that seems violent, but awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks. Want to talk about the expectations that you have heading into the tournament, especially the format? I feel like no one seems nervous about it, but I want to get a little bit more insight.
We'll expect the ones to start it off. Be interesting against, you know, with me in our first game's GK, so home team. I mean, just take it game by game by game.
Wow, English is really difficult today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been ambushed here. I'm been put on the spot.
This is like very candid interview, so you know you can't fault you. I want to talk about if you had to put your money on whoever's going to be in the finals, besides DZ, of course. You can say that.
My money is going to be on the finals. It'll be a DZ BDS rematch.
I want to talk about you being here in Saudi Arabia at EWC. When it comes to your expectations heading into a tournament with the format that we have going on, how far are you expecting to make it?
I know it's our first tournament, like as players for all of us here, and it's a really fast tournament. The teams are really good. You know, I believe in my team, and we made it here for a reason. So I'm expecting us to go pretty deep.
We have Bliss here, the OST representatives, once again on the international stage. Welcome to Saudi.
It's a pleasure to be here. You know, it's the first OST team I think ever to be in a World Cup here in Saudi for Siege. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, representing the region again, and you know, hopefully we can come back with the win.
All right. Well, it's been a little bit of a change in terms of what we're used to when it comes to the World Cup. Usually we have 8 teams. This time around it's 16 teams. Want to talk about your maybe emotions heading into this, particularly nerves. Are there any nerves there? Because it feels like it's a major.
Nah, not really any nerves. More excitement. You know, we've got Titan now, so our prep for this major feels, or major, sorry, like event, feels like we're a lot more prepared for this one than we've ever been. So yeah, just showing off what we've done with Titan and the work we've put in. So yeah, just let the work speak for itself. Really, no nerves.
Thank you so much. I love that philosophy. We'll see you around. Bye.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We are here for our final game of the day. Look at the state of my hair. Demo, this is going to be our final game of the day, but not the final game on the B stream. There is going to be more Siege coming your way. There is going to be a best of 3 to round out the day here. But before that, we do have to find out who is going to go through from Bleed and FaZe. A battle of the red logoed teams there, Demo. Both of these two teams, we both like them. We've both cast them a lot. We're both very familiar with them. Let's bring our viewers up to speed. We do, of course, encourage everybody to go over to stcplay.gg and make your own prediction as to how this one's going to go. I can't really decide a clear winner. I think it should be FaZe, but we all know that not everything that should be happens, and Bleed are more than capable of being in with a chance, obviously depending on the map that we end up going to, but we'll get into that a little bit later on. Demo, we've had about 50 minutes there to rest and recuperate. You ready now for our final BO1?
Yeah, I'm ready. Interesting point that you brought up about who you're going to kind of call to win this game. The thing about FaZe is you say it should be FaZe. Anytime that I've actually called that, yeah, FaZe are going to win a game, they end up losing it. I remember I said it whenever they played against Secret. In the very first game, I was like, yeah, Secret's going to get rolled. This is FaZe. You would have said, oh, FaZe versus Beast Coast. How easy is that going to be? There's just something about FaZe. Whenever they're supposed to win, they lose. So I'm treading water here a little bit.
I don't know if they're supposed to win. Let's have a look at the rosters, refamiliarize ourselves. Obviously, we've already watched Bleed today here on the B stream. And FaZe have been playing over on either the A or the C stream. I don't know. Bleed, this is going to be the team Mentalist, Reaps, Hoven, Turd, not Julio, and Leader. I do love how there's that little Easter egg in there for this one. A very good team, a very well-rounded team, a team that has, you can tell they're having a lot of fun when they're in the server and when they are playing. We got to chat a little bit to Mentalist earlier, and he was very, very insightful as to how the inner workings of the team are going, obviously with their recent additions as well.
Bleeds, obviously it's trying to gel with that new player coming in, obviously being the IGL also. And I think Mentalist summed up really well in the interview, Ollie, the way he talked about Leader. It wasn't necessarily the fact that they needed somebody to come in and completely, you know, rechange the way that the team plays, but almost to have like a steady, experienced player who can pull them out of those difficult moments.
Yeah. A player that can get them, you know, over that finishing line, which we've seen Bleed get to so many times and not really be able to cross. On the other side, though, there is going to be, of course, FaZe. FaZe, a team at this point that needs very little introduction. KDS, Handy, Vitaking, Cyber, and Souls. There are some of my favorite players in the world on this roster, Souls, and I love watching them play every single time, Demo.
Yeah, I think you have to mention Cyber as well, Ollie. Whenever it comes to Mount Rushmore, I think Cyber has to be in contention for that.
See, I don't know. I've got a hot take. I've got a hot take about Cyber.
We've been over the 4 before. We've had this before. About, you know, I think
the
Cyber.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I think Cyber, I just don't know. He has kill records, for example, as well, Ollie, don't forget.
He does.
Has that been broken? Has that been broken? I don't... That's the 5,
Isn't it someone like unsuspecting that's got the current kill record?
I have no idea. I know certainly for the best of 1. I know that off the top of my head, but best of 3 and best of 5, I'll be honest, I completely forget.
The fact that we're talking about kill records just leads you to believe the quality of player that we're dealing with here. It's not a case of, you know, when and, you know, if they're going to get a kill. It's genuinely how many they are going to get. FaZe, a very exciting team to watch, a dominant team inside of Brazil. They have been for some time, and, well, I love watching them play. So we are going to get to see that very shortly indeed. Of course, they're going up against Bleed. The underdogs in this one. It's definitely fair to say there's people on the FaZe side of things that have won majors. There's people that have been at multiple international events for years and years. There's no surprise that Bleed are a bit of an underdog coming into this, but that's one of the areas that they really start to shine. Let's have a look and see where we're headed for this best of 1. Feels a bit whiplashy, you know. We've gone from best of 1s to best of 3, now back to a best of 1, but it is going to be a best of 1 here. So let's have a look and see where we end up. Get the map veto up here, and we can decide. In terms of map pool, FaZe are definitely going to have the deeper map pool here. Bleed, they're not going to be able to compete on the map pool level. I think that's just a given. Oregon Border, Bank, Consulate, Cafe, all getting removed there.
Where's
Chalet,
the Nighthaven
what have we
ban?
got left? Nighthaven as a decider. Interesting. I did think we were in best of one, and I'm pretty sure we are.
Wait, is Nighthaven the map?
I think that Nighthaven is the map.
Okay.
I think that we've maybe just glossed over the fact that we've got Clubhouse and what was the other one?
Something else.
Consulate or something, Cafe, in the mix. It is going to be a Nighthaven. FaZe, they love a Nighthaven. Bleed also really like a Nighthaven. It's one of their most played maps, Demo.
Yeah, again, I understand why FaZe are doing it, because again, it's a map that Bleed have shown they're going to show that, everything they've done. They played it here today. They've played it in the qualifiers. But I still don't think you take them to it. I mean, this is the best of one. You've navigated to their favorite map. And as much as FaZe, I'm sure, will feel confident that they can beat them in Nighthaven, it's going to be a very difficult game to beat them on this map. It will be, no matter how much prep you've done. Bleed are still going to be good on it. So I don't understand teams who've taken Nighthaven, or taken Bleed to Nighthaven. I don't understand it.
Going off the Manchester Major as being the most recent sort of data pack that we've got for these teams, Nighthaven, 5th preference here for FaZe. It was banned by them once and banned against them twice. They've got a 0-1 record on that map, or at least they did inside of Manchester. So it's a very small sample size. It's a major. It's not a great deal of games. On the flip side, Bleed, they didn't lose it. They got it banned against them 5 times and they won it twice. They've already won it here today. It is cemented as their first preference map choice at the moment based off the data that we have. Obviously, that data will start to change a little bit when we get into regular stage play. But going off what we can go off, it's by far and away Bleed's best map, and FaZe have chosen to go to it over Chalet, by the way, which I've always held as like a very FaZe map.
I mean, it's very Brazil, isn't it? I think Brazil just kind of loves Chalet. You think about Liquid, Furia, obviously, they all play that map to a very high standard and degree. But FaZe, they've certainly just... It feels as though, if we're going to beat them, let's do it in style. Let's beat them on the best map. It's almost like that mentality. It was almost the same that... Remember the time... Who was it? I forget what it was. Maybe it was FaZe versus Empire back in the day. I forget which team it was, but one team... Maybe it was FaZe... were like unbelievable at Clubhouse, where they had like such a massive win streak, and Empire took them to Clubhouse and beat them there, and it just kind of like sunk the ship almost that FaZe root line had going for them. So it's actually not a bad idea in terms of that perspective, just to give FaZe even more of a bit of a boost in morale and confidence.
Confidence is definitely going to be required here in this game. Don't forget, these players have been hanging around for quite a while now. Feels like a while since we've seen Bleed play. They had, they had the 3rd game of the day. For us, at least, on the B stream. Not entirely sure where FaZe landed in and amongst all that as well. I think it would have been the 3rd game as well, going at the same time. But still, day one of a major, you can't be allowing fatigue to set in just yet. We're going to get ourselves into the map good and proper. Nighthaven, Bleed, they're going to start off on the defense. FaZe starting things off on the attack. The book ban, an instant pick from Bleed. Don't want to be giving FaZe any option with that. Monty will be removed here as well.
I think fairly reasonable bans from both sides. I mean, obviously a different approach than what we've seen previously, whenever it was, of course, Bleed versus Wolves. The bans were, I would say, a little bit more... Honestly, a little bit more common. Honestly, if you look at the Bleed and Wolves game, where the bans were as follows. It was a Ying and a Grim, which obviously play more into the execute kind of style of siege that you have in Nighthaven, whereas these bans have been more limited to operators who kind of fill a certain role. Buck is only really going to be used for going below and ripping up the floor from downstairs on those top floor defenses. You look at the Monty, how good he is actually clearing away the teams in towards rafters. Both of those operators are probably best whenever you look at the top floor, not so much for the basement or the mid floor. Of course, they deliver uses, but certainly the top floor is where they shine. And taking those operators away just means that it almost gives the defenders a really good opportunity at just defending the top floor more so than other bomb site.
Getting ourselves into the matchup now then. Final matchup for both of these teams of the day. They're going to want to go out in style. Downstairs we go then for Bleed on their defense.
10 seconds left before insertion.
There's Army and the Fenrir getting removed there, as well as the defender bans. Again, Fenrir seeing that high uptick in the ban rate despite the recent changes. Have we got that outside wall reinforced yet, or is that still soft? It's a little bit soft on the POV. Every reinforcement has been used, so unless they've chosen to reinforce elsewhere. The hatch not reinforced either. This setup is very loose. There's a lot of potential for late round rotate here from the defenders. And a pretty significant camera game there for the Roamers to keep themselves nice and safe. Reaps. Is his location known here? He's really tucked.
I mean, realistically, it shouldn't be, because he's literally standing, like, in and around mute jammers. So the drone work can be very difficult. Really, for FaZe to get anything on the board, you have to go for the mute jammers, plus the Mozzie Pest, and also a Vigil in the roam. So drone denial is the game plan for Bleed. And Bleed, you know, always try and go for a roam game. They have a couple of variations. For example, we'd see sometimes the cat can be brought in, which is quite fruitful for them, but they went for just trying to see if they can deny the drone work. Della being popped in along with a Doki call, and it looks as though it's forced away Bleed out of Garage, but Reaps eliminates Cyber, who was looking for the cutoff point. This is where Reaps is so dangerous. That aim is second to none. Another call comes in, but still, FaZe struggling against the Roamers.
Souls will finally start to get a handle of things here. As Leader's going to find himself taken out, but there's a challenge coming. Oven, we weren't taking any chances with that one. Back to back with Reaps there, really trying to keep control of that mid floor. Still chasing shadows upstairs. A delayed swing going to come through. Eventually going to get the job done too for Souls, but he's got a few more to do. 3 kills here to find. It'd be a flawless if he pulls it off. Well, not flawless, but an ace if he pulls it off, Demo.
Difficult. Information now being fed over. Sure, there's still a Valkyrie camera up as well that can relay the information, but Bleed have him exactly where they want him. Alone, scared, with no information. All they have to do is double up, triple up, and make sure they get the trade. Don't allow him to isolate the kills. Turd, back away. We know you love a 1vx Eagle challenge, but not today. This is FaZe. This is for your spot to finally break into a top 8 international competition. Souls gets tagged up. Very little damage done through the wall. There's Turd. He does get the kill, Ollie, and look, he didn't have to pull out a pistol. He didn't have to Eagle Chow. The kill comes to him.
I mean, who'd have thought it, you know? Who'd have thought you could just get a kill normally, Turdster? No boss GA cog, no pistol. Maybe I got him in trouble with the Mentalist interview earlier. Maybe we need to reevaluate our interviewing techniques and play it a little bit safer or something, I don't know. It was the teamwork for me, especially from Bleed. Just fantastic. If you're gonna roam like that, you've got to commit to it. And on the flip side, as FaZe, you've got to commit to that clear.
Yeah, the thing that really impressed me as well about Bleed is just that little moment where we've seen one player inside of games, the other player in Vend, I believe it was Reaps defending, and Hoven just inside of games. And, you know, Hoven was really worried that guy was just going to swing in free storage and kill him. But Reaps is saying, you know, I've got him, don't worry. Even a flashbang comes in, he still got him. And then they make the initial plan and say, how about we hit him before he hits us? And they double swing at the same time. You know, little things like that is the team play that, you know, it's shining for Bleed. We mentioned before during the last game for Bleed, every single person was doing something. There was no weak link in the chain. Already after the first round, everyone's really doing something.
Well, round number 1 will go toward Bleed, but if there's anything we've learned from today or the many hours of Siege we've all watched, it means diddly squat. Gives them a bit of momentum, but all it means at the moment is that they need to change the sites in which they are defending. And that site is going to be up to the top floor. 2 main sites, top floor and basement, and then take your pick on the mid floor. Both are defensible. And it really comes down to a little bit of personal preference. FaZe. opting to go for the Maverick to try and get this job done as opposed to the old Thatcher Thermite combination, mainly because of the Zoto canister. It's going to be only something that will slow Maverick down, but it won't hinder his progress too much. Still be able to get a lot of that work done and then wait for someone to come through with some explosive, whether that be, in this case, the sledge, to try and get that wall open. Typically, you'd like to do that with a Rotero or a Buck or something of that nature to get it done from range, but I should still be able to get the job done and getting that breach open.
I mean, again, similar setup, pretty much the exact same setup that Bleed had used against Wolves, where they have these mirror windows that are going to be placed that obviously quite difficult to deal with if you don't have the correct lineup. You would expect the Twitch coming in. It would make quick work of it. Also, I was going to mention the Selmas, but it's been perfectly played into baiting out the Selmas of a C4 rip, eliminates the ace. Selma still goes off, though, so the mirror window has been eliminated. But he got the kill. That was the important thing.
Turd going to come in with a couple of kills of his own there as Reaps. He joins into the party. The leader finishes things off. FaZe. Where's the FaZe that we know and love, Demo?
I don't know. It's
scary.
Again, you look at the setup from Bleed, it's common. It's common stuff. Bleed are just playing it really, really well. And this is what it comes down to. A team who understands the map, you know, oh so well. They'll know every situation that gets thrown at them. You know, they will know everything to do no matter what happens in the game. There'll be nothing new that'll surprise Bleed. So FaZe going here, they really needed to play at the top of their game. And right now they're not doing so. It seems very stagnant. You know, they're not moving as fast as, you know, the FaZe that we're used to seeing. The team play, refrags, being able to trade off each other is non-existent. Wouldn't worry yet, Ollie. Keep in mind this is Nighthaven, and obviously the defense usually have a much easier time. But still, you know, 2 rounds already gone. Maybe that could be a round that FaZe could have had, which could have played a vital part in the rest of this game. Also for Bleed, Ollie, I don't think the Bleed players realize how much this win would mean for Julio, especially.
Oh, it's massive, isn't it?
You know, like, they don't understand the bloodshed that he used to go through playing against these guys week in, week out.
That's where you start to look at the sort of cross-pollination that we're getting now in Siege, and it's really something that's happened, I guess, post-COVID mostly, in the international transfers and pickups and stuff. It was something that happened before COVID. Obviously, we had
EU and Brazil,
loads of different players,
you know, going everywhere. Only one thing I will say is, if you notice that nobody's picking up NA people. That's so when was that? Have we ever actually seen an NA to somewhere else transfer?
Listen,
apart from like Mexico.
No one's picking up an NA player, mate.
Telling you.
It's not happening. But if you're an EU player or a Brazilian player, you're hot property and you get sent out all over the world. Great C4 there from Leader.
You can't Maverick trick on this map. You can't do it. It's so easy to line up. All of the walls, Ollie, you would not believe, are just the easiest. I don't know what it is about Nighthaven. On other maps, it's actually sometimes hit or miss, but always in Nighthaven, you're always able just to C4 the Maverick. I don't know what it is. It just seems to be this map is where they always happen.
A bit of a slow peek here and potential. KDS needs to keep an eye on things here. I see him really locked into this engagement. Neither player really wanting to move too much. Reaps and Hoven, they get involved. KDS and Souls do fight back, though. Mentalist caught out there. The diffuser is still in Vitaking's hands as well. Not the worst position to be in right now for FaZe, but they are still a man down.
Yeah, and they don't have any information also. Another thing to think about is about the information. How are you going to be able to double up and look for a weakness? EDS, he's kind of hovering everywhere, aiming everywhere. Still players above the verticality. Will deny them access in towards A. It's going to be more in towards B, I think, that they're going to try and target. And Viking just have to try and maybe make a jump in, but really difficult. KDS has somehow slipped his way in towards storage. And he's not the one with the diffuser. It's going to be Viking who's going for a really long run all the way towards the cargo window. He'll hop in. I mentioned before that A's going to be a no-go with the player still above, and maybe he's going to try and risk it. Reaps finds KDS, who was inside of storage. What's going on with FaZe? That's... I'm puzzled. Very puzzled.
Yeah, they don't seem to be playing their own game right now. They're getting caught out at every single hurdle. Bitter King will win that duel against Leader, but the Vert is too strong. Real matter of time stuff. You can see how much this one means to Julio. It's usually the players on Bleed that are getting hyped up, but in this instance, Julio is the one with the whooping and the hollering. FaZe. Absolutely mudded into an early tactical timeout as well, Demo.
I've leaned back in my chair all day. I'm just trying to think about why have they went for that. So obviously, trying to get into A is going to be a no-go because you have all those vertical angles that can be held. KDS has been able to get inside of storage, which is obviously where they want to be to get the diffuser down. But then the player who could have simply jumped in the window, attempted a plant, has rotated all the way round to the other side of the map, away from his teammate, trying to go into the bomb site that we already mentioned is going to be a no-go to get into. It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
Bit baffling, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what the timeout's going to do here.
Did they talk to... It didn't even feel as though they talked to each other. KDS should be said,
No.
I'm in storage. Come plant. But just nothing happened.
Let's see how the timeout has affected FaZe. I mean, the way that they've been playing so far, it's been very disjointed. We've not seen anywhere near that level of synergy that's required. And on the flip side, the synergy on Bleed has looked excellent.
Anytime somebody gets killed, there's a kill straight back for Bleed.
It's immediate, isn't it? They're swinging everything as a duo. There's always an answer. There's always a crossfire. There's always an idea of how you can trade someone out. I think for FaZe, it might be a case where they've just seen, look, something's desperately going wrong. Because to take a timeout after the first 3 rounds is fairly unusual. The reason being, if the defenders have won the first 3 rounds, they've got to go back to the same 3 sites. And they're probably going to go back to them in the same order. So you should be able to figure out something in between that time. You've already seen this setup, so you can go, right, well, they did this last time, so let's do that. Now, for there to be a timeout taken, that tells me that there's something a little bit deeper that's going wrong on the team. Just needing that moment to focus and get their heads back in the game. See if it works for them.
So they should have an understanding of what they're dealing with. You know, this roam game that was so potent for Bleed. You would expect that seeing, you know, a Vigil, a Mulzi be brought again, that it should be something similar. They've brought in the IQ to try and hunt this Vigil, which, again, I don't mind. I think it's a good way, obviously, of trying to hunt that Vigil where an operator like Deimos just could not do that because Vigil's immune to him. So there is always a counterplay. Leader kicked things off with a C4. Cyber, gone. 0-4 was trying to look to entry in towards that mid floor, but has ended up... Well, actually, I think the top floor, but has ended up being blown right into the sky. But they're actually trying to clear the roamers, Ollie, from the very top floor and then using vertical angles to root them away from storage, root them away from the staircases, and just force them back into sight. But we know Bleed, they're not just going to give up that easily. And what a swing from Reaps. This Sky right now, Ollie, is on a mad one.
One of those games where Reaps just pops off continuously. 5-0 at the minute. Hoven 5-2. It just comes down to the old, they're not winning gunfights, and FaZe, they're not only are they not winning gunfights, they're not setting up for that trade, they're not setting up for what if they don't win the gunfight. Pillay is just walking in blindly. Handy. Taken out there, but immediately traded out. That's better from FaZe, but at what point is the damage a little bit too far gone? You're attacking this basement. There's 50 seconds left, and only now the ram's starting to go in. Okay, we can start to clear a bit of utility. Maybe we can make something happen. Get a drone set up, see if we can start to stabilize on some sort of flank. There's plenty of drones going out there. You can see KDS is flicking through the drones down there. Maybe realizing that there's nothing too good. But if there's any information that can be gleaned, they will find it.
Great position for Leader to be in. Knows that they have to try and push him. As long as he stays crouched, they cannot kill him. That baits the players into dropping, and Reaps will pick up an easy kill. And Soul's in the same position. He has to just take that engagement against the player behind the cabinet. But Turd, oh, Bird, there we go. I was worried there for a minute. He might have missed his chance, but thankfully still gets the kill. And Bleed Ollie, they're running away with this.
You don't even need to look down, do you, to see who it is. You just see somebody running up. You see like a silhouette of a K1A and a Vigil player outline. You just think, yeah, I don't need to check who's playing Vigil. So our guy Turd.
Bleed just are having fun, aren't they? They're smiling, having fun with each
they're
other.
a vibes team.
They are honestly, and they're really good friends. Like, I know that for a fact, is that they... I mean, even losing Asphy was really difficult for them. You know, because they've teamed with him for so long, and, you know, the unionship that Bleed have, but... I mean, Leader's just slotted in a dream, hasn't he?
Yeah. Certainly seems that way from the outside looking in. Everything working well for Bleed. Which sometimes is what you need. You know, if you're having good fun, the siege, it just sort of starts to happen, doesn't it? See if they can continue this form. 4-0 right now. Definitely wasn't expecting this. I tell you what, I can't watch a Night Haven with FaZe playing and not think of the SI Grand Final either.
Oh, yeah, heartbreaking.
Like, the memories on this map for that team, I mean, they play Night Haven hundreds of times, so it's one game out of many, but it's a game that meant so much.
Yeah,
and you just think to yourself, is that knocking around in the back of their head every time they play it?
Yeah, it feels as though they're trying to, like, make up for it, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, we lost Night Haven one time. It was the most important time. Now we have to go and win 100 times to make up for it. That was the grandeur of the circumstances. What was Reach? Hello? Are we well?
I thought this was dead easy, Demo.
It is dead easy. What's he doing? Maybe he hasn't moved the mouse enough.
You were going on like this was the easiest thing in the world.
They baited him this time, so all credit to FaZe. They've learned from their mistakes. They're not letting the Maverick get killed this time. But yeah, worried there for Reach for a little bit. But still, I think Bleed are more than happy to, you know, give up those breaches because they'd like to focus in the mirror windows. That's going to be the issue that obviously FaZe need to try and get through. In terms of Selma's, only the one, but Ollie, they do have the Ashe and the Sophia, or just the Ashe that they can use. Obviously to clear away. Even you can stun. You can also use the Selma charge and then use the Sophia to stun the bandit off if he tries to go for a bandit trick, for example. If you kind of struggle with the Ashe charges.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of options here for FaZe. It's one of the better rounds that we've seen from them so far. This pocket reinforcement could hurt them a little bit though.
Ball reinforced.
One Selma remaining. Nomad caught out in the goo mine. The goo mine's really starting to provide a lot of value now as you do start to worry about that backstab coming through. A little bit of a hot flash over. Air jab sent out. Is it going to detonate in time? Yes, it is. But the swing's there. It's the teamwork again. But it's being fought for tooth and nail by FaZe. Cyber and Vita King, they've stormed on through. Leader, along with Turd, trying to battle back. They've leveled it up to a 2 versus 2, 45 seconds, but they're deep inside of A. Really tucked into the command center. The C4 comes out. It's going to be short.
Oh.
Doesn't get enough value out of that. A very reckless swing from Vita, but it works out for him. He takes Turd down. Now they should be able to stabilize and get the plan, but Cyber, how does he find that angle?
Oh, so close from that C4 hitting, but thankfully FaZe stay alive. I mean, Cyber stepped up massively in that round. Ollie was getting trades, obviously got those important kills. The only thing you probably said about Bleed is obviously, you know, Turd seen him cross. Maybe should he have tried to rotate into Garage and then swing from the IT door onto the player in the corner? Is that maybe an option that could have happened for him?
It's definitely possible, isn't it?
We need a what if. We need a what if for Siege. Can somebody make it?
You do wonder about that engagement with Turd and Vita if he just played it a little bit differently. I know he was desperately trying to get the C4 out there, and it makes sense. You've got to get the C4 out. You can't die with it in your pocket. That's no good.
I would love a what if. What if King George never retired? Where would we be? What would have happened?
I mean, he's the most successful Six Invitational player of all times.
So true.
Played 1-1-1.
10 seconds
In fact, didn't we debunk this? Has somebody else not played 1-1-1 now?
Well, it'll be one of the new boys.
Yeah.
Would have been...
I think it was it not someone on G2?
No.
Or in fact, everybody on G2.
Well, it used to be Benja, but then obviously Benja played second SI, didn't he?
Yeah.
Might have been Furia. I don't know. Probably... Nah, because... No, probably Nade or something, was it? I don't know. Probably was Nade. I think it might be Nade. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Nade. Nade's also played 1-on-1-1.
Attackers have dropped the bomb
There you go.
diffuser.
Some facts for you. Nade or King George? I know who I'm picking.
KG every time.
All day of the week. A bit chilly KDS. Uses all of the Selmas on the garage wall, Ollie, also. All gone. They have the Maverick to try and open up the main one. But like I mentioned, the C4s, they are ever present. Hey, see, this is what I mean. It is this map. I don't know what it is about this map. Are you a believer now, Ollie? Do you believe me?
I believe you. And the C4 meta has changed significantly since the lineup edition.
Honestly, like, Maverick's just got a massive side nerf. You didn't even think about it. Whenever it was implemented, there's no way would you have thought, oh, it's going to really hurt the Maverick players. So
No,
also
he's catching strays.
Souls appeared in Garage. 3 kills in Garage.
This is why he's the GOAT. Out of nowhere, Souls can just pick 3 kills up, and now the round is... It is phases to lose right now. He's still got 4 Candelas as well. He's literally walked in and picked 2 kills for nothing. He's not cost him a single penny. Oven. Pinched from both sides. Souls on a quad. That's going to do something to fire up FaZe here.
He got a quad without moving his feet. He literally stayed on the stairs the entire round. And just picked up kill after kill after kill. My word. And one
It's
thing
business
as well,
as usual.
And one thing you have to look at from Bleed that round is that's a round that we certainly seen a few times during their qualifier run. Was one thing goes wrong, somebody's fell asleep, somebody's let something happen, and Bleed have really struggled to react to it, and it just went from bad to worse.
I think it's one round out of many, though, isn't it? Bleed have played lights out throughout the first couple of rounds. FaZe getting a couple on the board. It was always going to happen at some point. I think it all matters now on the response. The 2-4 half. It's a good half for both teams, really. Could have been better from FaZe. I think they were very, very soft in the first 3. They could have played those a little bit harder, and they could have contested a little bit more that timeout. It wasn't necessarily a strategy timeout. It felt a lot more like the fundamentals are wrong. You guys haven't got your heads in the game sort of timeout. Now it's on Bleed to kick us off their attack and show us what they can do. Going to be a very similar lineup from both sides, although we do have the mirror and the Vulcan shields this time, so a lot of time drain. Not loads to deal with it. You've got the Zephyr, which you can, of course, go below with. But expending Selmas on mirror windows when there's hard walls to be opened and no pocket gadget isn't the most ideal.
Walls opened up. First pick. I was in favor of FaZe, but immediately see the trade. A 4v4. But like I mentioned, walled open. That is the main principle, of course, for Bleed that they wanted to look at. However, Ollie, I just worry, how are they going to deal with the mirror windows? They only have 1 Selma left. Well, they still have to maybe try and open up IT Breach, which, as we can see, is still shut. May cause a few issues for Bleed. It's going to be difficult.
Do have the wall open so they can start to make something happen with that. Good bit of information here as well. They know that the mirror window is going to be in position. I really like this position from Reaps because the player below Mentalist is able to disrupt any of these defenders. Reeps has got a really good job of catching someone on the cross, and he's actually quite safe here.
Oh. Just as you say. He's the player. Limps past the screen, but the nose regard a C4! Reeps dodges it! Turns there to give the cover, but Vinny King still ends up finding the player that they wanted to kill. Reeps off the board. 3v3, still equal footing. That mirror window in garage is going to be disabled. Don't know if it's been popped open yet, but it has been smashed. Still smashed as it stands. Turd, looking for that long angle. They will know his presence there, but look at this push. Two players stacking up in towards Fish. Sophia stun into the back of the computers. We'll try and make the push up, but this is difficult. A lot of crossfire, a lot of angles you have to worry about. Vinny King eliminates leader, a free fire round with the Sophia, but a massive whiff. It's actually a flank from Vinny King coming up from bottom Fish. My oh my. I mean, Bleed almost look as though they can maybe push in there, but you gotta hit your shots, fellas.
Yeah, not ideal there. There were a couple of shots missed. I think if those shots had have hit, maybe it would have been a little bit different. Reeps got really unfortunate because Turd was behind him there, giving him great cover. But, and it's a big but, Turd had to dip away to reload, and that's what allowed Vita King to hit that swing. I think the C4 went long. And Turd there, obviously, with the cover, he got the kill onto Souls, but you can see just as he dips back, Reeps immediately gets swung by Vita King. So, some great timing from FaZe, some good timed aggression. But equally, a bit of misfortune. You start to question, did Turd really need to hit that reload at that time? He had a few bullets in the mag. Maybe he could have held out a little bit longer, provided a bit more cover for Reeps to do something. But even then, you're kind of clutching at straws. 4-3 right now then for Bleed. FaZe successful on their first defense will take us down to the basement for round number 8.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
FaZe started things off well on the defense, and now they're on a bit of a run. Only 3 rounds in a row. All of a sudden, that big gap that Bleed had caused is not so big now. FaZe have certainly found their rhythm and found their groove. Where the Brazilians can start to take over. That momentum that we mentioned with FaZe can be devastating if you give them that opportunity. And it's up to Bleed to see if they can try and stop that. Bandit trick though. That's the first thing, Ollie, that they have to try and get through. Again, always a night A's and Ollie. All about the hard breach, all about the walls.
Plenty of ways you can try and deal with this, especially with the tools that you have. Got the IQ can go below and cause a little bit of disruption. Remove the batteries and try and open up a bit of the floor and stop the bandit from being there. Rotero drone's always a good candidate as well. That's a prep for a bit of a hop in here. We could be looking at something a little bit quick as Hoven, he's going to jump himself in, but immediately get taken out. FaZe, they were ready and waiting for this. Mentalist, he's going to get a consolation prize. That's all it was. Banshee going to give him away there, and another mirror window to greet him. Not often you see the mirror window placed there, but it's going to be a great bit of information to stop that push. Turd, however, will level things up. So at the halfway point, we're all square.
Again, back and forth, back and forth. As I say that, it's going to be FaZe. Get the upper hand again against Bleed. Third and leader now having to do the hard work. All 3 players of FaZe are going to be situated upstairs now as this is a decision. See if Bleed actually want to try and attack the players above. Diffuser is in hands of leader. He may try and get his way in towards storage and go for that safe plant, but it's difficult with those vertical angles being held. See a player looking down on towards that game room's door. Also trying to watch the window and the doorway. The bomb site fires more shots. Turd has to be careful. He's on very low HP, and now we'll rotate around and see if he can assist his teammate, who is slowly but surely trying to work his way through into the bomb site. He need to make a move. That timer is slowly ticking down. Either is going to go for the option of let's walk in and see if we can try and get tucked in towards storage, but there's 2 guns ready on the vertical angles. Now they're going to change their man again, Ollie. There's too much flip-flopping for my liking here.
Yeah, they don't know what to do. They're a little bit unsure. It's going to be a contributing factors of lack of information, being outnumbered, and the defense just being able to hold the common angles, hold those walk-up spots. Oh, great shot there from leader through the floor. Is he going to be able to try and get the plant down now? There is going to be Vert immediately above him, so he does have to be careful. We got a mirror and a shotgun. A drop comes through from King. Perfectly timed, and there's just too much for Turdster to watch. He can't watch everything. Handy. He's going to take him out there. Not that it would have mattered. And that is going to be the cue for the Bleed tactical timeout.
Really difficult for Bleed in that round, but again, just the decision making. They just didn't know what they wanted to go for. Do we want to push upstairs? Do we want to plant in storage? Do we want to move to the other side? And like you said, too much for Turd to watch. You know, there's no way Turd can cover every single vertical angle in that position. So, rightly so, FaZe, they will deservedly win that round. They played the strat well. They know if you just sit above and hold the vert angles, you'll have no issue at all with defending that bomb site. And FaZe, as much as what we praised Bleed for winning 4 in a row, FaZe have just said, have that right back at you. And now FaZe, I just think they're in the driving seat, Ollie, aren't they? You know, the momentum's behind them. You don't see them slowing down. They're on the favorable side of winning the defense. Again, Bleed against Wolves, a little bit shaky here and there on their attacks also. It took them a while to get that win. So it just seems to be, you know, I'm not trying to do a pun, but it's just FaZe up right now, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You send your FaZe ups in the air. Like you just don't care. Is that what we do?
Maybe, maybe not.
What's Bleed? You can surely make a B with your fingers. Might not be as good. The FaZe one's just perfect though, isn't it? It just makes so much sense. 4-4. Who'd have thought we'd end up here? After Bleed's incredible start. Well, this is Nighthaven. It can be a tough nut to crack. Bleed is certainly finding that at the moment. Down to the basement we go.
5 seconds left.
FaZe are currently taking us on a bit of a tour here on Nighthaven. Round number 9. And the more that you let FaZe get into a game, the better they get as well. They're not a team to lose out on that mental game, that's for sure. We've had a fairly quiet day out of Cyber as well, Demo. You were bigging him up earlier.
I was.
3 and 6. I've got my own little hot take.
Yeah.
I put him in the nest. Mate, he's in the nest camp for me.
Yeah, wake up. Wake up, sunshine.
I tell you, he's in the nest camp.
This fella was in an SI Grand Final. What are you on about?
Reloading. Nest's had an SI Grand Final.
Yeah, like 50 years ago.
No, like 3 years ago.
Still, this was more recent. Stop living in the past. This is coming from a G2 fan.
Oh dear. Turd. Is it madness? Or is it brilliance? He's crouch walk his way all the way down XO. He's about to get himself into the site. He's probably just going to be able to shoot off whatever electrification there is there. But instead, no, turns away. Reaps and Leader, they're doing the hard work for him. His job now is to catch somebody as they rotate back down into sight. Gets a good couple of points of damage in, and that's going to throw a cat among the pigeons. You've now got a Fox in the coop. You've got an attacker in the site, and there's been no openings at all. Turd. He'll fall, but it's caused the chaos that was required, and King is left on 1 HP. KDS. Does he go for a rotation here? Does he try and make something happen? Is it going to be a hero play? Or is the round just going to peter out? As he is 1 versus 4, the diffuser juggled. Not even sure if the walls are actually open yet. I think it might just be the hatch.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And there's no way that Bleed can mess this one up, surely. There we go. Hoven from the hatch. I was getting a little bit nervy there for a minute. I thought they were just all going to pile in down the hatch, but instead, they played it right. They had loads of time to work with. Turd might not look like he'd done loads there, but he caused a lot of chaos.
Kind of look at, you know, Turd. I still think he done nothing. He was in the perfect position that we've seen, but realistically, it's the rest of his team were just doing their own thing. Like, but that's Turd. It's you know, Turd going for that play, it almost feels as though that's like the fail-safe. If things aren't working too well for... just let Turd go, see if he can do something. Because they needed to change. Maybe the change is just let Turd off the leash. Where, again, we mentioned before about Turd, he can either be the hero or the zero. That's the way he kind of works sometimes.
See, I think even though he didn't do anything, if he knows where they are, then they've got an idea of where they are.
Right.
He's not taking any harm.
Well, it's like, for example, I know my dad currently is not in the house. That does not mean I know where he is. I'm sorry just to break your philosophy there. I wouldn't say that's nailed on, Ollie.
But you're talking about the context of the world.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the context of a video game map.
But still, the point stands.
It doesn't. It definitely
could be anywhere.
doesn't.
Okay, for example, my dad's in my... Let's say my mom's in the house. I cannot tell you for sure where my mom is. I could take a guess, but that's not a guarantee.
But you know where she isn't. She's not in the room that you're in.
That's correct, but that's one room out of a lot of rooms.
Well, then there are also rooms that she just won't be.
I don't know that. You don't know. Look,
But also, imagine if there was 5 of your mum in the house.
And anyway, we're going to continue on with
now we're
commentary.
getting somewhere.
We're going to go to the commentary and the vote on the wall. Why do you do this?
Oh look, Deimos.
Oh, Deimos.
We had a bit of Deimos action. Cyber getting tracked out there by the death mark.
See, they do know where he is this time. Like they know for a fact where he is.
And they know where he isn't. Oh. Is he going to try and rotate up? No, he's really just trying to... He's played that quite well, actually, because the death mark expired at a great time. Mentalist, he pays the price. Oh, the C4's going to land as well. No, he just walks out of range. There's a bit of damage there to Reaps, and Reaps does need to be cautious now, but... Cyber, death marked or not, doesn't matter. He's still deadly.
All 5 of them are available as well. It's not often you see that. Every player can be tracked. The pick his target, he has to figure out. Never mind, he's got none left. He's out of it. Oh, Hoven just swings into the shotgun. Leader with 1, maybe a second. Be a trade-off for Leader. 2 with him before he peers out, but still an advantage for FaZe. Great shot from Viking with that shotgun. Now Turd, the 1v3 has the R4C in hand. Can he make it happen? A lot of angles he has to check. A lot of long angles he needs to check. And Viking, once more, is there to finish it off. FaZe, back at it. 5-5.
Could this be the comeback for FaZe? It'd be very like Bleed if they were to get so far in a game and then just not be able to get it over the line at the end. We've talked about this team previously struggling on a match point. They've not been able to get onto a match point yet. Well, they went up. And now they're on the way back down. FaZe on the flip side, it feels like they're just getting started right now. They're going to take the lead for the first... Oh, sorry, level things up at 5-5. 1 round away from taking the lead. 2 rounds away from closing the game. Just goes to show you can never count a team like FaZe out.
I mean, obviously, on this stream, we've had no overtimes at all today, Ollie, in any of our games, and it certainly feels as though this is probably going to be the first one we have. And I think it's only right. Both these teams playing exceptionally well. I've been really impressed, especially with the defensive work. Maybe not so much in the attacks. I think that's obvious, but the way the teams are defending has been clinical. Maybe that's why the attacks haven't been as good. Is just the defense has been just that strong.
Yeah, the defense have really had the run of the teeth here today. Bit of a line of sight going to get opened here as they're going to be looking in toward that mid-floor site. Oven. I feel like Bleed have tried a bit of everything as well. They've tried the slow and steady. They've tried that aggressive rush. Everything's been met with a very similar response. really is just like they've gone to sleep since getting on the attack. They're also not really bringing any operators that are going to help them establish a beachhead. We're not seeing the Capitao, we're not seeing the Bees, we're not seeing a Ying even. I don't feel like they've got much to help them get into the building and get control. There's such a focus on this roam clear with the Deimos being played. No Dokkaebi, no Lion. I don't know, I feel like Bleed a little bit stale in their op pick at the minute.
Yeah, a bit of a rut, feels like, but now we're kind of at the position where they're taking the operators that they feel comfortable in, you know, more than anything. See how they can crack the code. Oh, good start as Hoven's been down. I don't exactly know where that is. Is that a Frostmat? Looks as though it is, but Bleed respond with 2 kills in return. And now FaZe, really for the first time we've seen in the defensive half, where they really don't look too strong now because they're the team who have that man disadvantage.
Still opportunity for FaZe to hold on here. Cyber checking absolutely everything.
Yeah, you don't swing
Vitikin
reaps.
just gets caught.
Don't swing reaps!
Not on a tight angle like that. The attitude from Bleed of just sort of opening up a few options and seeing what happens is really working quite well, because FaZe they've tried to work quite hard for that refrag. They've worked hard to get it down to, or at least to try and get it to a 3 versus 3, and it isn't working out for them. Everything that they peek at the moment, there's just a Bleed gun on the other end of things. Oh, nice pinch coming in here. Soul's caught out on the death mark. He's able to grab one. Got a chance of a second here, but just misses the shot. Cyber, meanwhile, will take down Reaps and is left in the clutch here. He's got some live information right now. Great shot over onto Leader. And then with 3 seconds left, Cyber's just got to keep himself alive.
What?
Doesn't even need to go for the challenge. Wrap it up, Demo.
What has happened there for Bleed? A complete bottle job. They've allowed Cyber just to walk around the site. Time running low. They're so headlocked into trying to eliminate the player above, and by the time they had finished him, it was like, oh, guys, we only have 10 seconds. We need to do something quick, quick, quick. Felt as though the time just got away from them. They were so headlocked in just to trying to deal with the players above that they just completely forget that there is a 6th man. The timer. My
Massive
word.
shame there for Bleed. I feel like that was their opportunity to get onto a match point. And they've just let it slip.
Activating jammer.
And it's not really anyone in particular's fault. They just really wasted a lot of the time. I think FaZe did a really good job in the final few seconds, mainly Cyber. But up until that point, they were just peeking everything and getting punished for it.
10 seconds remaining.
Wall fortified.
5 seconds left.
Boy, oh boy.
Attacker's objective is
I mean,
to
that's the
locate a
moment
bomb and defuse
for Bleed. If Bleed go on to lose this next round, that's the moment where they say, that's where we lost the game.
Jammer initiated.
It's that round for me. That's the moment.
a bomb.
I mean, it just sets up FaZe nicely now, just to clean up with the basement. The Bleed. Pressure on them once again. They could have been the team leading here 6-5. But it is what it is.
Changing mags.
Look at this setup, Ollie. We've got a hefty lineup of roamers. We've got the Mira inside of storage with the windows looking in towards the server room, trying to hold on to garage. We've got a Vigil top floor roaming. I believe your castle is over in towards vending machine. There's a lot here that Blade have to try and wade through. He will bring in the Dokkaebi to see if they can assist with hunting these roamers, especially that Vigil.
Yeah, not going to be easy at the moment, is it? Bleed, we know that they struggle with the clock a little bit. They struggled with the clock in the last round, and with all these little problems to solve, they've got to decide very quickly if they're going to go direct or if they are going to start to try and hunt these players. They are seeming to be going on the hunt right now. Going to start to get this hatch open and see if there's anything that they can work on through that. Castle Barricade will be dealt with by the Selma.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
The plan at the moment still remains a little bit unclear. Drone is going to go down. It looks as though Reaps is desperately trying to shed all of his utility and just go for a bit of a hop down. He left the diffuser upstairs, used his breaching charges, used a Selma. Now he's going to try and make something happen on the site. But as we know, there aren't that many players in the site right now. We do have KDS. Bitter King, he's going to be the first victim there. Reaps able to take him out. Leader joins in with those players flooding through. It's now time for FaZe to try and get themselves back onto the site or regain some of that vertical control and ease up some of the pressure on the site player.
This is treacherous for both teams. One wrong step by either of them and it could result in their team losing the round. The player is going to be above Reaps. Seen the legs. Now goes deep at C4, goes right past his ears. But he's able to find KDS. Mentalist with a great play moves into the other site where there's going to be no vertical pulls available to him. Souls is right beside the defuse planner, but he has no idea. Shots are rattling back and forth, but Mentalist sends it to OT. Bleed, great decision making, great opportunity spotting. Seeing that the site is so bare, like you said, Ollie, Reaps is going to dump all his utility and just go for it. You know, he's nothing to lose. And Reaps steps up, 2 kills, kills both the players in sight. My goodness, what a round.
Big round from Bleed, exactly when they needed to take this game into an overtime. We've said a few times today that we want to see these games go a little bit longer, and finally we are going to get it, Demo. Nice calculated play. You could see that mid-round adjustment there. Once they'd found out, right, we've got a little bit of control. We've got some space inside a garage to work with. If we drop the hatch, we can probably make something work here. Worked out a treat for him. Question is, what side do each team get in the OT? Bleed started off on the defense, didn't they?
Yes. Correct. Well done.
Well done for remembering what happened all that time ago.
That's it.
The only reason I mention it is because it's been a very defender-sided map, hasn't it? We've only seen a couple of rounds won by the attackers. Each team has won 2 rounds on the attack and 4 rounds on the defense to get us into this overtime. Maybe nobody knows. Maybe that's why we're paused.
That's true.
Maybe we're trying to figure out. Maybe they're tossing the coin right now.
They could be.
They're just going to run over and go tails. Tails never fails.
Just it kind of feels as though we've had all that energy and now we're just standing still.
Yeah. The game isn't finished. Don't worry.
There's no draws here.
Imagine. Sorry, it's a draw.
That's it. Both teams, well done. You're both
teams
through.
are
We have
through.
9 teams. We have 9 teams in.
It's just awkward then, isn't it?
Yeah. To get into the next phase, you both have to beat Furia.
At the same time?
No. Fury and BDS at the same time.
That doesn't sound like a fun day, does it?
Or maybe you could do like the team who gets through is determined by a 1v1 with the coaches.
Oh, that'd be good.
That'd be great.
Who are you putting your money on as a coach?
I think probably Julio now. I think that's the obvious one. He's won a few things, old Julio.
I believe that we are in a rehost right now. Hence
no, the stats.
No, everyone's KD.
No. Wait, was Turd positive? I think he was, wasn't he? Turd's gonna be fuming.
We can make anyone anything at this point. We can say that anybody was positive. I was trying to think of someone who likely isn't positive in this game, but everyone's really good, so
Cyber.
I can't think of anybody.
Cyber wasn't positive, I'm pretty sure.
No, Cyber wasn't positive. Souls definitely was. Leader? Was he positive?
I think so.
We haven't seen any Capcom from Leader this game so far.
No, he's moved away from that. But again, I think it's just the
What
way
do you
that
mean
they
he's moved away from it? He played it like 4 hours ago.
No, but as in like the way that they had been defending their their basement. They had been going more for like the kind of Vigil Mozzie kind of combination. So they've been playing more into the denial of information rather than burning down the clock, running away, and then hopefully that somebody just runs into one.
Which makes a lot of sense. I don't think that FaZe are the kind of team to fall victim to the Capcans. They're a little bit too systematic for that. They've got too much of a process. It is a bit of a cheap trick.
It's the second time we've actually seen both of these teams play against each other. The first time was in Atlanta. It was a 7-4 win for FaZe. So I suppose you can already see improvements. No, Bleed taking it to OT now. Still have a chance to win the game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, plenty of chance. Bleed starting things off on the defense in overtime then. That was the question I wanted answered at the start of all of this. The map continues to trend in the way it's been going. That bodes quite well for Bleed. But it has been a while since they've been on the attack, and it has been a while since FaZe have been on the defense. Or the other way around. A while since Bleed have been on the defense, sorry, and a while since FaZe have been on the attack. 6 rounds to be exact. I don't think too much is going to have changed in that time, though. Reaps. Getting nice and cheeky with the Mozzie drone there. Actually got himself quite a nice bit of information. Ooh, might find himself a kill here if he's patient. That Maverick line could be devastating. Depends on if it's a bit of phantom pressure or if someone is going to rotate there and play that a little bit later on. Maybe the Maverick going to go and try and finish the job at opening that wall up. It is only dotty lines at the moment. You would need to fully join those up to get full value out of it.
Loading new magazine.
And it's scary lineup for FaZe. With a lot of very reactive operators where you have to be pretty switched on if you are Bleed. It's a very direct push. It starts to kind of shape up. You have the Blitz outside the main breach. The Maverick is there also. They're really focused in and trying to get control of the Animus room. See if they can stem their attack from there. This is where the site players really need to be switched on. You know, we're looking at Mentalist here. This is the pressure's going to be on him to see if he can hold them at bay, and even more so, just shot call really well. You know, stay to the same guys. They need help here.
Hoven. Full white flash here. Is anyone going to push in off the back of it?
Oh!
Look at that play there. Vita King and KDS. Blitz shield, you can hear it soaking up the bullets there. It isn't going to do him any favors in that engagement though, as Hoven, he's rotated himself down. Cargo and's able to pick Vita King up. Vita King just got caught a little bit too deep there, and that's the kit. Hoven, another great kill. 3 on the round for him here. The Candelas are still pinging off, but you can't see anything happening other than the Ying getting downed. Mentalist finishing him off, and Leader takes Handy down. A night and day difference there, Bleed. As soon as they get on that defense, they're dominating.
I mean, Hoven. Incredible. I mean, great shots also from both teams. Honestly. See the replays here. I want to see this again. Great shot from KDS. But then Hoven. This is just as crisp as anything. Readjustment. Picks up the kill. Hoven is feeling that round a lot, isn't he? And that kind of breaks the deadlock almost. You know, Bleed. Now they've got the, you know, they're ahead. They're 7-6. Haven't been ahead in a while, Ollie. They're out in front. FaZe. They're the team who have to respond now again. But it really would not put it past me, Ollie, to see this go all the way.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised at this point. It's obviously going to flip now, and it's going to be FaZe to go on the defense, Bleed to go on the attack. With what we've seen, Bleed's attacks haven't been great, and well, FaZe's attacks weren't great either. Both teams got 2 rounds on the attack in regulation, hence why we are in an overtime right now.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But some things do change round in the OT. You get a lot of time to think about it. You've seen the same tricks multiple times now. You've likely seen both sides a couple of times that you're going to play, so you are going to have a bit of a clearer idea as to how you're going to approach it. The approach in this instance is going to be a blitz. We do have the Thatcher Ace combination as well. It's quite interesting, isn't it, that FaZe have opted for the Maverick. FaZe love a Maverick as well. FaZe opted for the Maverick to deal with all the walls, and Bleed are just going a little bit more old school. They're going that Thatcher hard breach combination.
Oh, yeah, they know about the C4 trick, don't they? They're not idiots.
Exactly. They've been taking advantage of that C4.
Last time that Bleed had a really successful attack, Ollie, up here was they just took it nice and slow. You know, slow and steady. They didn't really push the boat out. They didn't try and go quick. They just gave themselves as many options as they could, and then they seen the weak point and they execute onto it. I think it'll be a little bit more difficult, though, in terms of just getting the information with those mute jammers up, and whenever you place them in doorways, for example, over towards Fish, causes issues. Bad start, though, for Bleed as Cyber's opened up with the opening C4, and already all I just think, yeah, it's going to be 7-7, isn't it? You know, there you go. There's their first blood that usually determines how it's going to go.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Bit of an engagement here. Cyber. Mirror window has been punched there, and the blitz is just on the other side of it. Bleeder just waiting for that right time to push through. Mentalist can't afford to push this on his own, though. He needs a little bit of support from somewhere. Whether that be from the breach, from the door, or even someone flanking up Fish. Pop flashes go out now as well, as just going to smoke things off for a time being. And see Turd on that rotation. He's likely going to rotate himself in and either get into the top of Fish or join Mentalist on those rafters. Just needs to perform a bit of drone work before he does that. Hoven is going to be the player that's pushing up, so it's going to be a double push here from Hoven and Turd. They should be able to get away with one here, and there it is, a beautifully timed double peek. But unfortunately, they line up. He will be able to get the revive there. Hoven, he picks himself up a second, but unshielding. Oh, it's horrible to watch in a moment like that. Bleed. They just weren't able to get past that hurdle. They didn't have the bodies in the right place, and FaZe were very quick to react. There were only a couple of angles that they really needed to hold there. 25 seconds and 4 kills to find. Hoven. Do get a feeling we're going to round 15.
Oh, you think? What gives you that impression?
I don't know. I've just got a little feeling, like a little...
Well, let's see if you're right, Ollie.
A little feeling in my tummy, you know?
That's impressive. You're right.
That's crazy.
Oh. Well. What are we saying? How do we predict this?
One of these two teams is going to win.
You are just...
I would guess that it is going to be... I would honestly guess that it's going to be Bleed. Genuinely, based on the defenses that we've seen, both teams have really struggled on the attack. FaZe warmed into it. It took them a while. But that first round of overtime didn't look great, did it?
No.
Attackers have
The
discovered
thing is with Bleed, though, is that they have to go towards top floor. Basement's locked out. That's one thing we kind of say is going in favor of FaZe, is they don't have to go through the basement. Still, it's a site that the Bleed can defend. We know that. Mirror windows come in
5 seconds to go.
as usual in Bleed fashion. But one thing that you have to notice about Bleed, though, is that they've really forgone any wall denial. You know, whenever they're bringing in bandits, for example, and try and go for, like, not just the denial, but even, like, the C4 trick, you know, if a Maverick was to come in. So straight away, I think for FaZe, they would have looked at that lineup and maybe spot out and say, yeah, there's no bandits on the wall. It should be quite free just to open up. You don't even need to bring in like a Thatcher. We can just go in with the Thermite and the Ace, of course.
Yeah, the Wamai's a weird one, isn't it? Maybe bringing it in for the Ying.
For the Ying. Yeah, Ying has been pretty dominant, hasn't it, for FaZe? They've been bringing that quite a few times. Makes sense. Especially for like electrical, like even just catching flashbangs for the player jumping in for the electrical window after flashing the guy in electrical.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's going to help out a lot.
The bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their
Absolutely. Oven there is going to be grateful for any Wamai discs placed around him. They have leader all the way downstairs as well. He's rocking the Valkyrie, so can kind of get himself out of harm's way and just see if there's anything he can find out on the cameras. You're going to hear the Candela go through there. That one will be sent in, I think, toward the garage area, toward that catwalk. FaZe definitely stalling out on time a little bit here, especially considering, as you mentioned, Demo, there's only mute jammers. There's no electrification, nothing that's really going to slow you down from getting that wall open. See, an impact was used to keep that window clear, and second one will be shot off, but it's going to be shot off a little bit too late. Third will find one onto Handy. Not sure why he jumps into the camera there. Candela comes in. No big initial push off the back of that mirror window opening, though, and the Candelas, whilst they're ringing out, we're not seeing anything really come of him. It's going to be Reaps to take Cyber down, and a double dip onto Cyber. Look at him go. He's now down to the pistol. He might even have Vitaking out of the breach at this rate. Turd going to close it up. Flawless round to finish things off. What a series. What a map from Bleed.
Reaps, just take a bow. Give him all the trophies of the year. Give him everything. Unbelievable. Wow. I mean, what a moment for Bleed. A team which has significantly struggled with making it into the top 8, into the playoff stage of any competition they've been in. They finally have broken the curse. And they beat FaZe as well. One of the favorites for this competition. They've taken them down.
It's going to mean a lot for everyone on the team. You can see Julio straight over there and chatting with the players. It's more than just a quick handshake or a fist bump for him. These are players that he's played against and grown up alongside with inside of Brazil, in the ranked servers, in the scrim servers. A big fixture for him. A big result for Bleed. We pitted in the underdogs coming into this one, Demo. We said we wanted an upset, and we got it. Maximum overtime. Flawless round to finish things off. They stood toe-to-toe with FaZe there.
I just have no words. Honestly, what a round. I mean, what a game. Just back and forth. I mean, it started off like 4-0 for Bleed. They're running away with it. We're sitting here questioning, is this FaZe? Is this the wrong team that have shown up? And then FaZe come back, and they start fighting to a final. They start winning the big rounds. And then we get into OT. And then Bleed are back in front again. And then FaZe pull it back. And then Bleed win. It's... wow. What a game.
It's almost like a Reaps highlight reel at some points this game, because he never just picks up one kill. He always gets like 3. It's just he goes from one to another to another. There were chances for FaZe. This was a big one.
That was a moment. That's where I thought they lost it.
Round
Honestly,
11.
that was the round.
I thought round 11, that was where it was all over. But Bleed kept on fighting. We commented on the teamwork at the start of this fixture demo. It feels like ages ago now. And we were saying how Bleed were doing a great job of double peeking things and really playing together. And then after that tactical timeout at the end of round number 3 for FaZe, they kind of got on that train as well, and they really woke up. It definitely felt more of a timeout of things aren't working here than there's a strategic effort that we need to be sort of making. Big result overall. You must be pleased, Demo.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Bleed do well. Again, it's certainly a team which I think me and you have really grown to like over the course of just watching them throughout the major, and also we got a chance to cast them during the qualifiers, and they looked extremely strong. And yeah, you know, this is where they've really solidified themselves as a team coming out of Southeast Asia. Not only the #1 team in that region, but at the moment, hey, they may be, you know, one of the best teams that we've seen from APAC in quite a while. It just depends. Maybe the Aussies, can the Aussies join them? I know that they obviously have a chance to get into that top 8. But Ollie, just seeing an APAC team in the top 8, last time this happened was what, Scars? And that was way back at Copenhagen? So it's been a very long time since APAC have done this well at a competition, so it's great to see.
And that run was considered a bit of a miracle run in itself as well. Yeah. We are joined by the coach of Bleed right now. We are joined by Julio. Thank you so much for taking a bit of time to come and chat with us.
Hello, guys.
Julio, we spoke to Mentalist a little bit earlier, but we thought, well, if you win this one, we'll get the coach on. Why not?
Thank you.
How you doing?
Oh, good. Better now, right? Like, crazy match.
Feeling a bit better, feeling a little bit more relaxed now, feeling a little bit more level.
I was like 1 round, I was like, oh my god, I was just like happy, just crazy emotions. But even if you lose, like last round was like a really fun match to participate, you know, really good.
Yeah. What was it like? One of the reasons that I wanted to get you in was because I wanted to ask you what it was like going up against FaZe, because obviously you've got so much experience against the Brazilian teams that you must have. It must feel a little bit different for you when you play against the Brazilian teams.
I think we're really confident. I'm gonna explain the whole story. 4 months ago, we didn't have labs, so I'm like, I'm gonna copy the best lab team. It was FaZe, we literally copied their labs, and then we just implement our own style. And against this match, I was just like, I said to the FaZe players, let's play labs. I'm gonna play labs. And they thought I was like baiting or something. I just, yeah, let's play. And then we played, and we showed that like our implemented labs is equal to them, you know, because they were our inspiration to play labs. It's kind of crazy, but it was a great match, you know. Both teams are really good on the map.
I love how you stole their labs and copied it and then made it better for yourselves and worked it out. That makes the win even more sweet, in my opinion. Julio, I'm really sorry we've not got loads of time here today because we've got another best of 3 coming up. We're obviously trying to rattle through all these games. Demo, have you got anything that you want to ask really quickly?
The only thing is just what about Reaps? Like, how does this guy function? I just,
yeah,
he's incredible.
We're gonna see Reaps on main stage. Let's see if it's gonna work or not, because it's gonna the ground's gonna shake and everything. But I think he's fine, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's fine in the playoff. The players are really happy, and yeah, don't want to take a lot of time. But thank you guys to invite me. Always good to talk with you guys.
Julio, I really appreciate it. If you've got anything you want to say to the fans at home, feel free.
Yeah, thanks everyone cheering for us. We got leader. We're getting better. The gap is closing between regions, and yeah, it's still a long way to win a tournament. But like, we are going step by step, you know. Maybe this tournament, but going to playoff is first time this lineup is going, so huge, you know, huge already for us.
No, you're doing fantastic, and I know there's a lot of people rooting for you, and it's always nice to see you guys doing well from our point of view as well. We love seeing every team do well, and we wish you all the best in the competition.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, mate. I'm sure we'll speak to you later on in the week. There we go. We heard it from Julio himself. I absolutely love that story that he told us there, that they pinched FaZe's labs. They looked at the best labs team in the world. We were like, we need to implement this map. Who do we copy? Who's the best? They copy FaZe, and then they beat them the first time that they play it against them. It just adds that extra level of sweetness to what is already a massive victory for APAC. We're going to have a look at our upcoming game now. We do have one final best of 3 to cover here on the B stream. I've got no idea what it's going to be. It is going to be Wolves versus Scars. So, of course, this is the elimination match in the lower bracket quarter final. And I believe that at the same time, it will be GK and Into the Breach as well on one of the other streams. So maybe pull up a couple of windows there and get a few going. I know that's what I'm going to be doing whilst I'm having something to eat a little bit later on. But Demo, that's going to wrap us up for our day. What about it? We've seen some fantastic Siege here.
Yeah, no, I think we covered really good games. I think a good mix of teams as well. Obviously, I think the highlight for me is probably just right there, seeing, you know, APAC, you know, make a dive into the top 8, which just hasn't happened, especially for that lineup specifically of Bleed, who have been so close every single time, and they've always failed. that must feel such a relief. And I just think now for that team, anything they get now is a bonus. You know, they've kind of got their goal, which was, let's actually finally get onto the main stage, and let's see if Reaps can handle the vibrations. Let's see if it's going to throw him off his game. That's the question for me. That guy has never had to deal with the vibrations and the massive speakers going off and the crowd shouting. That is it. That's what we need to see. This is a social experiment.
Well, I'm sure that we will find out. Everybody, thank you so much for watching with me and Demo today. There is another game, so don't go anywhere. We will be back with that final best of 3 Wolves versus Scars very shortly.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have another elimination match for you guys. This time, Wolves versus Scars. John, we get another EU versus APAC clash.
And I think one of the more interesting factors of this match, Harrison, is they both follow similar storylines, Scars and Wolves, where they have a lot of solid contention going into major events that we've seen in the past, like Copenhagen, like the Atlanta Major, but they always fall short at just the halfway mark. So it'll be really interesting to see how both of these teams play, given the fact that they've had, a pretty rough start here so far at EWC.
Especially with Scars now, being kind of the top dog in Japan, we're seeing them a little bit more consistently in those international events. They did compete at Manchester. They got 12th through 14th, so at the very least, not last place. Wolves did not even make it through the LCQ, so they weren't even at Manchester. The last international land that they both competed at was SI back in February. Wolves got 9th through 12th, and Scars are slightly worse at 17th through 20th. Scars got eliminated immediately. So obviously looking to change that here, but one of these teams will end up going home at the end of this best of 3.
And so far for the best of 3 matches, we've had pretty close contention. I mean, Luminosity, they just won their first international match. That was a really exciting game against PSG Talents. Unfortunate to see them go, but they also had a pretty decent run as well. And we had SSG beat their matchup against Cruelty 2 to advance against W7M.
Yeah, we have some, like the Bleed beating FaZe out on the other stream was a pretty huge upset, but always glad to see the Bleed guys having success. And as always, you can vote for your prediction, stcplay.gg. I don't know if there's any kind of reward, but I mean, you get bragging rights if you end up doing it. It actually looked really cool. I was thinking about signing up, but then, I'm actively doing this, so I don't really have the time. But,
we got to lock in.
We do have to lock in. But first, we can go ahead and take a look at, I guess, who we would consider, I think, the favorite to win this map. Wolves Esports, French squad coming in from EU. Now, they have made a couple roster changes since their last international event. Deadshot, Mowgli, P4 still here, but Shinka and Bibu are no longer with the team. Instead, they have Lasmo and Asa.
And so far, they did a pretty solid job, almost going flawless inside of the closed qualifiers to get to EWC. They beat, top Goliath teams like G2, for example, and their map pool has been fairly open. They've only had a little bit of discomfort on maps like Chalet, for example. That's when they faced up against G2, and they had a bit of a rocky start on Labs, but oddly enough, Harrison, it's one of their favorite maps, so maybe we'll get to see that same pick again going into our best of 3 series, given how much of an enjoyable map it is to play when you're in that right environment.
Yeah, I really enjoy seeing Labs, especially on an international stage, because it relies, again, we've talked about it relies so much on your off-site holes, and some teams like NA are a little bit more methodical, a little bit more structured when it comes to that, and then some regions, like APAC and Brazil, are all in your face on-set extensions, and they're playing entry denial, they're playing in your face. So Labs always really, really interesting to see internationally. We've seen a few consulates, more than a few consulates already, but now let's take a look at their opponents, the Japanese squad, Scars, who, again, like Bliss, have been getting better and better little by little, just they haven't had as big of a jump as we've seen from Bliss so far. It's Rek, Tayo, Nina, Fishlike, and Washoy, and these guys, again, when they broke out onto the scene, it was kind of like GK, right? Their first international LAN, I believe they came top 8 at a major. It was incredible, but slowly they've started to take steps back, just like GK. We already mentioned Invite. They got last place, tied for last.
They've been grouped inside of both the Atlanta and Manchester major as well. They've really hit a brick wall, and this is usually the farthest that they get on average in these big international events. So I'm really hoping for Scars they keep things close and competitive against Wolves, and maybe even having a chance to advance further and get past into that qualification position, since they already have other Asian teams like Bleed, for example, now winning since they beat the Titans of FaZe, funnily enough, on Nighthaven, a map we just talked about and saw on this broadcast a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, Bleed have been kind of I feel like all of APAC has kind of taken a step back, right? Because Scars were originally competitive, haven't really been anymore. D+ Kia has not really been as competitive as they once were. I mean, back in, what was it? Was it Jönköping or the other Sweden major? Remember, they almost made grand finals as an APAC team. We don't have, you know, CAG I mean, they've never really been that competitive, but they're not as competitive as they once were. So with the Bliss and Bleed are really the only two. I mean, Fury in there sometimes as well, but now that Asia, you know, in the most recent major only had that one spot, Bleed took it from them. So Bleed and Bliss really the only two consistencies in APAC, and even then they've yet to really break out. So hopefully Bleed and Bliss are able to do that here. Bliss, I believe in the lower bracket, they're up against SSG, so that's going to be a tough task for them. And Scars, I think, are going to have a pretty hard time against Wolves here.
Yeah, I unfortunately got the W7M SSG matchup just a little bit confused. It's now Bliss versus SSG, but I'm sure we'll have plenty more to talk about that match once we move into tomorrow. Today, we'll focus on our game of Scars Wolves. We've got the map, Vito, just ready to view. And it'll be interesting to see, again, with the wide variety of maps that both Scars and Wolves are comfortable on, where we'll actually go, and if there are any repeats from earlier in the day. As sure, both Scars and Wolves lost their best-of-1 matches 4-7. Again, Wolves played on Nighthaven Labs, and Scars played on Cafe, respectively, but you have to look at it from this perspective. You're facing up against a brand new team that has a very different playstyle from what you were just up against moments ago, and you've had a couple of hours to kind of sit and think, you know, what was the mistakes that we did? What could we improve on? And is that applicable in a few hour notice after having basically a warm-up game in that first best-of-1 series? It looks like for Wolves, they're fairly confident about their Labs play, and they want to go back against Scars today.
Yeah, the bans making sense. Scars taking away a lot of their auto bans as well, just making sure that they get maps like that Oregon out of the way. Scars not fans of that at all. Wolves as well, taking out Border. They almost like refuse to play Border. Labs for both these teams. Wolves have played it 3 times this year so far, not including this tournament. Before this tournament, they actually beat G2 on this map 7-3 in the qualifier. As for Scars, Labs 2-2, but the last 2 times they played it internationally at the Manchester Major against Liquid and DZ, only winning 5 rounds combined in those 2 maps. So Wolves looking really good to take map number 1, especially if these 2 new prospects they've picked up have end up turning out.
And speaking of G2, Harrison, Chalet was the map that Wolves had lost first against them. They then proceeded to win the next 2 back-to-back, Labs being one of them, like we had just mentioned. Another couple of maps they've played on is Clubhouse and Bank, which Clubhouse, funnily enough, is the decider of this best of 3. So a lot of game day experience for Wolves on this map, and same thing applies for Scars. And again, given the context that both these teams have very similar standings when it comes to these top events across the world, I think we're in for a real treat. Just so long as, you know, not too much, you know, buffoonery happens, I suppose. Yeah. Not too many shenanigans. We don't like to see the trolling going down.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Wolves are definitely the favorites to win, but that does not mean Scars don't have a chance. We've seen Scars be, while, you know, they don't necessarily place well, we've seen Scars be incredibly competitive with some decent teams just because of, you know, the very unique, I guess I'll say, Japanese play style that a lot of teams, especially when there's newer teams breaking into the scene internationally, aren't used to yet. I mean, just taking a look back at that Manchester Major, they did end up winning a game in the playoffs. They ended up beating their fellow countrymen of CAG. They were able to take 4 rounds off of Furia, who at the time, again, you know, one of the best teams in the world. They brought Liquid to overtime on Consulate, where we just saw Liquid absolutely destroy Bliss on Consulate. So Scars have the capability to be really competitive, and that's been the story for APAC, right? It's all potential, no realization. So hopefully, you know, this is going to be an event where, for Scars' sake, where they can kind of break into that next level that we've been looking for so long.
Wolves maybe trying to deny Scars of any easier executes once they switch halves on the attack, eliminating that Ying. Scars, of course, opting to get rid of Thatcher as well, so you might be forced to play Maverick or some sort of vertical operator to deal with a Bandit trick. 9 times out of 10. Same thing applies for the hatches, so maybe more of a bunker-focused composition for Scars when they're on objectives like Tank and Assembly for Nighthaven Labs. Truebrau and Azami to close things out as well. That leaves Mira and Valkyrie, other really potent info operators available to both Scars and Wolves, but nothing really too shocking in terms of our operator bans. I am a little surprised that we have Thatcher gone, but Hard Breach is a pretty big aspect of this map, so it's not the most jarring thing we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Ban's pretty normal. Thatcher ban means that Cade is now could be incredibly important for these teams. Playing him, not only do you get that C4, but you also kind of force a Maverick to be played, or at the very least like an IQ and EMPs. Those Cade Claws very hard to find, can be very hard to find on this map, especially again with how vertical it is. Ying ban, I mean, Ying's pretty much annoying everywhere, and we talk about it all the time when we cast together. But you can't defend all the good ops on defense. You're always going to have some left up. Ends up being Azami and Tubarao for this match, but that also, again, Solus is now going to be played. We're probably going to see Mira, Valkyrie. I'm surprised, actually, that we're not seeing Valkyrie in round number 1 with how important she can be on every single side of this map.
Maybe on a more roam-centric comp, we'll see bigger emphasis on not utility, but information ops such as Solus and Valkyrie. Again, big reason why Daemons is popular on maps like Consulate and Nighthaven. The same reason for Solus. A lot of soft flooring and good opportunities for early info and late info in the round, so long as you have your gadget active. Wolves so far starting out on the map looking to most likely get both the con wall and IT wall opened up. But big problem here, they've got to focus on both the Cade Claws and Bandit batteries that are available to Scars right now. It seems like they've got a Cade Claw reactivated back on the top wall. Tayo looking to trick it as well, but a second EMP pops out at just the right time, and that IT wall already open, plus 2 Cade Claws now gone.
Yeah, really well done from Wolves. I mean, it's something that they deal with every time they play Labs. They are no strangers to trying to deny tricks like this. And that, again, that Tubarao ban really helping with the expeditiousness in which they're able to open that up. Mowgli does take a lot of punishment from somewhere about 24 HP now, but Wolves now have that IT breach open, and they're now looking to go through Connector and activate that split onto the site.
They're just waiting for more man presence here. Seems like they are unable to get this utility off the wall from the outside, so once again, they'll just wait to go inward before making that final push. Seems like they have a mute inside of E-Box right now, so this could be very dangerous. Beautiful shot landed by Fishlight. That's Mowgli gone. Your IQ, which could have been very impactful for finding any other bits of utility like those mute jammers or even where exactly those bandit batteries were. But a good trade is spotted by top Raptors here for Wolves, and they're still getting plenty of map control, having 3 people by the IT side of the map looking to solidify here.
Killing the Raptors player there is huge. You shut down the Legion before he's able to get all his mines out as well. And most importantly, you answer back for Mowgli's death. So even at 4 apiece, the Deimos looking to work his way into command. Can almost see the player behind Pillar and Wreck. Had no idea what was about to hit him. Attempted refrag attempt now from Tayu. He's able to land the shots on the dead shot. Lasmo dead off screen as well. 3 versus 2 for Scars with 35 seconds left to try and delay. Fishlight gets cut down in electrical, but Nina's got a response on P4. And it's a 1 versus 2 for Wolves' start to the map. All up to Asa, the new support player. Knows about Tayu, but wow, Tayo just swings with the TCSG, and Scars are successful in their first defense.
Beautiful hold on the top floor. Wolves able to trade back and still get control of Rafters, but if you don't have enough utility to create that space or at least make some of those defenders vulnerable in the opposing bomb site, having a little bit of control isn't usually enough for this top floor specifically, and that was a really good heads-up play by Tayo, going for that 1-for-1 gunfight and getting control of Rafters back, just making Wolves' jobs 10 times more complex there. It just didn't seem like for Wolves, although they were able to play for trades, they couldn't really collapse as a cohesive unit, and that's just because of how strong the aggro game was by Scars in that round.
Yeah, beautiful trades from Scars. Sometimes, especially in the APAC scene, that's what we see a lack of. That tends to do them in a lot of very individualistic play. So great sign from Scars in round number 1. Now we go down to the basement. Now, the thing about the anchor game, as we always like to talk about with labs, very easy to anchor upstairs, very hard to anchor everywhere else. So now this is, I think, where we're really going to see, or going to need to see, the team play from Scars. Shine is on these really big extensions that you're pretty much forced to hold here. Wolves, with the lineup they have, they are going to be going for a full clear. 2 hard breachers, the Ram as well to help break all the floor. We've got Valkyrie now in play from Washoy, so glad to see those cameras up. The Fenrir as well for added dissuasion and the extra info you get from the Dread Mine. So look to see perhaps a couple of C4s come from that Mute or the Cade down on the bomb site.
I think we've seen countless times on labs how impactful it can be for a defender to remain alive on the top floor in that final minute, especially if it's a full top to bottom clear. Wolves hoping they can get enough sufficient information to realize if there is still a roam presence pardon, or if everyone has fallen back into the bomb site. It seems like there is still a presence playing on that top and middle floor for Scars, despite them having, a couple of operators that might indicate they want to focus more on that anchor. At least having the Cade here for that main breach that will force Wolves, because they have no pocket EMPs, to fully clear out this map, and they will do so starting by the IT wall. Pretty common attacking point for really any bomb site you want to clear, just because that impact it has is being a big, cutoff angle across the entire map, and as well getting vertical in crucial areas.
First kill again from Fishlike, this time on to P4, but Washoy, again, just like the round prior, gets almost immediately refragged. Mute exposing himself to those long angles upstairs, almost gets the shot on a Mowgli. But Fishlike finally goes down, and it's a man advantage now for Wolves about halfway through. They've got a lot of this roam now cleared. And Nina, looking to get back to the bomb site, doesn't want to stay upstairs for too long and get picked off solo as well.
That's good coordination there from Wolves, not only getting vertical above to pressure out the people by that storage window, but also having someone push in directly from the horizontal position, shutting down this roam extension. Now Mowgli spots another. That's only 2 defenders left here, and there is still a minute on the board to gather extra vertical with these boogie drones and breaching charges. Not only that, but half the drones are left alive here in Wolves' pockets, so they've got plenty of time as well to gather info and find the right direction to try to isolate either the Cade or Fenrir, and maybe even dodge some of these Dread Mines, which is really one of the only pieces of util Scars has left to shut down Wolves.
And now Rek is dead. It's all up to Tayo. He spots the thermite, drops the case, lines up another on Mowgli as well. Gets to the back of Animus on just 1 HP. But they know exactly where he's at. They know he's cornered. And just 1 bullet is enough to take him out. A heroic attempt from Tayo, but not enough in the end. The roam clear just too strong from Wolves.
Again, beautiful team play in the early round. Clearing those power spots near control and storage quite early, especially with the help of that back wall opened up via IT, allowing the Ram to simply breeze their way in. It was a good opening kill for Fishlike, but after that, the rest of Scars' roam simply collapsed. And once they saw Tayo completely isolated in the back of Animus, they just simply played off the open hatch, flashed him out, and put the final nail in the coffin for Scars' second round. Things tied off now going into the third. And I have to say, plenty of good strengths and weaknesses to look at. Hopefully, for the sake of Scars, they can play a little bit more connected there on the defense, because the idea of going for trades was not bad, but just not having any early round presence on that top floor kind of allowed for Wolves to have a very fast and early start to their roam clear, which then led to a very successful take in that first floor.
Once again, a roam going to be necessary for storage. Hopefully, a better one from Scars. Again, playing a little bit isolated, right? We saw Fishlike all the way over towards, I don't even know what people call that room. I know, like in our ranked match, we just call that the room on this map. But Fishlike in that like little mud room, I guess, in storage. Him getting picked off. His teammate in what was it in storage also getting picked off. No refrags. So they're just so separated on these roams. So hopefully we see them play a little bit closer to each other here. Because if there's one thing that Wolves in the past and EU as a whole tends to do well, it's that refrag game. The trap operators also coming out in full force. They're sticking the Legion, and they're rocking the Ella now from Nina.
Maybe having some Rosemont mines for the early window hop-ins. Could even have some on the roam extension up above. Again, it kind of disorients anyone who enters in a bit brazenly.
This is crazy.
There's no way Rek is using the mirror window to trick this
This
wall.
is insane.
Here's the thermite go off. Will this timing work? It could. He hasn't detonated it yet.
Put it down.
Yeah, I don't know what's he doing. I think Rek just missed his opportunity.
He did.
What? That
He
is
had
so
the
sad.
thermite dead to rights. I don't know why he didn't put it down. Maybe he thought it was a bait. I don't know.
I guess so. You know, at least he's got it in command now.
Yeah, he definitely heard the thermite. Yeah, I guess at the very least, he still has the mirror window, right? And he was able to use it somewhere else. Warden, the player now tracked by the Deimos, as the plant is already going down from Asa. Washoy has some coverage from above. Fishlight gets traded out, but Asa gets it down for free and is able to escape through the window. Now a 4v4 post-plant, and with players outside, this is one of the hardest retakes in the game. This is up there with like a consulate post-plant, and you can see Rek and Washoy already dead from P4, trying to retake outside. Tayo able to get one. He's on the counter defuse. Gets off of it as the floor bangs attempt, and Lasmo with the final 2. Wolves with round 3.
Great job by Wolves spotting the gap into the bomb site. Not only that, but it just looked like there was a lack of utility to really indicate if there were to be any presence in the bomb site. So once they got the IT wall opened up, since there was only a mirror window attempted to be used as a tricking device, which didn't even go off, having only that mirror window to stop the wall from being opened up, it was a pretty straightforward attack. You get IT pressure, push back the roam extension just enough to where you get site control. They go 1-for-1 and get the diffuser down. And like you mentioned, with there being so many ways to hold in that post plant, either bunkering in the bomb site and hiding in a corner, playing from down below if you have basement control, going above if there's vertical by IT, or just playing outside the map. Playing right outside that window can also be such a challenge to clear as a defender. If you already have too much on your plate and too many different angles to worry about, that retake is almost impossible, and that's exactly what happened with Scars. There was vert presence above by IT, there was someone sitting outside, and for a moment, I think they had a player in the objective still, too. It was just way too much to handle for Scars.
Really confused how they were able to just sneak that plant down. Speaking of sneaky, I don't know if you saw, Tayo was kind of like hiding behind the bomb chassis in command. Maybe trying to hide the clash pick. Wolves don't really have anything to directly deal with said clash, except maybe you could consider the Blitz a counter pick, because you can just walk at her, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Although, wait, does the electricity, like, buffer the shield?
I don't think so. Not enough to where you could get a good angle on them.
I can't remember if it does. Because I know it does, like, the kind of, like, the melee buffer, like, when Monty's full extended, like, the little shake. I don't know how big it is when, like, it's a normal shield like Blitz.
Well, maybe we'll get to see just shortly. Wolves hoping that could have been a really awkward engagement there for Wolves. But luckily, with Deadshot still being alive, he can use these Reparo drones to actually open up the wall. Because Scars left it soft and opened it up, in fact. The Thermite was not able to do his job to get that breach opened up. Was too vulnerable to a potential gunfight. So instead, you've got Deadshot able to open that up with his gadget. There's a shield outside, too, that he'll most likely have to clear out. Or somebody with frag grenades, like the IQ, for example. Or even the recruit that's being picked by P4, but they also have to deal with those on my magnets, unless around the corner you got that Reparo drone. And off screen, speaking of those nades, the potential not only to deal with utility, but the players surfaced around it, nets an opening kill for Wolves. And to make matters worse, because they have that shield operator, because they have Tayo on Clash, this could be a really dangerous game because they only have 3 people gun up, and now 2 because Lasmo got a kill.
Washoy dead thanks to the angle from the connector breach. Everybody on Scars is dead. A flawless attack for Wolves. Every pressure point successfully pushed. Scars playing a little bit too forward, getting caught off. The nade kill on the Rek, and that was the first opening pick for Wolves, as well as the first opening pick not traded back.
I mean, that was just a brutal execute done by the offensive side of Wolves. It came down to the wire back in round number 1, where although Wolves had a pretty solid game plan, it just didn't look like they were able to work as a cohesive unit in that round. They spotted the extensions that Scars were doing, mostly relying off of shields with only a limited amount of utility because they only had a Wamai to help bolster up those different spots across the map. They'd utilize their Atero drones to open up new lines of sight and then just start hucking out nades like crazy. That netted 2 kills almost for free. And when Scars started to get desperate, you had different bodies lined up, almost holding crossfires, waiting for them to get over-aggressive, looking for those gunfights, which I can't really blame Scars for doing that. When you are a gun down with that clash, it's pretty hard to fight for one-on-one gunfights that can give you a second chance in those rounds. And that's another problem that you highlighted too, Harrison. The Clash was just kind of on an island in Electrical. No one was really playing off of her as like a mobile shield or doing anything to punish people for trying to overextend to kill the Clash early. Because she was basically alone throughout that entire round, it allowed for a lot more ground to be covered by Wolves and also punish all the other defenders who didn't have a lot of cover once those shields were gone.
Yeah, more isolationist play from Scars. It's like they have their position, but should anything happen, they don't really have any recourse. Lack of tradability has been a common theme through these defenses so far, with the exception of round 1. Now Scars are going to pull out the kitchen defense. Definitely the least played site on the map. Clash coming out once again, this time Rek playing her instead of Tayo. She'll probably, again, as usual, we see the Clash typically playing here in lobby. There's nowhere for the attack to go, really, to counter her except at her. So it's a very good position for the Clash to play as long as she's got proper support, which is going to come in the form of Nina upstairs right on the staircase. And I imagine there's someone else upstairs too. Although, no, I see. So Washoi's in sight. Fishlike is over towards Games, and I think Tayo is in the basement. So it's just Nina upstairs.
That could be problematic given how effective Wolves' drone work has been. If they spot that one of the most important parts of the map is basically just up for grabs, they might simply take that. And look at where they're all positioned. All 5 attackers on the top floor right now, and they're sending in drones to the building. If Nita can't communicate in time or just no one comes to alleviate that pressure, this could be a pretty straightforward 5 versus 4. And again, you come to that Clash dilemma where you're still a gun down, and if no one can play off of Rek here, that's just another operator kind of down the drain.
And look where he is. There's no one like in the same area code. He's still alone over towards lobby. He's got to back up soon. Look at him, pushed very far forward, and there's no one there to support him. Finally, he's able to spot out one. Luckily for him, Mowgli misses the shot. I think he's just trying to delay the breach for now, knowing that Wolves really want to get this kitchen wall open. Already, Flash is coming in. The nade to follow up forces Rek all the way back down that hallway. Still no support. EMP's coming out as well. The Thermite getting that cafeteria wall open, and Scars have an avenue, or sorry, Wolves have an avenue into the site.
P4 still having air jabs as well. Could maybe use them proactively to blast the Clash off her shield and find an easy kill. But currently he's above, doing his job as the flank watch, currently assisting the Ram. So it'll take some time to readjust and go down below. But that's what he's doing right now. He's got his gadget out down the hallway. This could be a big kill, but it might be more or less just to push Rek away, given that he saw the Nomad and had time to react.
Yeah, he was able to back away in time, but like you said, is now going to be unable to push forward. He'll have to find a different way back into the bomb site, and Asa is in! He's on the desk! Planting right next to the doorway! He gets it down basically for free! Tayo with the kill! Another follow-up from Nina as well, but the plant has been complete. But most importantly here, not only do Scars have the man advantage, okay, I spoke too soon. They no longer have the man advantage. Now they've got it again, and they have this Clash still alive. Rek can go ahead, scout ahead. That's exactly what he's doing. Washoi gets the kill on P4, but they need to flush out Deadshot. He's still up above, and there's only 10 seconds left. The Clash is going to have to figure out a way to cover this planter, but just as Deadshot looks down, Washoi ascends the staircase, and Scars have a second round.
Thankfully, Scars realizing that they just had to push forward against the execute. They already gave up too much ground, allowing Asa to hop into the bomb site and plant that diffuser. They used the Clash as a bit of a space maker there, sort of a spearhead like you would see on the attack with a blitz or some sort of aggressive operator like the Ying, who's interestingly enough banned. But being gun up there, just having an extra person alive, and then making sure they eventually kill this 90 player despite having it cost 2 different bodies against Mowgli. that still gave them the opportunity to then play off of natural cover, get that disable on the diffuser, and also still have Washroi go up above. So the Ram had to make a very big gamble, whether they just look down below and hopefully kill the person diffusing at just the right time, or they have to fight the guy above, and that's when the diffuser is disabled by the defense. Not really much you can do there in a 1vx, but great job really upping the ante there by Scars, because it almost looked like Wolves were really comfortable just sitting in the bomb site like that, being able to get that diffuser down.
The early round Clash play, I was really confused by again because he was very, very alone. But in that post plant, using her really well, almost again like that, because the sides kind of flip and the post plant, they're using the Clash almost like a pseudo Monty to get that info.
Yeah.
Really well done by Scars. Now 1 round away from potentially a tie half. I feel like Scars really need it here if they want a chance on the attack. This is going to be a crucial round for them. We're back on command where, I mean, Wolves just suffocated that bomb site in their second go around.
Wolves looking to get some bottom garage control perhaps. Again, just assisting with that rafters clear. Pretty important part of the map to get in your grasp if you're going for, you know, an IT clear, which is very common for this bomb site in almost any single objective when playing on Nighthaven Labs. And they still have big emphasis on information once again. The Grim and Deimos being reintroduced. The Bandit being Deathmark tracked as well. I believe the Bandit, or pardon me, a Mute Jammer, ignored it. So he's able just to walk back to the breach and get this battery off. But he walks away for a second time. That's when the Cade Claw reactivates, I would assume. And that now gives an opportunity here for Rek to tussle with the player who's down below, holding this vertical angle through a window. But it gives a brief moment here for an EMP to go off, and the wall is still opened up, but no kill to be collected from either side.
I did like how proactive Rek was, though, knowing what the play was for Wolves. Fighting against Deadshot, figuring, you know what, if I can't get this Bandit battery down, I'll at least try and kill you, if not just damage you, and that's exactly what he did. A wasted scan as well from Deadshot. You see that? Rek was standing on a Mute Jammer. So that absorbs one of those Deimos tracks, and he's only got 2 left.
Not as much info as you'd like. Luckily, you still have those nano swarms. Nade tossed out, I would assume, to try to break the default camera, but it might have just been a little too short, so his rifle will have to do. He drops down below, and maybe Mowgli can just spot the utility from underneath. Maybe just seeing if there's anyone close by. Ooh, breaking this Cade Claw could be huge, allowing another angle into the bomb site from top rafters. It seems like he's just waiting for his teammates to get a little bit closer into the building before he eventually tries to destroy it. But there's 40 seconds left, and everybody on Scars has remained alive and at full HP. And we saw how effective Scars can anchor when it's this top floor bomb site, Harrison.
It looks like this is going to be a late 5v5 push once again from the Wolves. 30 seconds remaining now. And Scars kind of, I think, adjusting to the Wolves' play of, again, that suffocation, that constriction method onto the bomb site, and just playing super passive and super together, and it's going to work for Fishlike and Nina as well. A follow-up, and Fishlike able to get 2-3 kills happen on the Aqua side of the map, leaving Lasmo and P4 in a 2 versus 5. 2 versus 4 now after that kill onto Rek. Diffuser is going to have to be reclaimed, but there's simply no time remaining as Lasmo dies off screen, and Scars tie the half.
It's really interesting, too, for Wolves that it took them so long to get Rafters and then rotate to get Aqua presence as well, given the lack of a roam, really, by any members on Scars. Sure, they had a light extension, of course. They didn't want to just give up map control for free, but they were very willing to just fall back into sight and play the anchor, and Wolves didn't really pick up on that, so it took them a very long time to get their players inside the building where they needed to be, top Raptors, for example, then that last minute rotate over to Aqua. So when you hear that Aqua door open up with 20 seconds left, you're like, okay, well, I guess this is one of the 2 attacking points they'll push in from. I'll just sit close to the shotgun since they don't have any utility to clear me out, and that was kind of the original problem back in round number 1, except, you know, the rest of Wolves were a little back and forth during the trade game. That time, it was almost flawlessly won by Scars, simply waiting for Wolves to make the first move, and that can be the biggest obstacle on your attacking half, is just finding the right way to make that first move, to find that first entry, or just do anything other than opening, you know, an outside breach, for example, on a map like Labs.
5 seconds to go.
Really interested to see how Scars start their attacking half here. Something that we, again, is a common theme with APAC teams is attacking woes. You can win defenses playing individually just because, you know, the pressure is on the attack to make the first move. But if you play like that on your attacking side, your success rate is going to be very low. But with that being said, Scars looked fantastic in those last 2 rounds. Honestly, John, they look like a completely different team. I don't know what happened between rounds 4 and 5 to change that, but the adjustment they made, especially in round 6 too, to just play fully passive and not give Wolves any of those, you know, those pre-made angles, the forward positions, it was beautiful. They've got the Monty now in the hands of Nina. They've got the main wall now open, especially thanks to, you know, the C4 that I believe that was, yeah, that Lasmo, or I can't remember. Both Lasmo and Deadshot have both used their C4s, but whoever C4 was kind of opened that IT breach for them. Now the Maverick going for the connector breach. Another C4 being held and ripped by Asa, throws it out, but it missed. Now 3 out of the 4 C4s down, and you have Deadshot dead to Washoy. There is an immediate refrag. The Ace, though, already kind of done his job. It's not the biggest deal in the world if he's dead now, just because the main breaches are already open, and it's 2 kills for Rek to respond to the dead Monty before he's finally shut down, but now that Tayo is dead off screen, it's all up to Fishlike, and he can't see Mowgli from the connector head holes. Out of nowhere, everyone on Scars is dead.
Wolves able to hold down the fort, similar to Scars. Once the offensive side of Scars had lost that Montaigne, it did make things a little harder to try and not play against those incredibly long angles. I know we talked about this like at the beginning of the day here, Harrison, on our C stream. But if you're given the opportunity just to kind of sit back and play passive with really long horizontal angles, and your opponents don't have a lot of utility to really close that gap, it can be a very taxing execute into the bomb site. We saw that just now in round number 6, with Scars defending, of course. They flatline all of Wolves' attack. And then back in round number 7, looks like Wolves ended up returning the favor. Once they were able to isolate Nina, that was all that they really had in terms of trying to move in past electrical and IT, trying to get their way into the bomb site. So Wolves returning the favor. Now they're back in the lead 4-3.
A Blitz, Jackal, and Dokeby being hovered now for Scars. Again, knowing how important the roam presence is here on a tank defense. Want to put all of their stock in clearing out these players as quickly and as efficiently as humanly possible. And they do end up sticking all 3 of those. They got the buck as well, so once they do have that control, Washoy is going to be able to go to town on that floor and make Wolves, at least the players directly on the bomb site under, I guess not tank, but on assembly and in nano. See, I remember the name of that room now. Very uncomfortable. I'm so proud of myself.
I am too.
How many people are upstairs? 3, it looks like? I think 3. I think 2. It's a 2-1-2.
All right. Yep, 2 on the second floor, 1 on the first. Other 2 back down below. Here's the blitz to clear out this roam. Lamslow in a bad position. And that's Fishlight just pushing him to the floor and bashing him. There's Rek with another on the dead shot too. Incredible roam clear. Just again, spotting an isolated defender that is nowhere near somebody else to trade. And they use the blitz as a very simple method to close the distance and make him uncomfortable. And that was all in 60 seconds, Harrison. Wolves feel the pressure early on, and they are forced now to leave the bomb site and try to play at least on these fall-off angles by the staircase and now towards pool table, hoping they can at least get 1 or 2 kills for their troubles before falling back down below. But it looks like after the second Logi bomb, they're just beginning to give up.
Yeah, that is the power of the blitz, John.
Yep.
Being able to not only find out Lasmo, but holding that cutoff to basically force Deadshot to either give up and run away or risk his life to save his teammate. That was a fantastic job from Scars to make that, to force that tough decision on Deadshot, and he ended up dying for it. C4 also we saw earlier being wasted by both P4 and Asa, so no more C4. That might make the Blitz a lot harder to deal with. You do still have Mowgli regenerating the goo mines, and of course, that is also one of a Shield's worst enemies, but do we have the Warden on the top floor? P4 is going for a very long flank as the Warden. Now, he might be heard. He is a 3 armor. They are very loud. He sprints away from Garage. None of the attack is there. They're mainly concerned with the storage side of things. It looks like there's a flank watch too. They might be aware of him. 45 seconds left. Again, the main spearhead of this push is going to be the blitz of Fish-like. In drops P4, still looking for people, but oh my goodness, Nina is still outside the map, and he cuts him down. Wreck with 3 kills to give Scars a flawless attack and a tie score.
Not much to really say there other than impressive roam clear and discipline by Scars on top of that. Again, Fish-like, after getting a bit of info from his teammates, he wastes no time hopping into electrical, killing one of the few people up above. That was Lasmu, and then shortly after Deadshot, you talked about the cutoff angles in that round were phenomenal. It was almost 3 kills scored in just that round alone by cutoff angles, waiting patiently for Wolves to overplay their hand, have them get uncomfortable in the round because they're at a deficit. And I'm really hoping, for Wolves' sake on the defense, if we're going to see more blitz in play by Scars, that they just work together as a team. Have angles set up for crossfires. Have more fall-off points on that top floor, just so it's easier for you to back away if you feel a little too much pressure in that round, rather than playing in a death spot that doesn't really matter. If you die in pillar all the way in the top floor of that round as a roamer with no one to trade you, and it's been 30 seconds, that doesn't really help the rest of your teammates when they're trying to anchor and waste time and resources.
Yeah, this again, it's like a completely different team from earlier on in the match. No timeout even taken either, so it's not like the coach started hammering some sense into the team. This is just all on their own. They started to figure it out. And Scars looking really good on that assembly tank attack. We'll see if they've still got more in them. Wolves, of course, still do have the favored side. I think what you need to do now is, if an APAC team figures out how to play together, they become incredibly dangerous. So what do? What you can do is what you do against pretty structured teams like DZ and SSG, right? Try to throw that huge, annoying wrench into the attack's plan, because they're so focused on just trying to play as a team, they're probably not going to be able to adjust on the fly as well as, you know, teams who are normally taking top positions in the international tournament. So I would love to see Wolves either start forcing Scars to problem solve with tons of utility, or just start getting crazy. It seems like the plan right now, at least for Storage Control, is the former. They got Fenrir, they've got Mira, they got the Valkyrie too, so they're gonna have plenty of info. No IQ on the board for Scars, so those black eyes might be a little bit harder to track down, but they are still sticking this Bandit Dokubi combo that worked beautifully in the last round. Speaking of the Dokubi, dude, if I was who is that on the Warden? P4? Dude, if I was P4, I'd be pissed. That guy was still outside with 35 seconds left, but the Blitz is inside, able to get the kill right before he's blown up by Asa. However, it makes enough room for Tayo to get into the bomb site and get the plant down. And now one of the hardest retakes in the game has commenced for Wolves, and they're now down a body.
Tough spot for Wolves once again. Logi Bomb finally will dissipate. It's up to Deadshot to try to recontrol IT, work this vertical to his advantage, whilst the rest of Scars just comfortably sit outside and play for time. There's only 20 seconds altogether on this diffuser. Nice shot landed by P4, and it looks like Lasmu will try to attempt a long arm. It seems like there's vertical presence too from down below, but that won't do anything. There's no one down here, P4. Nina's good for one. There's the finisher by Rek, and Mira is out of time and nowhere close to the bomb site. Scars once again spotting a gap in the bomb site and using Blitz just to brute force their way into the objective, allowing that plant to go down. And like we've talked about earlier, Harrison, this is one of the toughest bomb sites to unveil once that diffuser goes down.
Yeah, because there's really only 2 spots that you need to hold when you have the window plant. Just sit one guy outside, one guy rafters, and then the others can do whatever the hell they want to try and support, and that's exactly what happened for Scars. I think they even had multiple people outside that window in the post plant, and then multiple people holding down garage and rafters. I don't really know what P4's plan was there, going down into the basement with the C4, maybe try to arc it through the window to get anyone playing close, but Scars now, for the first time since round number 1, John, they have a lead. They're up 5-4. And now Wolves probably going to go back to command now. It's the one bomb site that they've been successful on the defense so far. They are going to go back up there. We've got a slight shift in the operator lineup too from round number 7. No longer worried about bandit tricking. They're just going to try and stick a Cade Claw on it, call it a day, and they've added now a Frost and a Cap Can rather than the Mute and the Sentry. So putting a little bit more stock, or the Fenrir as well, I think is also different instead of the... Oh no, because they had Bandit and Cade last time, so I guess Fenrir in place of Bandit. So putting a lot more stock into those traps. However, I don't know. I like it and I don't like it because, one, traps are really good. Trap meta is incredibly powerful right now, especially when you're against an inexperienced team. But I think Scars are showing you that despite being a lot less experienced than Wolves, they still have what it takes to hang, and dropping the Mute is just going to make it even easier for Scars to collect info, and we've seen how well they can act off of that info in rounds 8 and 9.
They have other forms of info as well, not just the drones, but again, Grim being brought out for what feels like the 100th time today. Inside of EWC, he's such a powerful operator currently in the meta because having all 5 of those gadgets can provide plenty of different info. C4 shot midway through its destruction. Good timing there for Scars. Unfortunate missed opportunity there by Wolves, and I'm not even too sure if it would have found that kill because it got stuck at the very top of that wall. But regardless, you mentioned the lack of Mute. This will allow Scars to drone freely, and will they check in meeting? Yes, they do. The surprise attack does not work out, and wow, that's Mowgli dumpstered. Instant reaction there by Nina. They spot the player in meeting and instantly hunt him down.
Incredible, again, drone work from Scars. Another problem that a lot of inexperienced APAC teams have is efficient use of their information, but Scars are looking really, really good right now. Probably just about as good as we saw in their first LAN appearance back in, I believe it was back in Copenhagen, where they made top 8. As this match has progressed, Scars have looked better and better as maybe they're just settling down and getting back into the swing of things, but there's no response from Wolves. This is the first time all map that an entry has not been immediately followed up by an additional kill or traded back by the team suffering from the opening death. So a long 5 versus 4 now for Wolves to suffer through as there's destruction happening from Washoy. Ace charge is going out on that connector wall, and P4 is going to try for a lucky play in the corner, but Washoy finds him from downstairs. Now it's a 2-man lead for Scars, looking to make their way into the bomb site. Lasmo gets the first kill for his team, but instantly refragged. Asa's down on the floor. Deadshot is the last remaining player stuck in rafters, and Scars still have a whole 30 seconds to play with. They can taste map point here. Reminder, this is Wolves' map pick. They opted for Labs next Chalet. That's Scar's pick. It seems like Deadshot does have info on the players coming Aqua, but there's a drone staring at him. Scars have all the info in the world, and they are on map point.
And that was a big key successful point for Scars in this series so far. It's the intel game. This is probably the 3rd time we've talked about it in a row, Harrison, but the way that they set up not just their drone work for Nina to get that opening frag on a Mowgli, but on top of that, both Washoy and Nina playing together as the Grim and Buck combination. One of the most painful spots to clear out from that top floor when you're attacking command and server has got to be Pillar, even with the con wall opened up, right? There's so much natural cover, and there isn't a lot you can do unless you have grenades, obviously, to push him out, which in that case, I don't think Scars really did. What they instead provided themselves with to clear it out were the Nano Bees and Buck Skeleton Key from down below. So you are constantly getting red pings back and forth. And on top of that, the horizontal plus vertical pressure, it forced all of Wolves back out of the bomb site. And whilst that was happening, they were shut down. That was, again, perfect team play, not only setting up people individually to find kills, but give almost everybody on Scars an equal chance at stopping Wolves from slowing down their execute. It literally came down to a Frost, I think it was P4 again, just down to the Frost, who was in rafters and had 4 different angles from Aqua, the open breach, and even E-Box to be concerned about at the exact same time.
And the implications of winning that round, obviously, map point incredibly important for Scars as it always is, but you take away the only successful site that Wolves had this half so far. Now they have that difficult decision to make. Do they go back to assembly tank where they got flawless, or back to storage control where Scars were able to get a 4v4 plant down after a blitz rush? At the very least, they don't have to deal with that blitz, but there's now a Brava, a Monty, and a Deimos on the board. So again, all in on this information from Scars.
A lot of open areas. You can have these default cams be turned defensive favor, into more of an attacker side of this utility. Oh, and the cap cans. That could be something interesting to note as well, since there hasn't been a lot of utility that the defense have really brought out. You've got those default and bulletproof cameras plus ED traps. Wow, dead shot. A little too close for comfort there against that skeleton key. He's forced to back away. He takes the walk of shame back into command center. And I think he hears that shield clanking just behind him. A death mark track will be attempted on him, but it's failed since he's by a mute jammer, I believe, or it just got turned off. There's Wreck with the opener. Mowgli's quick to respond. And this Montaigne, sure, he's alone right now, but there's no one to assist. Big play from Lasmu. Thankfully, he finishes off the Montaigne. His teammate is down, but here's the resurgence from Nina. It looked close for Wolves to maybe be in the lead for this round, but with the Capcan still being injured, it's an even 2 versus 2.
And the Fenrir is so low, but Fishlight can't connect the shots from up above. The Buck tries to kill Asa, but only succeeds in lighting him up. The Capcan finally going to be dealt with by Nina. Case is now recovered. The things going for him right now are the HP and time. Asa 2 bullets away from death. Mowgli just 1. Over a minute. Now just eclipsed. A minute to play with. But does Nina have any info? He's got 1 drone. It's somewhere on the map. Or sorry, it's back in his pocket. Now he throws it out. Looking to see if there's anyone directly in storage. He does see the player in games. Might look to isolate here as he drops down over towards rafters. The Warden very far afield. Over towards that aqua hallway. Bulletproof cam dealt with, but it can still call out for sound. And in the meantime, Fenrir has retaken up top. Now trying to look for this player planting. It was just a bait from Nina. Stepping off. Maybe trying to find a safe spot to go for it. He could find a corner with no vert. But again, operating off of no info, and his time has fully bled away. We're down to just 10 seconds left, and he's going to have to try and stick this plant. Asa should be able to see him from the doorway. Shots start to come through, but Asa gets dusted. 3 seconds left. He has to try and stick, but no time remaining. Too paranoid about Mowgli, but he's missing. He can't see him. The ping is gone. Finally, with the last bullet, too close for comfort. You can see Mowgli breathe a sigh of relief there. The ping just a little bit off.
Oh my god, when I saw his arm shuffle, I thought he ran out of ammo and was switching to his pistol.
Yeah.
I think I was more terrified than Mowgli in that 1v1. Good god. Having that ping just slightly be off could have been the make or break from Scars winning their opponent's map pick and sending us to Chalet, a map that Wolves have already lost in the past a handful of times, or Wolves receiving a second chance in their first map of this best of 3 series. Good call there by Wolves, realizing there is not enough manpower for anyone to play above, so it might be wise with that vertical already established and info in the site to just simply rotate and play above rather than giving a fair 50-50 gunfight. That did really make things challenging for the Buck. Sure, the Warden ended up being shut down. It was a 1 versus 1, but again, that took a lot of time to set up. And now Wolves will be granted the opportunity to go back to the only other bomb site they've been successful on, which is Command and Server, with a slightly different lineup. Again, we talked heavily about that info game via Scars. Now they're reintroducing Mute and even having a Pulse played here as well. I think this lineup is definitely better than what we've seen before, and maybe the Pulse plus extra emphasis on Nitro Cells, since they now have 3 in total, could more or less be for the fact there's been a lot of shields in presence here by Scars, both the Montaigne and Blitz.
Monty coming out once again from Scars too. I do like the mirror windows from Asa. It's a nice adjustment. Try to keep those shield operators at bay. The Pulse also way down in the basement. P4 is going to be able to call pretty much, I think, all 3 floors. I'm pretty sure it's similar to like how, right, like how on old Consulate you'd sit the Pulse in the basement and you'd be able to see all the way up through. I'm pretty sure it's a similar situation here on Labs. I think he can do that. Bravo once again in play from Rec 2. And you got to wonder, if the Bravo is able to get his drones into the bomb site, could he have denied that info, right? Could Nina have gotten that plant down without the cam? It's all those little micro plays are always some of those fascinating parts about the game.
And maybe even giving away what kind of rotations Wolves were doing there, given the fact they were kind of moving between control and storage quite frequently, trying to dodge the buck from in that first floor. Logi Bomb goes off. I'm just hoping to guarantee no one's playing down below in that first floor, but in fact, there's a deeper level to this rabbit hole that the Pulse is currently playing behind. That's P4, Cardiac Sensor, out and deployed, trying to spot anyone on that first floor, but there's the opener for Scars once again. It's Washoy getting rid of the Frost. And speaking of those bear traps, one's located by Rafters. The Mira had just spotted wall soon to be opened up, but I think there's a mute jammer stopping it currently. C4 tossed out, but luckily Scars can dodge it, and they've already got Raptors control, and their spearhead of the Montaigne is still alive.
Mowgli able to answer onto Tayo, the Maverick, but again, his job pretty much already done. Fish-like looking for a backstab, but doesn't see him just yet, is worried about the flank and is peeking it on ADS. Washoy at the very least still equalizes at 3 apiece, and Asa's dead on the site. P4 is going to have to try and do something with this cardiac sensor and C4 from below. Washoy on the ground. Lasmo confirms, but now this player on site has to deal with the Monty. There's nothing he can do. Nina knifes him to the ground. And P4, still armed with this C4, is going to need to find a kill. But he's worried there's a Fenrir mine hacked by that Brava on the Aqua stairs that's going to be able to call out his position. Now able to deal with it. But Nina has rotated over towards the hard floor. P4 knows it. And there's the kill from Rek. Scars with round 12. Down 1-3. Come back to win it 7-5 and take Wolves' own map choice away.
Off the back of some incredible awareness and team play by Scars. Again, when they were attacking, they spotted a lot of openings that Wolves just kind of allowed to happen. Someone being just overexposed, not having a fall-off point on that roam, not having a crossfire from a teammate. General lack of team play altogether on the roam extension a handful of times, Harrison, and that cost far too many bodies. A large majority of these rounds, just period, were Scars winning that opening gunfight. Fish in particular had an incredible showing with opening kill success, and I've got to commend all of Scars as well, just following his lead and refusing to let Wolves recover. It almost always felt like they were at some sort of massive man disadvantage, you know, excluding a couple of rounds on attack where they had a pretty good advantage at the 3-1 split like we're seeing right now, but all of a sudden things just kind of clicked, and they didn't even need a timeout to recover from that deficit either, Harrison.
Yeah, I think that's what the amazing thing was, too. The players pretty much figured that out all on their own, not needing the timeout from the coach, spotting these opportunities and taking them in stride. I mean, this was one of the most brilliantly played rounds with that blitz, walking in the immediate follow-up from the Thermite. I mean, even the round that looked like it was impossible to win still came close for Nina, especially because of this kill right there on Asa, who just got a little bit too aggressive. Scars with a huge win on Labs as we now move on to their map pick, Chalet, which Scars are 4-2 on. It's one of their highest win rates on any map. In fact, John, in 4 wins and 2 losses, they have a positive 20 round differential, which is pretty incredible compared to the Wolves, who are negative on this map. Yeah. They're 2-3. They're most recently losing it to G2 in the closed qualifier, 7-2.
Yeah, the fact they let this map kind of slip through is a bit concerning, because even on Nighthaven Labs, which also is a bit concerning that they opted to pick this map, I gave them devil's advocate, figuring, you know, it's a map they're comfortable on, and maybe after a few hours they had some time to kind of reset their playstyle and hope for the best against their new opponents of Scars. But the overlying issues that they had on their own map pick, a map they should be better on theoretically, now going into territory they usually have a little bit less success on compared to their counterpart who are positive on the map. This definitely does not look good for their standings, and they might be knocked out of EWC just shortly, Harrison, unless they can change something drastic during our break.
Yeah, again, Chalet, a really, really good map for Scars. Historically, Wolves are going to need to turn it around on map 2. Hopefully can give us a different look. Again, their most recent play, 7-2, lost to G2, and even before that in the LCQ they played it against ENCE and lost it in overtime. So Actually, I'm pretty surprised that they let Chalet through instead of, because they ended up banning, right? Wolves ended up banning Border Sky Cafe. Border, obviously, they're auto banned, but Skyscraper also not really a map that Scars plays a lot. But I guess Wolves also just really not confident there as they're 1-3 on Sky. But either way, we'll be back with map number 2, Chalet. What could be an upset in the making, John, just after this short break. Welcome back. Map number 2 on the horizon for Wolves versus Scars. And John, Scars taking away Wolves' map pick and now going to a map that, at least the stats say, heavily lean towards Scars' favor.
Absolutely. And again, a lot of similarities can be drawn between the map of Nighthaven and now what we're going to see as well for Chalet. So I think the stats are going to paint a really impactful picture as to why we think Scars might take this series 2-0. Again, we talked a lot about the entry game. That was really impressive by a large majority of Scars. Fish specifically went pretty positive against that. And there's just a general lack of trades as well by Wolves to Harrison. It was always like they were playing at a disadvantage, like their backs were just against the wall on a map that they should theoretically be better on.
Yeah, and even though Wolves, a lot of times were getting those trades, I mean, just looking back at my notes, 12 rounds, Wolves had 1 opening kill.
Ouch.
And that was Mowgli onto Rek in round 4. Fish like 5-0. Nina 1-0. Washoy 3-0. So many of these. Rek is the only guy with an opening death on the whole squad, and so many times especially for Scars, they were getting these follow-ups right after their entry too. So they did an incredible job that map. Again, we just talked about how it was like the longer the map went on, the better Scars team play became, and it's really scary now for Wolves heading into Chalet. You know, you mentioned the parallels between Chalet and Labs. 3-tiered map relies pretty heavily on your offsite holds, right? On Snowmobile, you kind of have to roam across the whole map. Bar and dining, you got to hold the upstairs. Master, we even see teams extend all the way towards the library side of things. So Chalet can sometimes live and die off of your extensions. I will say, though, I think the key difference between Chalet and Labs is that it's a little bit easier to anchor on Chalet, just because the bomb site's not as destructible and exposed to those operators like Ram and Buck. So a little bit different, but still very similar themes, which work very heavily in Scar's favor. I mean, we just talked before the break, right? Scars with a plus 20 round differential, going 4-2, and Wolves being negative.
It's a very hard breach focused map, kind of similar to Nighthaven. On top of that, you also have a lot of cutoff angles that can be held pretty easily by attackers too. Again, really want to harp on Wolves. There was just a lot of individual play that kind of just didn't amount to anything. They need to be able to establish those power positions we talked about, not only on the attack, but also defense as a team. If they are not going to be able to play as a team against Scars, where really any of their players can, confirm those entries on isolated opponents, or just be able to get decent map control at a fair amount of time, since they weren't really stalling out in a lot of their attacks, Harrison. They were very fast and willing to capitalize on those gaps. Wolves will probably not see the light of day on Clubhouse, which is really unfortunate, because we did expect this game and this series to be very close. Obviously, 7-5 is a really close and competitive scoreline. It was just some of the rounds that Wolves had lost just seemed a little odd, and it didn't seem like they really were able to change much during the matchup.
Yeah, Scars were using their info really, really well, and we kind of have to call into question Wolves starting with the mute, and then rounds 9 through 11 gradually moving away from him, whereas that is Scars' strength. I'm surprised Wolves didn't double down to try and deny that info, because a lot of the aggressive plays that we saw Scars going for and those really coordinated pinches are impossible without the impeccable drone work they had. So maybe we'll see Wolves adjust a little bit better here on Chalet. The last time they won it was back at SI, actually, against Damwon and against Bliss, and they haven't won it since. Scars looking really good heading on to Chalet. A huge map from, I believe it was Fishlike, I think, did the best on the squad. Actually Nina 10-6, I believe, or 11-6 by the end of that map, playing a lot of supportive operators, and especially getting really active on the Monty too. Chalet, though, I think Wolves can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Chalet, you can run Monty. He's not the best, though, just because so many of those areas that you're going to be pushing a Monty into, very C4 susceptible.
The Ying seems to be just more of a comfort ban established by Wolves. That's now a second time they've had her removed. Deimos to follow soon after by Scars this time. They didn't really bring out a lot of Deimos, if I recall correctly, whilst they were attacking on Nighthaven, and with this also being a very destructible map, makes sense to remove him. And wow, that's got to be a target ban. Frost on Chalet. We did see a large emphasis of Frost on Nighthaven by Wolves. That was kind of later in the second half while they were defending, trying to figure out, maybe if we bring more trap operators, that could slow down the Montaigne presence, and overall just the defensive woes that we had against Scar's attack. Didn't really seem to do the trick, but I guess there being more windows on this map compared to Nighthaven, Scars just don't want to deal with that potential issue, and Wolves will close things out with a Cade ban. So a couple of crazy ops sandwiched between two very basic operators taken off the board, but that still leaves plenty of important operators you can use on your defensive extensions. Legion has been really a staple operator for quite some time now in Pro League, Harrison, and someone that hasn't been introduced kind of new, but someone who's a little bit better, in my opinion, to a recent change is Melusi. She has the potential to wield 5 bulletproof gadgets if you have her 4 Banshees active, and if you run a bulletproof camera. it can be a total nightmare having 5 different areas where you can not only provide info for your team, but also force your opponents to clear it out. And yeah, the P4 is running a bulletproof, so I'm sure Scars are gonna have so much fun dealing with that and an Azan. it's gonna be a very fun round.
In terms of the utility they're bringing, they're gonna have maybe nades on the Finka and the Lion. You could bring that Gone 6 on the Capitao too. Oh, wait, does Finka? No, Finka doesn't have nades, right? She's got a Gone. No, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, she's dead.
Goodbye.
Unfortunate.
Mowgli getting a little bit of revenge for last map with the impeccable opening kill record that Scars had.
Like you mentioned, those Adrenaline Surge is now gone. Potential of nades is also off the board. Seems like she was the only operator wielding them since Lion has flashbangs. I would imagine maybe Scars will still try to go for a fast clear into the objective with the help again of those Capitao, asphyxiating, and smoke bolts. There is a Warden, of course, to worry about, but maybe you can flush him out with at least a Blitz just getting in his face, perhaps, or some sort of interesting lurk set up here by Nina as they're already inside a dining room. Yeah, this could be a very easy play to work off of since the Blitz as well is also by that single window waiting for the Lion to get a bit closer.
Nina creeping up. This could be a fearsome 1-2 punch. There's Nina with the kill on Lasmo. The Blitz accidentally repels. Is finally able to get his way in, but now killed by P4. Unfortunate sticky key maybe on his vault, but at the very least, there's 2 kills for Scars to respond. They hold the man advantage. Now a 1 versus 3 as Deadshot descends the staircase to try and retake the site. Fishlike is in the bomb site. He's taking the goo mine out of his foot. The plant is going down. C4 goes out, but it's way too far. Fishlike confirms the post plant, and the attackers get out of dodge. Another very difficult post plant to win, and Deadshot can't even see Nina in the middle of the bomb site. Although a little bit weird in the mid round there for Scars, still a very confident round win.
Yeah, the idea was still there, obviously. Again, great info game by Scars in the early round. They noticed, wow, there's no one playing by dining. Let's just take that. And instead of trying to waste a lot of time clearing out the top floor, sometimes in life it's best to just ignore the annoying parts of your life. So they just completely forget about the top floor and go direct. The Blitz part of their play obviously backfired, but again, Nina, they've got that DMR. They've got this really long hallway. They can look down from Fireplace, a huge area that can cover a lot of different ground depending on where you're positioned at. And from dining, you look right at the snowmobile staircase. So he shuts down the 2 people that were walking in from that direction. And after that, the rest of his teammates just simply barreled their way into the bomb site, I think from the bar window, since that top floor presence kind of backed away.
Yeah.
So again, really cohesive execute by Scars. That can be kind of a huge issue, Harrison, is when you want to go for a fast take like that, some of your teammates just simply aren't ready because they're expecting your original plan, which is to go for more of a util dump composition and deal with the roam extension. But almost every single time Scars have gone for a fast play, everybody is on the same page.
Yeah, that's what's been really cool. Everyone is in the thick of it. And again, even though we had that funny little mishap with the Blitz, just the timing between the window jump in and the bar hall push and everything just coming together so beautifully for Scars. Now we look ahead to dining the other middle floor site here for Wolves. A little bit harder to do what Scars did on this site just because of how much more top floor pressure there tends to be on a dining defense. I wonder too.
10 seconds left before
So obviously we'll have to wait to see how aggressive Scars decide to play the rest of their attacking half. But I wonder if the Frost isn't a target banner. I wonder if it's to allow them to just simply like hop through the windows.
Yeah, Frost is a fairly common pick on this map, period. So that's not a horrible point to bring up at all, Harrison. And secondary utility with the bulletproof camera and deployable shield. You've got a shotgun as well to make kill holes and rotates. ACOG with a low recoil gun. She does have a little bit of everything that you kind of want as a defensive operator, so it's not the worst thing at all. Changing context of this map makes a lot of sense. You see a lot of teams nowadays just hop in through bathroom window with like a Ying or some sort of flash-heavy operator just to clear out the top floor in like 30 seconds flat, and a Frost can shut that down almost immediately. Given the style of how Scars like to play, I wouldn't be shocked if they continue this same very aggressive, get in the face of Wolves playstyle that has not only won them countless rounds on Nighthaven Labs, but also has now gained them a round win on their map pick of Chalet.
And look at their lineup, too. Rocking Grim, Zofia, Glaz. Plenty of smoke presence. And, of course, just Wolves' luck, right? The moment that they bring 4 smokes at a Glaz, they drop the Warden for a,
yeah,
for a sentry. Couple smokes already coming out. End up being upstairs to facilitate the solar take. And as they do that, Tayo jumps right into West Main, tries to fight the Legion. Almost takes his head off, but there's no answer for Asa just yet. Tayo bleeding away thanks to the damage from the goo mine, but Rek is in the site with him. They're getting the plant down! Wolves have no idea! Rek sneaks it through! Scars with a beautiful execute right under the nose of the defense. Fish like the first casualty for the attack. P4 follows it up onto Tayu, and all of a sudden the man count has swung in the favor of Wolves. But they've only got 20 seconds to get on this case. Lasmo trying to bait it. A player tucked in the corner right by ranked window. Deadshot kills Nina. It's all up to the ace of Washoy, and he can't do anything about the case. A beautiful retake from Wolves as they all converge on the attackers stuck inside the bomb site.
And again, for Scars, it was a great start to the round. However, big problem there is they had no response for the hatch presence. They had no response for the retake. There was no one on trophy window holding the cutoff for this exact drop that gets Mowgli a kill. There was no one playing on the master window repel. There were a couple of steps that were unfortunately missed there by Scars, getting into the thick of it towards the bomb site. And again, with there still being a bit of a roam presence, your player by Fireplace has to not only worry about the 3 people stacked up in the objective because no one's above, but also someone now who's watching your flank as well. So that just becomes a very taxing post-plant position to hold as an attacker at such a lengthy deficit. But great job on Wolves to almost immediately acknowledge the play that Scars were going for and shutting it down so they could not set up in the bomb site, because that initial clear was fantastic, and Scars tried playing off of that solar control to then drop down into trophy and plant the diffuser. That part they got successfully done, but after that, setting up cutoff angles outside, that was the part they were cut short of because of Wolves' fast actions.
Here's where Scars now start to bring out that Monty from Fish-like. Plenty of utility to support the Monty too, with the Grim and Cavitao both being played. So doubling down on that kind of displacement utility. We've got the Brava too, incredibly powerful operator on this map. I talk about it all the time. You don't even necessarily need to get, in order to get the most use out of her, hack any like Defender gadgets. You can just get the 3 default cams on blue, on top Fireplace, and in solar, but there's actually a bulletproof that the Brava can hack to watch lobby, getting the default and the Malusi as well. She's got 99% of, if not all, the utility that Wolves have dedicated towards preventing a bar door walk-in.
Now the polar opposite will be used because of those Banshees. If Wolves need to retake from above, going back down below, those Banshees will give away their intentions, or at the very least just slow them down. But speaking of sluggishness, that is the opposite of how Scars have been playing so far. There's another opener fast into the round. Minute just now burned away, and that's in the Solus as well. I'd say it's a pretty fair trade between P4 and Tayo, since he also lose those Grim Vs. But now, oh my god, Rek is just in the building with a Montaigne walking up fire stairs. They just cleared out Mez in 10 seconds flat.
Fish-like in the face of the defense, and Nino with the cutoff to kill Deadshot. And now the Azami's got to escape too, and guess who's waiting for him? It's Nino, but the Kiba will block off the Azami at least for now, but he just punches it down because Mowgli can't turn his back on the Monty, and Scars with an incredible attack to retake the lead.
And again, those cutoff angles, we mentioned it before the broadcast, Harrison. How did Nina secure those 2 kills? It was playing on a cutoff angle, waiting for the Montaigne to make someone push back into Nina's line of sight. And that is where they score 2 separate kills, stops the retaker, even a rotate altogether. I mean, it was still like a roam clear actively happening, just in reverse order. Instead of starting your clear by Solar, then going to Mez, Monty started Mezzanine and pushed everyone back into Piano and Solar. That is one of the craziest clears I have seen on the top floor of Chalet in a long time. But again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Wolves have been really unable to stop these aggressive shield plays numerous times now, and this continues to allow Scars to find a lot of gaps in roam extensions, and also just finding more round wins on the attack, where Wolves should probably be trying to find as many defensive wins as they possibly can, since they've already had a pretty lackluster attack on their own map.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, that was one of like the most impressive, like all 5 people constantly doing stuff rounds that I've ever seen. Because you had the cutoffs being held by Nina, the Monty forcing them into the cutoffs. You had the Tayo even getting the opening pick to help facilitate that Monty clear and make it a little bit easier. You had Washoy helping that Monty pressure out those players, and that was all facilitated by the Brava play we saw earlier in the round.
Yep, no
hacking
Banshees for
both
fire.
the cams and getting rid of the Banshee.
Yep.
So that Monty just walked through lobby and sprung up. I mean, like, all the little stuff that Scars is doing and how it all comes together. This is easily the best I've seen them play so far. It's truly incredible. I would have loved to see the I might have to go back and watch that FaZe game they had. That must have been a treat too with how they're playing right now. Monty coming back out once again, but this time Tayo is the one running it. Washoy on the Thermite opening up that red wall, trying to get rid of the anti-breach here so they can create the long angle. Wreck with the first kill, instantly traded back, but Nina to reclaim the man advantage before he's instantly traded back too. So Wolves kept in the game thanks to those kills. Walking in is Washoy, but again, Fishlike has a trade, and Tayo takes matters into his own hands, gunning down Asa after ADSing. 27 HP still up, and Deadshot can do nothing about the shield staring him in the face. Tayo able to back way off to get the plant down. The cutoff is being held from red. Post plant now against a Monty 1 versus 1 as Deadshot takes out Fishlike. Plenty of time for Deadshot to try and get around this shield. Only 1 bullet is required to put Tayo down. And this Monty is playing beautifully, playing Ring Around the Rosie, toying with his food. 20 seconds remaining, and Tayo is just begging Deadshot to do something. The shotgun out in desperation. 10 seconds remaining now. Tayo doesn't take the bait. He drops the shield and backs away. This is perfect Monty play. 8 seconds left. He can do nothing as the mountain melees him down. Scars with a 3-1 lead.
Good God, Scars has been impeccable in this best-of-3 series, refusing to let their foot off the gas pedal and even just laughing in the faces of Wolves, planting in the bomb site where that hatch is used against them. They simply walk past it with a Montaigne shield and go to Pillar to plant as well. Phenomenal trades yet again by Scars, and again, keeping that Montaigne alive was the critical moment. They found a small opening to try and dodge some of those impact grenades and get around the hatch, which was the last line of defense. And although Habana had been gunned down due to throwing some flashbangs and dying to the sentry, that's still a 1 versus 1 post plant for a Montaigne with no utility to counter them. That's one of the best positions you can ever be in your life as a Montaigne. There was frankly nothing that the defense could do except hope that the Montaigne plays that incorrectly, and Tayo, he simply didn't.
Yeah, not only did he play perfectly, but that plant spot too. It was perfect for him to play around that doorway. By the time he got back towards connector, I mean, that was the round 1 right there. Impossible for Deadshot to get him out. Scars now up 3-1 on what is considered to be the more challenging side for Siege as a whole, and especially for APAC. They have shown strides of improvement so far, and Wolves, though incredibly competitive on map number 1, again, Chalet, not the best history for them. And I fear losing that first map is really putting them in the disadvantage here, because Scars are displaying an incredible understanding of Chalet.
Wolves have got to feel the pressure right now. If they don't find a lot of success here on their defensive half, this could tell a very gruesome tale of how Scars not only took their own map pick, but gave a good reason to maybe leave Chalet off the drawing board for any teams facing them in the lower bracket before they qualify for playoffs. Plenty of info established once again by Scars. maybe looking to get this bathroom window reopened up if they can remove that Kiba barrier. And so far, large majority of Scars, they're focusing yet again on this top floor, even having the Grim playing up above. Oh my god, all of these red pings. Rack capitalizes on it. There's a response by Wolves, but they're still behind by 1. And it seems like Scars at least know there's 1 player by Mez. Both these defenders stacked up off the bomb site. Here comes the flood from Scars, just waiting by the office. Deadshot looking to assist his teammate. They know he's close by the rotate, but there's another pushing past him from the K9 balcony. And now you've got to back away, but you leave Deadshot for dead, quite literally. It's only P4 now in a 1 versus 3, hoping that they don't know where he is, playing beneath bar. Vertical being established. Scars have a minute 15, Harrison, and they are taking their sweet time to confirm they can get this plant down and hold a comfortable post position, but it won't even matter. Fish across the map shuts down the last player on Wolves. That is now 3 rounds and 4 rounds after that on their attacking side. 3 rounds in a row from Scar.
Yeah.
And 4 altogether. These guys, I have nothing else to say, Harrison. They have just been playing perfectly this first half.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 rounds in a row. Now nowhere is safe. Do Wolves try Master? They've lost every other site. Do they take a gamble on Master Bedroom, what is widely considered to be the worst site on the map? I mean, that round, again, it was just Scars pushing in from every direction at once, and that was the theme on Labs, too. The trades, a flurry in the mid-round, going back and forth, but Scars just eking out that one-man advantage and converting into a round win. Halfway through that round, John, I forgot it was a dining defense.
Yeah.
I thought it was Master because of how much action and how many bodies and how much utility was being dedicated to that top floor, but it's like what we saw, what was it, from DZ in the first game, right? Just take all of your bodies. If you want an objective done, take everybody and just overwhelm those defenders on that top floor or wherever they're playing offsite. Now it comes down to this. We're back on bar. Scars hungry for this 5-1 half. They've got the Brava once again. That's worked out so well for them so far. And Washoy shuts down Mowgli, attempting a spawn peek once again on bar, just like round number 1. And Scars saying they're not going to get fooled again.
Zombie gone as well. That is one of your only util-focused operators, and really the only one that is not countered by Brava. We saw how impactful those clutch drones were late, or not even late round, but early round to help assist the Montaigne get fireplace control, then to work their way up mezzanine, because there were no Banshees slowing them down, no default cameras to give away any sort of information to help assist those defenders. And I guess no one even heard him either, so that also helped too, but Wolves already down an entire player, and again, pretty much our only util-op. Yeah, this does not look good. Scars are just, they are just manhandling Wolves right now. It's flawlessly closed out in this half, almost completely via the round count too. 5-1 against Wolves, and now they get to go on defense. How are Wolves going to respond?
Scars are just dripping confidence right now. They are on a roll, 5-1 half after their attack. That cannot be stressed enough. After their attacking half of Chalet, after Wolves selected to start on defense. At least we still see some smiles from the Wolves players, so they're still in this mentally at least. They're not down on themselves. And as long as you're still in there mentally, you have a chance to come back no matter what. Siege is a game where it ain't over till it's over. So we got to see, is this just an attacker-sided Chalet? Can Wolves make it happen? They got to try and bring us back, likely to overtime first. I don't see them taking 6-0, but another 5-1 half is possible. And Scars doing what Wolves did not dare to do and starting with a master defense.
Maybe hoping the Mez extension is enough. Oh wow, even a mirror window in box to look down at the office balcony double window. Don't see that one every day, but now your player by Mez can be a little more comfortable, only having to focus about library pressure, obviously, and maybe someone by Ivy holding a different cutoff. Even have Washoy playing down below on this Legion. Wolves' info game has sometimes been a little off. If they just don't drone inside a games room, this could be a free kill for Scars just waiting to happen. but so far no one's tried pushing in that button. No one's looking to challenge him just yet. Now Goo Mine's deployed. Maybe the Legion will just back off and go elsewhere.
We saw Scars doing a lot of that on Labs, just especially early in the game, just being somewhere random and finding a kill, a run out. Oh, he gets dead shot before he gets on the roof. A gamble play, but it works out beautifully, and that's Lion. That is the only operator that could potentially keep these Scars players in place gone.
He must have heard the rappel, and like you said, taking a gamble. He got a lot more than he bargained for. And one of the pristine operators you can have for info in this round is dead. I think only one line scan was called out, and there was nothing of substance to come from it. This is going to be a very sluggish attacking round for Wolves, hoping that someone on Scars maybe over-aggresses. There it is. Washoe has been downed off by Mowgli. But that's your Legion. That's just your roamer. It's already been a minute 30, and he got a kill off the rip. So not the end of the world here for Wolves. They've got to be more concerned about, again, those mirror windows, Fenrir dread mines. I think Rek might be out of his Ami Kibas at this point, but you still have the Wamai magnets to worry about. It all comes down to if the rest of Wolves can stay alive and keep these cutoff positions, for example, whilst also assisting their teammates of getting into the bomb site from most likely this open breach heading into office.
I think most importantly, you still have Nina's C4 as well, and Asa's been killed off screen by Rek. Looks like coming up from the basement, and the angle held on the window jump out. P4 killing Tayo from the double window though, but now he's down. It's all up to the Ash, and Nina good for 3 kills. A 6-1 advantage for Scars, looking to send Wolves home.
No info. No assistance, no clue what's gotten into Scars, but it looks good on them. I'll say the least, Harrison. Crazy run out off the rip by Washoe, a flank to follow suit, killing the Habana. The Habana died as well. Asa died before they could even get the wall opened up, so they had to funnel in from piano and office balcony, which Nina was already watching. Even Grim getting off one of the best cutoff angles in the game because they realized, well, it's a 4vx. No one's going to peek me. I've got to get in the building. I think it might have been a 3v2, 3v1 soon to be because his teammate had died. But either way, Scars just making Wolves uncomfortable round after round. And like you mentioned, that's one of the more challenging bomb sites to defend Master Bedroom. Even nowadays, where it's been played a whole lot more in comparison to what it used to be. You're going to bar. With all this utility, all this info, with the Banshees, Valkyrie, Black Eye cameras, mirror windows, all the sorts. And Wolves, they've got a great lineup. Again, plenty of info of their own with the Lion Dokkaebi combination. They can make loads of space, and there is no Warden. So this Cavitao might be more valuable than you would initially expect, plus Bravo for the Banshees. But again, if you're losing people in the first minute, oh, don't tell me. Thankfully, Wolves killed Nina. That could have been the Dokkaebi dead too. I just talked about their utility that was so important in this round. Imagine losing those Logi bombs. Imagine losing the opportunity of getting those default cameras. That could have been devastating.
And it breaks a streak of 6 opening kills from Scars in a row. Again, Wolves proving that they are not out of this game just yet in Siege. It is not over until it's over. Lion scan coming out, locks the defenders down. Washoe can hear the bullets being shot. He really wants this run out, but it could just be a bait, and he knows it. Now just backing off, making sure there's no info on him. Mirror window on Barstock already dealt with. Dokkaebi call coming out. Fish-like backing way far away from Piano and Master. Just going to support his team, and he's got another mirror window here. Minute 44, Wolves currently at a standstill, just collecting a little bit more info before they go for this run-in through Library. And here comes the first line of attack. Mowgli in, sends a couple shots through, kills Fish like Rek dead too. All the top floor players have fallen, but Washoe looking to retake. He goes 1 for 1. It's on Tayo. 1 versus 4 is the mirror. He's got a C4 in pocket, but he's getting called. They know his position. He's 1 HP. And Wolves about to have and now confirm their second round.
Well-needed adjustment there by Wolves. Not only denying the aggressive spawn peek that we saw by the back window from bathroom, looking down below into the spawn area, but also being able to work as a team. That's something we've harped on quite a lot by Wolves, these solo individual plays. You mentioned it, Harrison. Sometimes on defense, you can get away with that kind of play style, but on the attack where you have all of your utility focused in one position 9 times out of 10, you've got to play as a team to clear that out. And all of Wolves were so focused on getting Mez control. They shut down that player top Mez, then slowly gravitated towards blue stairs. That way Washoe could not retake as a lone Malusi. It was only a 1-for-1 trade. We need to see more rounds like that, obviously, from Wolves, but it's still a very, very long road to get back here for Wolves against Scars. A major round deficit, and it's still series point as well, Harrison.
It is. Wolves are going to have to win 4 more in a row if they want to avoid elimination. I've also got an update, John.
Yes.
DZ Furia.
5 seconds
You want to take a guess?
Oh, well. Depends on what the map is.
All right, I'll tell you the map. It was Border.
I feel like Furia. I think Furia had that one in the bag.
Furia. Cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. Furia 8-7. Ooh. Max OT, back-to-back 5-1 defensive halves, and then 3 defensive wins in OT.
Yeah, it looks like Furia.
Crazy game.
I just now pulled up on Wikipedia. Yeah, Furia getting more defensive sides over in OT. Wow, 2 different 5-1 splits as well. Seems like they both really
And now,
struggle on their attack. That is crazy.
Whoever wins GK ITV has the misfortune of having to play DZ in a best of 3 now.
Ooh. That is awkward.
Aggressive play from the attack, but it's Fish-like with the opening pick on the dead shot, followed up on the Lasmo, and Mowgli goes 1 for 1. He can't get any more than that. The Azami of Wreck is good for 3. Is this how it ends? Asa can't even make it into the building, and APAC sends one of our French teams home. The Japanese move on, and we say goodbye to Wolves Esports.
A second chance at redemption, not only for Bleed, who just qualified moments ago against FaZe Clan, but Scars as well. Their Asian brethren creeping their way through the lower bracket. They need 1 more best of 3, and they could solidify a top 8 position to make it to playoffs in EWC. And off the back of a incredible Chalet and a close Nighthaven Labs, facing Wolves directly in their home turf. And they did so almost perfectly. Again, the aggression was unmatched by Wolves. They had a couple of moments here on Chalet where things did not look all so bad, but it was off the back of, Mowgli scoring a 2K and creating enough space for his teammates to retake during that post plant. And other than that, it was an opening kill by the Dokkaebi on top of the rest of Wolves clearing out library. That was it. Everything else by Scars was done in such a fluid way. The info work, the isolated kills. Even this run out was crazy. Off the back of just rappel Q.
Yeah.
Everything done by Scars was crazy.
And then Nino watching the window jump in from the doorway to office.
Right.
Who does that? This was the one really good attack we saw from Wolves. Like you said, that library take, but they just could not replicate the magic. Scars locking things down in round 9. It looked like Wolves wanted to go for an aggressive play in through office and try to just blitz their way onto the site, but it was not meant to be. Scars move on. They will play the loser of Bleed versus FaZe Clan, I believe. And of course, FaZe already beating them 7-4. That match has not finished, I don't think. So we don't have that result just yet. But yeah, Scars, we could have an APAC versus APAC. We could have Scars versus FaZe in a rematch at a best of 3. That would be a pretty sick game too. But either way, this is probably the best we've seen Scars. I would even say maybe even better than what we saw at Copenhagen.
Yeah, and we do have confirmation. I think the Wikipedia is just behind that Bleed are qualified. They beat FaZe Clan. I think it was max OT
really?
8-7. Yeah, I watched that game on Nighthaven Labs. So FaZe Clan, maybe they'll play against Scars on Nighthaven Labs as well. And that would be a rematch then if they're playing in that very lower bracket match. Just this time it's a best of 3. maybe we'll see a repeat of not only Nighthaven Labs, but Cafe Dostoevsky. That'll be a really fun game to watch, Harrison.
Absolutely. Scars versus FaZe, again, just how aggressive FaZe can be. And if Scars are playing like a team, I really think Scars have a chance at moving on. But just incredible work from the Japanese team. I honestly, I don't really know what to say. I'm shocked. I thought, honestly, that Wolves, it may have been close, but Wolves were going to win it, probably 2-0, but Scars completely turning it around.
At the end of the day, they were just the team that could find bigger gaps. They just played a much more cohesive match, Harrison, against their opponent, and Wolves never were able to rebuttal in any sort of meaningful way. They had a couple of Hail Mary plays, but that was about it.
And of course, wrapping up the day, we saw earlier the BDS versus Cruelty replays. That was 7-5 Cruelty. Bleed beating Wolves 7-4 earlier. Liquid beating Talon 7-2. The SSG Cruelty game that came in the lower bracket, 2-0 to SSG. That was 7-5, 7-5. Oh, and here's the replays from Bleed FaZe.
This was a crazy game.
Of course, Bleed playing with Leader now instead of Asphy, because I believe Asphy had what's it called? Compulsory service, I think, right, when you're required to join the military in Singapore.
Okay.
I think that's the term for it. And then is this the APAC event? Are they finally gonna go and make like top 4?
Are they back? Are they back? Who knows?
Are they?
NA as well, also having a pretty good showing, I'd say, too.
Yeah. I mean, but dude, between Bleed, Bliss, and Scars improving now, I think we can definitely actually look forward to APAC playing now in future events.
Absolutely. You still have some favorites, of course, qualifying, like Team Liquid, BDS, Furia. So it'll be interesting to now see this potential new iteration of APAC not only doing better overall in playstyle, Harrison, but also still having to face off against that quote-unquote old guard of Siege. Again, Furia, formerly known with that roster of W7M, they won every single major event, the first 2 majors held by Blast, and also having a 6th Invitational. Liquid, that bridesmaid team, that same phrase has been quoted countless times. And then BDS, the big dogs. They have been perfect in Gamers 8 and now EWC as well.
Now let's take a look at how the brackets have been shaping up today. We'll take a look at Group A first. We already talked a little bit about it, with BDS and Team Liquid being the 2 teams, the 2 first teams to move on. And those lower bracket games, SSG versus Team Bliss, LG versus W7M. Those games, of course, happening tomorrow. SSG Bliss, I believe, is also a rematch, I think.
No, Space Station versus W7M happened. I got that mixed up earlier, and then I said W7M SSG would be a rematch. After SSG beat Cruelty 2-0, they go against Bliss.
No, I think it's a rematch from SI.
Ah, okay. I feel like they have played against one another before.
Yeah, they were both in Group B. SSG took that 2-0, 7-5, 8-6.
Got you. And then W7M LG, that's also a really interesting match that I really look forward to watching. Again, Luminosity getting their first international win in what feels like forever. It's been since 2019, and this is their team's, this is the new team's first ever international win too. So I really hope against a top Brazilian team like W7M, they also can put their money where their mouth is.
Of course, Group B as well. We have Furia, widely touted as one of, if not the best teams in the world, moving on. Bleed defeating FaZe, which is obviously, we all know Bleed is capable of that, but I think we could definitely still consider it an upset. Those are our first 2 teams. So we have an APAC team already qualified. And of course, the winner of GK Into the Breach will play Dark Zero, and Scars playing against a rematch against FaZe Clan in a best of 3.
Yeah, I think on the mainstream right now, Into the Breach is a map up against GK, and they are 4-1 against GK on Chalet, the same map we just came up for. And we actually got recent information that it's now 5-2 for us as well. So they look like they might solidify their spot to advance further in the lower bracket. So really excited as well to see the European team move just a little bit further as well into that lower bracket. And I think they they actually got knocked down in the lower bracket for close quals against Wolves. So it's interesting they've made it now just a little bit farther, Harrison, to their counterpart.
Yeah, they've done really well for themselves so far. So I can't wait to see how the games end up tomorrow. Again, always got to root for the underdogs, right? I hope LG have fine success. I hope APAC ends up running up the scoreboard. But of course, that is all going to be tomorrow. I think games start a little bit later tomorrow as well. I think they start at 11 Eastern, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think because there's less matches going on, right. We will not have them open at the crack of dawn. So
yeah, we can go ahead and actually look at the schedule.
Perfect.
Lay out times and matches at 11 p.m. Or 11 a.m. EST, 1800 AST. Team W7M versus LG will be going on this stream first, followed by it's DZ Scars.
Ah, okay.
So they switch it. So it's DZ Scars and then FaZe, winner of ITP GK. Ooh, DZ Scars is going to be... I think that's going to be really tough for Scars because it's very different playing against Wolves and then the very, very structured and methodical play style of DZ. I think Scars are going to need to try and take DZ to maps where you can really, freak out on. Because otherwise, DZ, it can go either one of two ways. I mean, like we've talked about before, right? Like either Scars play crazy and throw a wrench into DZ and they kind of stumble, or DZ just stops Scars from doing anything and they stall out. But we'll have to wait till tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in to day one of the Rainbow Six tournament here at the Esports World Cup. From John and I, we thank you for watching. We love you, and we will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST, 1800 AST. We'll see you then.
Whatever I want, I can have. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta beat them through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Fate is not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the number one contender, ain't no number two. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's been many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All that tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within.